evening, guys. How you doing? Hope you're okay. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you're from. We're live Friday. Hope you've all had a good week, guys. If you're watching it later on, thanks for having a look in. Sometimes it's interesting. Make your own minds up. Okay. So I hope you've all had a good week. All the best you could have made it, after all that period. What we've just done with. Happy New Year. So happy New Year. Yeah. Okie dokie then. Right, Yvonne. Right. UK, listen, it's not like that. I keep saying it, right, but it's not. It wasn't like that tonight. She's right. What are you? Listen, are you jealous of something, UK? Because this is getting out of hand with you and Yvonne, and all this who's first and things like that. You should be quicker. She is my golden girl, in a way. But yeah, Mickey Mouse is there as well. You're third, but hit the second like buttons and all that. Yeah. Oh yeah, like buttons. You can do that as well. Just click on it. I don't often say that, do I? Gosh, Mike West, he'll be on later on, guys. Can't wait for that. Getting lots of good feedback about Mike. Love it. Great. So I asked him on Tuesday, I asked him if he could come on tonight, and he said he would, and he's in the chat now, so he'll be on later, guys. And so will someone else as well. Another little special guest. Paul, how are you doing? Thanks, Paul. Wow, gosh, you've been around forever. Thanks for coming in. Beauty therapist as well. Thank you for coming in. Really nice to see you. Shut It Up Photography. Okay. I think that's a new name to me. Yeah, I think, yeah. But are you doing good evening? Hey up, Buttercup. Hey up, Buttercup. Okay. Hey, Chubby Rain. How's it going, Chubby? I'm trying to master your accent to try and, do an impression like. I've done it with loads of people, mate. Don't take offence. I do it so people laugh at me. Not because I'm funny. Because it sounds stupid. Anyway, I'm only having a laugh. I've done it. I do it with Nigel Mann. The Trinidad guy. He comes in, he has the laugh, man. Lewis, how you do? I don't know, mate. What? Has what started? Another war? Maybe. No, I'm only joking, Lewis. I know what you mean. It has now. I think you've spelt that wrong, Beauty. Although Deanna is a nice name. Just sounds a bit too feminine for me. Happy Friday, Chubby. Thanks for coming in, mate. Georgina. Hey. Hey, you. Happy New Year to you as well. Let's hope so. And thanks for coming in, Georgina. Very nice to see you. I don't think we've seen you for a bit, But hey. Okay, cheers, UK. Thank you. Here's my mate, Paul Yeoman, guys. Wishing you all the best. So he is. Yeah, I mentioned Paul loads of times. Just a really nice guy. Simple as that. And it's good to see him in here because he's so busy these days. He used to come in all bloody night every week. But he can't do these days. He's too busy. He's busy. Busy looking after his good family. All right. I'll not do them then. But I can't help it right now because Eamon's in, isn't he? So he is. The boys are back in town. Eamon McCann. Cheers. Good evening to you, sir. How are you going? No, it's a nice name. I like it. I like it. Same to you, Lewis. Thanks for coming in. Cheers. Bikers there in the chat, guys. Of course, it'll be on any second. Right. Okay. What are we going to be talking about tonight? I wonder. Well, we'll find out, won't we? So I'll put that link in. We'll get Biker on, and then we'll go from there. And we'll see what you think. Don't forget, put your opinions in, your questions in, and all that kind of stuff. Do it! So yeah. So like I said before, hope you've had a good weekend. You could have something nice planned. I hope you have. If not, and it's just a chill out period, so be it. It's just as good as anything else, really. Okay. Paul Yeoman, honestly, it's really good to see you in that chat, mate. I'm glad you're okay. Okay. Favoritism. Listen, UK, you need to let it go, man. Just let it go. Right? I don't have favourites in here apart from Yvonne. Right? Chubby, I'm sure you want to come on. I don't know anything about that, but come on and tell us what it's about. That'd be great. Hey up, Buttercup, shut it up, photography. Right. Well, UK's put your channel link up, which means your Packer, which means your sound in my eyes. So I'll check you out myself. I like the name, the channel name. Hey up, Buttercup. That is a very old. Gosh, I've not heard that in too long, I think. No worries, Chubby, mate. Take your time. There's no rush tonight at all. Be good to see you on. Right, here he is, my partner in crime.
Hey, what?
Hey up, Biker. How you doing?
All good at my end. Yourself?
Cool. Yeah, not bad, thank you. Yeah.
Good. We had spoken since Wednesday. Was it Wednesday? Yeah, well, Wednesday, wasn't it?
Yeah, Wednesday. I mean, 2 days ago. Oh gosh,
Yeah, have you missed
I
me?
miss you so much.
Good evening, everybody. It's chat. How we all doing?
Great stuff. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I've been looking around for stuff to discuss tonight, but I think we've been over most of it. And I don't want it to be the same old shit. I can't find no that's sort of worthwhile discussing that we haven't already spoke about. Don't know. Maybe I'm not looking hard enough. Can't find out.
Gosh, right. Well, there could be loads of things.
Well, there is, but
Really?
we've discussed a lot of what I've been looking at today, and I think is it worth bringing that up again? And
Well, I don't know what you've been looking at. I mean,
everything and
not
anything, to be
news
honest.
by telling us.
Everything and anything, literally. Right from the weather, global warming, the politics, you name it. I've been looking, but I think it's stuff that we've discussed before, and I don't really want to go over all ground unless Mike's got something he wants to talk about. But I can't see out
I
that
know what you
that's
mean.
new.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. All them
Yeah, it's been
subjects, and then like,
it's been around
yeah,
for a week or so, and I don't know. I just can't find anything sort of new or worthwhile unless anybody in chat's got out, put that up, look into that and discuss that. But no, I failed it
what
this week,
in
mate.
what
Sorry.
respect though? Do you mean to world affairs or just
Anything, anything at
anything in
all.
general? Yeah. Well, guys,
Yeah.
have you got any questions or anything like that? Anything you want to talk about? Anything like that? But I mean, are you doing be okay, Burr? Yeah, I think most of us, um, every one of us actually in here, have gone over and over and over the same subject again and again and again, because those subjects
I'm not saying they're not
develop.
worthwhile.
No, it's just
It's yeah, become a
yeah.
bit
Some people get. I
stale,
know.
hasn't it? It's become a bit
Yeah,
stale, I think. But
you can get bored of it and that. Yeah, but like there's always something new coming from them subjects. So then they're always going to be talked about, no doubt about it. And then it's not just what you already know and you've heard and something new's
yeah,
come out.
true.
It's the stuff, the old stuff, what you found out as well. So there's always something to it. So that it'll always be talked about. But I mean, by new, I mean, I don't know. What else is going on in the world? You know, apart from Ukraine and bloody cost of living crisis and all this war and hunger and poverty and wealth,
I don't know. I did look at
shit like that.
China. I
So,
did look what was going on in China. Um, from what I can make out there, that they brought in more lockdowns. The Chinese people, they won't have it. They come out and protest everything else, and the lockdowns have been ignored now. You know, they're just ignoring them. But that's the only thing I can think. I mean, but if people in China can go out and protest in that regime that they've got over there and get the government to back down regarding the lockdowns, I mean, Christ, we could have it so easy over here if we did so.
yeah, that's it. So there's always speculation,
Yeah.
which equals talk. So I mean, you know, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with China. So I don't think any of us does really. So bloody secretive.
Well, no, I mean, everything that I've looked at is been via some media source or another, but how else do you get it? Very rare you can get things firsthand.
Mark, if that's you, can you put something in the chat, please? Can I say hello to Susan, Lost Souls Exploring? Good evening.
No.
I can't stay. I just want to. Same to you. Thanks, Susan. really nice. And another new name, I think. Thanks very much, a surfer. That's yeah. Are you a real surfer? Because I've tried it once and it frightened the life out of me, and I've been nowhere near. I thought I were going to die. I did, but I don't. I don't. In this country, I think the only, not the only place. There must be many places where a frigging island. It's full of coastland, but I believe is it New Quay? It's not Newport, is it? It's New Quay in Devon. Apparently, the surfing paradise of the UK. Does anyone believe in ghosts? There's a subject which we've covered before, like Biker said. Um,
Believe
you
in
know,
ghosts.
what
I
is
believe I believe in the paranormal. Ghosts, I'm not entirely sure what would you call a ghost. I believe in the paranormal, but as you say, we've done this before, haven't we?
well, we have, yeah, but is a ghost not part of the paranormal?
I mean, if define a ghost, in my mind, a ghost is something in a white sheet. A spirit is
Yeah,
something.
like yeah.
Yeah, a
In
spirit.
other words, you're right.
A spirit is like an entity that you can actually see as a physical body, if you like.
Yeah, Eamon, what do you define by ghost? How do you define a ghost? Or does it? Is it in many forms? Is it just one particular thing? I don't know. A ghost to me is just I, I don't really know. It's someone who's dead, but they're like alive but they've no body. I don't know how to put it. It's like an hologram.
It's an entity that you can see in a physical form. That's what I would classify a ghost as. A ghost is like sort of blanket
I,
description of anything that's dead, isn't it? You know what I
yeah,
mean?
I
But
can understand a bodily form kind of being there, but it's like, what's the purpose? I mean, why would it happen? How come it doesn't happen to everyone? Um, and why are ghosts always meant to be scary and uh, sells a
that's
lot of
because
books, makes a lot of films.
it's been portrayed through films, haven't it? That ghosts are always
Yeah,
scary. They're all malevolent and everything else. But
ka-ching, UFOs as well. Ka-ching,
yeah,
ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Who knows what's really going on? And I think that's a fair thing to say. Let's think of something new. Let's think of something new, which is hard, really, isn't it? Because most of us just go off what we're told or what we see and hear. So that would mean for me, it would have to come down to personal experiences of something weird and wonderful that might have happened to you on a very personal level, where maybe you've never spoke about it to anyone because it was too weird. It was like no one would believe me, type of thing. So
I've
maybe
spoken.
that, if you want to reveal it on here tonight, a real downer. Bye bye. Go away then. Thanks for watching my channel. Mark, that can't be you, can it? Just show your face.
Just get him to talk.
Well, it's all right. I know straight away now. When I say show your face, and they just wave with the hand. But Mark Kelly, he wouldn't even do that. He'd be in the chat
I
on
want.
for about 10 minutes before he came on. He always does.
Yeah.
He
Although
always stays on for about 10 minutes first, then he comes backstage.
he were on a live earlier on. He's saying he's got a new phone. He's just getting it worked out and everything else. But yeah, he would show his face.
Yeah, that worked, Mark. He'd be in the chat. He's not been in the chat. So
No, yeah.
David's there. You doing, David? Not seen you for a few weeks. Your theory on ghosts. Have you heard of stone tape theory? It's a recording in the walls of an
Yes.
old buildings.
Yeah. Yes, I have.
Stone tape theory. Oh, that's a new one on myself. Yeah. Eamon says yeah. Other dimensions, Chubby. Yeah. Listen, Chubby, you keep mentioning that word science. Nothing against you saying it, but don't rely on that 100%. But I'm only saying, do you know what I mean, mate? Nothing against you at all. I'm just saying that, that's all. I believe there are other dimensions. I do too. Whether science proves it or not, you know, my senses prove it. I don't need science sometimes, but sometimes I do, and it's very important, but not for everything. Tony, how are you doing? What's the link to get on? Okay, mate. Sorry about that. I'll put that in now.
What you better look up?
What you thinking, David? All right, Tony. David, is that you? Can you give me mine and your traditional, customary hello? How we do it? No, it's not you, is it? David, you big wolf. Give me the wolf to sign. Nah, it's not him. Nah. Bye-bye, Tony. I'll put the banner up like Biker said. Tony.
Hey, mate. You all right,
What
mate?
are you doing?
How you doing?
Yeah, good.
I'm sorry, like, can you hear me, mate?
Yeah, loud and clear. No
I
problem.
think there's something wrong with your connection, mate. No? Can you hear me all right, mate?
Yeah,
I'll come back, mate. Wait there.
no worries.
Not convinced, mate. Not convinced.
Me neither. But then again, never know. Never know. Let's have a look. Private chat. Matt Kelly, big up. Permission to come over. Yeah, really brilliant. How come you? Right, whoever. Right, you just can't wait, can you? You can't wait. Anyway, you failed. 40 minutes in, you failed. Well, 25 minutes in. DJ Samuel, are you doing, Vance? That was the real Matt Kelly. I don't think so. No. No, it was not. David's saying it's him as well. I know he was waving. Right, David, come back in then. But when I just ask you to do something, do it, or else I... Right, Tony's come back. David's come back. I know he's still waving. Stop waving. Stop waving then. Right, start waving again. Right, that's David.
It's me. No.
Sure.
I was like, Dino, it was me. What you doing? I was doing the wave.
Oh gosh.
How you doing, David?
I'm good, Biker. How are you?
Yeah, I'll good here, mate. Man, that took some fucking doing, didn't it?
It did, yeah. I was waving like crazy. My arms hurting now.
Sorry about that, David.
It's alright. I understand why you got to do it, mate.
Thank you. It's all right. No worries. Everyone's saying hello, Mark.
That's Mark Kelly, mate. That is Mark Kelly that's there now.
Yeah, I think so. Just double
Yeah,
sure.
he's modded up, mate. He's modded up.
Hiya, Mark.
All right.
No.
Have you got the right Mark Kelly?
There's only one Mark Kelly backstage.
I don't know.
Okay, bye-bye.
Me a sandwich.
Yeah.
That's not Mark.
That ain't
I
Mark.
think so. I've got 2 Tonys as well. Sorry, Tony, I don't know you. I'm just going to kick you. There you go. Bye-bye. Okay.
We've got Mark Kelly in chat because he's there as a mod. Yeah, even Mark's just said it's that, weren't him?
Definitely not. Aim and Mark twice. Not left, not right. Yeah, Mike's there. Sounded like Marty Blackburn. I doubt Marty Blackburn would come on here, Mike. But you never know.
How is everyone anyway?
Not bad, David. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Not bad.
Good stuff. Good stuff, mate. Are you doing LT? Thanks for coming in, mate. Much love. So what have you been up to, David? Not seen you for a few weeks.
Not a lot. I've been pretty ill for the past few weeks, to be fair. But I'm getting over that now. So.
What's been up with you? Hungover?
No, I've been having a cough and I got a chest infection and stuff like that. But I'm getting over it now. So.
Good.
Yeah, I've known a few people myself recently with bad coughs and that, and yeah, it just seems to be that. I don't know. For me, I'm convinced it's like when the weather starts, the temperatures start fucking about. Like -5 a few weeks ago. Like today, it's right now on here. It's 11 degrees. Which
it is on my phone as well.
It's like fairly mild, isn't it? Really, So it's
we've got 5 degrees here.
It's the weather. It plays with your chest and stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it does with mine anyway.
Hi, Wolf. How you doing, David? How sad do people have to pretend there's someone else to spoil? Yeah, I know, David. That's just one aspect of it. But excuse me, I'm sorry, but I always ask myself, why are they trying to do this? Okay, so yeah, I'm people love me, people hate me, people think I'm right, they think I'm wrong. So it's a mixture of things. So what is it where people have been trying to be consistent and bring my channel down? That bit, I don't know.
Mike says he'll be on in 20 minutes. He's just eating tofu on bollocks.
Right, okay, Mike.
That's what it says. Eating tofu on bollocks.
Mike, you'll have to explain that. I'm sorry. Come on, tofu, yeah, I get that, but bollocks, spelt French wise, no, I don't know. Bollock, but fuck knows what that is, mate.
Bollocks.
You're not having tofu on bollocks, are you?
But you'll be giving David ideas here.
Hey, don't start on me. Even though I do like tofu.
Eamon says, you mean beans on toast? You know what? He's probably right.
I can't honestly say I've tasted tofu, so I can't pass comment on it.
It's really, really nice.
I've had some stuff in my time, but I've never had tofu.
It's not. It depends on you. There's that many ways of cooking it, you see.
What is it?
It's kind of a fungi, like the corn stuff, where it's like they call it myco protein. Myco meaning fungi and mushroomy stuff.
Right.
And so they put it all together like they do with plants, and they like put it all together somehow and give it a texture, and then. But you can cook. They can make it into like a fried egg type thing, or you can have it fried and make it into solid chunks where it's got like a chickeny texture, I would say.
Right.
You can have it pretty much with anything if you wanted to, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. But I enjoy it on a like a wrap when it's cooked, marinated,
Oh, tofu wrap is the best.
and it's like chicken. It tastes like it's got that texture, so it's like something you can get your taste buds into. Because I know tofu is just completely bland unless you cook it somehow in some way, but you can't just have it as it is. You know.
Right, fair enough. It's like avocados. I don't like them either. Tried them once.
I
I
love avocado.
just don't like them.
Avocado on toast is the best.
Yeah, I've seen people eat it. And I think I was once in a restaurant. Somebody ordered it, and I says to my lass, "What's that?" And she told me what it was. I said, "Well, I'll get that because it looked all right." Yeah, and when I had it, I'm thinking, "What the fucking hell have I just eaten?" I didn't eat it, but no, I wasn't impressed.
It is what it's like. It's got its own taste, definitely.
Yeah.
Fairly bland. I think the texture's really nice. I like avocado. But David, I don't know if you've tried. I went to this posh place because it had a vegan menu on it, and
Okay.
the only thing on the because there's only a few things on the menu, and it was like out of the few things, there was only one I thought I could really eat, and that was a pear and avocado sandwich, is what they called it. But it came with like nice side salad, bit of dressing.
Okay, that sounds really nice.
A few fries and a few crisp and a nice little posh dish like. But pear and avocado. So I thought, well, I've never tried it. I've tried avocado before, but not pear and avocado together.
I don't know what pear
on vegan bread, and the bread was lovely as well. And anyway, I thought, wow, it just went together. You can't knock it till you try it. So I weren't going to be
I don't
put
know
off
what pear
by it.
is,
I just thought, no, I'll pay that £5-6 for it.
I won't knock out till I tried it, but no.
What's pear, do you know?
I mean, pear.
Oh, pear. Okay.
Pear.
Yeah, I got you.
Pear.
What do you call two chickens?
You know that fruit that's funny shape, pear shaped.
I know what pear is. Yeah, this is where you said it. Sorry.
Right. Pear. An avocado sandwich. I can give you the name of the restaurant, actually. One of the owners is an ex-East Ender actor.
Oh,
actually.
nice.
Oh, yes.
I do watch East Enders. I'm not going to lie.
Never heard of avocado. But Mike's off already. He's not even come on yet. He's started off. Not left, not right. Thanks for coming in.
Don't forget, still eating his whatever it were on bollocks.
Taking your time, mate. Bit chewy, are they? Carlos, the Pure Blood, how you doing, Harp? Yeah, we have. Yeah, not heard from them for a while, have we? But they're just part of the old on the Hadron Collider thing, aren't they? Just now.
Is anybody waiting to come on by any chance, mate?
No.
I think there was.
Well, someone called Jason.
Yeah, I'm just looking at chat now.
Jason.
Hello.
How are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's not Jason, it's Tony.
Okay.
You blocked me on the live chat, and this was my only way of getting on. Do you remember me from a previous show?
If you can remind me of that.
So like the first time we spoke was when we talked about fox hunting, and whether the ethics of it, whether it was okay to kill foxes, whether for sport or etc.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And you know, so that was my introduction to the show. And then like the second time I came on the show, like me and like it was a really good Sunday night. There was like a dozen of us on, and we had a really good chat about everything from religion to immigration. Like we put the world straight. So I was a bit disappointed that you didn't remember who I was, but I think you know when I said in the chat that hey, it's me, Tony, I'm coming on the show. I think
So on it.
there was a lot of fake
I-
accounts made. I think there was a lot of fake accounts made. So I think
It's
some
not
fake
just
accounts
that. I mean, how long ago was it? And I'm not. Do you know what I mean?
about 3 months.
3
Wow.
months. I've probably done a few since then, and I do. I am one of them. I do run through as many people as possible in that chat. And I've got so much respect for people who come in, but if I
Well,
do
I've got a lot of
forget,
respect for you.
forgive me.
You're a biker.
Going back to your fox hunting chat. Well, but you carry on, mate.
Do you remember biker?
Vaguely, yeah. I want you to say something.
Yeah.
Should be that you, mate.
Yeah, it's me, mate.
Nice one.
Cool.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, but I just wanted to come on the show and say like I think it's a brilliant show. I think you guys are all, you know, you're all round good guys. I love the fact that this keeps going. I wish you all a happy new year. Wish you all the best.
Cheers, mate.
I think it's a really good thing you got going here. Really good community. Yes, it's just.
Thank you.
Just nice. But I'd like to get my teeth into a discussion tonight. But I know you were talking about ghosts. We can talk about ghosts if you like. I've got a couple of things to say about that. But we can talk about whatever you like.
That lie that you're talking about regarding the fox hunting, or the same lie where I mentioned that I go out shooting.
Yeah, it was pretty much like you saw them as like cuddly creatures, and I said like no, they're very feral.
Yeah.
Like I think you saw them as like dogs because they look very similar to dogs, but they are very very different from dogs in the mind.
Well, I think my comments. Yeah, I think my comments that night were that I won't shoot anything that I'm not going to eat. That's the reason why I won't shoot a fox.
Would you shoot something that's going to kill one of your loved ones?
Yeah.
So that
that's
your
never
argument.
happened. So that's not
that destroys your argument.
Well, yes and no. Yes and no.
Unless you're going to eat them.
Yes and no. It does kill an argument to a point, but there's a certain line there, isn't there?
What do you mean?
Well, if I want to go out and shoot something that I'm going to eat, and I'm going to do that and eat it, I'm not going to willy-nilly go out and shoot a fox that's just stood there doing nothing wrong just for the sake of it. But if that fox were attacking a member of my family or even a member of the public, I would shoot it.
I think the modern world...
There's a difference.
Yeah, okay. But I think the modern world has given people, especially like in a country where there is no predators, like this idea, you know, with teddy bears, that all animals are cuddly and harmless. No, animals will kill you. Bears will kill you, and foxes will kill people.
Yeah, but animals have just as much as right to be here as we do as well, don't forget.
Absolutely. However, the idea that, you know, all animals, you know, are lovely and cuddly like they are in Disney films or in a David Attenborough documentary is false. Bears will kill people. Wolves will kill people. Foxes will kill people. You know, all animals will kill you.
It is quite rare, though.
There are very few animals, maybe horses and dogs and cats. There are very few domesticated animals on this earth. And the fact that we domesticated them, it took thousands of years.
But what you also have to realize is they have to feel threatened for them to attack. They're not just going to attack. Like,
not necessarily. Do you
Can
think
I just
do you think
ask,
a polar bear
if you
needs to
don't
feel
mind,
threatened to rip your
excuse
face
me,
off?
excuse me, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
I
Dino.
don't know what to call you. Do I call you
Call me
Jason
Tony.
or Tony or
Yeah, call me Tony.
Tony? Tony,
That's my name.
I've never heard of a fox killing a man. I'm not saying it's not happened, but I've never heard of it. So
No,
there's a
well,
bit of a
there's
lottery
been
on
foxes that's killed babies.
Yeah, there is. I've heard of that.
Yeah, and domestic dogs have, and and things like that. I've never heard of a cat or anything like that. So, but we're talking domestic
Oh no,
compared to
cats
feral.
have killed people.
So, I'm not saying they haven't. Do you know what I mean?
Lions, tigers.
Yeah, there's not many tigers over here though in the wild, and
There used to be lions in the UK.
yeah. Yeah,
No, they did.
I
They
mean,
used to.
for me, most animals I've noticed they're not that threatening. It's only when they're threatened. I've noticed that. I mean, we human beings, we don't give a fuck whether we're threatened or not. We'll just go all out and, the crazy ones will just go all out and kill anything.
No, I don't think that's
like
true.
these school killings and these idiots who pick up a gun and shoot 50 fucking pupils in a college or a university.
Yeah.
Crazy
Yeah.
fucking animals like that, human beings. But you never hear of, foxes just want to just get on with it, and they're hungry and they can't go to a shop and buy food, so they rely on human fucking patheticness, which is like dropping shit on the floor and things like that.
But I don't think the people who shoot up schools represent the 8 billion people who live on this planet. I think most people are good. I don't think most people want to kill people. However,
unless they're brainwashed, of course.
No. I'm just saying on a statistical level.
I think David's on about war.
You've said we're not like foxes. We shoot people in schools, and I'm saying we're not all shooting people in schools. I'm saying that's the anomaly. I'm saying the majority of us don't shoot people in schools. So the majority of us are good. The majority of us just want to get on with life, love each other, and be good to each other. And there's 8 billion of us. I think we are hard on ourselves as a species, and we like to think of ourselves as, because of these wars and, because of the news
I think you're right.
Focus on the bad sides of humanity, and we don't hear about the good side of humanity all the time. Well, I think for the majority of it all, I think humanity and humans are very, very good. And for foxes, I think they are wild animals, and you can't brush a wild animal with the same good and bad that you would brush a human, because they don't have the same consciousness, they don't have the same judgment, etc. However,
but animals are just as clever as we are.
No, I think that's bollocks.
They're not the same, of course, because none of us can be the same type of thing. But I think all animals have a similar kind of natural instinct about life itself. Yes. Like if you're hungry, you'll go and seek food. If you're hot, you'll go and seek coolness, and vice versa, and things like that. All animals do that. If you're thirsty, you'll go and you'll drink. I've seen foxes in the middle of London City, in the city of London, not London itself, but the city of London, which is different. Yes. And there are that many foxes who live within St. Paul's Cathedral grounds and within one of the busiest areas of the world. And these foxes can just jump out of nowhere. And I've even filmed a video where they've gone up to a couple sat on a bench. I think it was lunchtime. They were having something to eat, and this fox was just sat there going, as if to say, "Do you mind if I have some of that, please?" Honestly, if you saw the video, the fox took it gently, not savagely, and trotted away fast, quickly, jumped through a fence about that wide. And then off it went, probably to feed its family.
That's
And all
awesome.
it did was it asked for food, and it's not got a voice, but that human being kind of knew what it was saying.
Yes.
The difference between humans and animals is humans mostly act on logic, whereas animals mostly react on instinct and reactions. Instincts is what animals react on.
Yeah. So, like, you and me wouldn't kill someone to eat.
No, because our logic would kick in and say that's not the right thing to do.
That's ridiculous, yeah.
2 secs, mate.
But an animal, their belly will start hurting and they will go, I need to kill to stop my belly hurting.
Yeah, well, I know Labradors will eat anything. Is it the dog, Labrador? They'll eat anything, I've heard. And
But they are below us.
yeah, there's nothing like humans.
In terms of like consciousness,
yeah,
in terms of that rationale, we have more responsibility.
Logic.
So it's not. I'm not saying they. I'm not judging them in the same way that I judge a human. Obviously, if a human killed someone and ate someone because they were hungry, that's a bad thing. But if a fox killed a baby and ate a baby, you go, that's nature.
That's right. We have logic. We react. We go by logic. That's why we're apart from the animals. We're logical beings. We don't go on instinct.
However, if you had 500 foxes in the town and all 500 foxes were hungry, you'd as a human settlement, as a human civilization, recognize that as a danger, wouldn't you?
Well, you should do. If you don't, you should do.
Yeah. So then, do you think culling foxes in that scenario is logical?
I would outwit them. I've got my wits
No.
about
So
me.
the question was.
The way.
The question was that you got 500 starving foxes in a village of 1,000 people, and everyone's sleeping at night, but the foxes are all starving, and you've got guns. Do you start shooting the foxes, or do you just take your chance and sleep?
I would sleep, me. I would just let the foxes get on with whatever they wanted to do, and I'd defend myself to the bone. I'd say to the bone. I wouldn't go out looking for it, but if it came.
What if after the first night, 3 babies had been eaten?
Right, obviously
Would you sleep on the second night?
Yeah, I'd have to. You need your sleep, don't you? And that would be life. That would be life. And I'm all.
Or would you just kill all the foxes and then everyone can sleep and not be killed?
Well, I'll tell you whose opinion I'd love to hear on this. Actually, interesting. Already heard 3-4 different opinions from us guys on here. 5, including David. So what about Mike? Mike, how you doing?
Just do me, but you should have put
caught you out then. I caught you out. There you go.
Hello.
Hold up a minute. I think I missed a bit. Hold up. There you go.
You're worse than me, mate.
Got to give us a bit of warning. Evening, all. How you doing?
Good.
Good evening.
Evening.
So, are we talking about animals, are we? Or would you shoot an animal? Or what animal would you shoot?
We're doing all kinds of stuff to him.
I'm a meat eater. I shoot anything and eat it, even roadkill. No, I know what Tony's coming from. In a way, there are certain animals that have been portrayed in cartoons and things like that as cuddly, like as you said, the bears. Well, the bear would rip your limbs off and wouldn't even think about it. A fox, yeah, there's been attacks on babies. There's been a couple in this country I know that I'm aware of. They can be threatening, but then it's all down to individual circumstances, isn't it? I mean, if you've got a fox in your garden and it's just sniffing around, the dustbin or whatever, you tend to leave it alone. But if it's in your child's bedroom trying to attack it, then you wouldn't think twice, wouldn't you? So I think everything's sort of weighted to the situation, as it were. So
yeah, because we're logical beings. We don't set out to harm the fox. We wait till it tries to harm us, and then we defend ourselves.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're telling me that you'd wait until the fox was in your child's bedroom to act?
Yes.
Well, no, I mean, I
wouldn't
you know,
go out and kill them.
first of all, I wouldn't give it any reason to sort of get into the house. You protect your children. You have your children around you. Don't you?
Yeah,
But we're not all meddling with
Fox,
cans and leave you hidden.
see, what it is with fox and things like that, they don't want to get in your house in the first place. They're not out there going, right, how can I get into a bedroom? How can I terrify a human being? How can I kill one? They're not. They don't do that.
You just out there to
I mean,
feed them and
the
the
furthest
family.
they'll go, they might just creep in your garden and keep to the back of the garden. They're frightened of you. They are
Dino.
scared of you.
The
Dino,
thing is,
did you?
Dino, they might smell.
And they only
food,
scavenge,
you know.
and they only scavenge to feed them and their family, and that's it.
They might smell food on your mouth. You know, if you've had a steak. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I know you're vegan. Say you've had a cucumber before you went to bed, and they'd pick up that smell and they'd come for it. You know, but like I say, I would like hold the fort. You know, I would never go out and kill something just because I was threatened by it. I would hold the fort and defend it.
If it weren't for us, foxes wouldn't survive, and I believe they should survive. They're a gorgeous creature, very intelligent.
Yeah,
What do they do for us? I don't know. Maybe they look after the land. Maybe they keep vermin down. Maybe they do a job with what we benefit from. Foxes, you know what I mean? They can't go to a shop and buy food. Before all this consumerism came about, let's say in the last 100 years, where foxes were still about in abundance, no doubt about it, how did they go about their food then? So these are hungry scavengers. Like if we was out in the wild, where would we get it from if we couldn't go in a shop and we had no money? And where would we, and you even see it today, human beings, like I'll call them a tramp or a homeless person or whatever, scavenging in bins. That's no different to a fox or a cat or a dog who's hungry, who's trying to pick scraps of food out of a bin on a street.
That's why zombie films did so well. Go on, Eddie. Go on.
Did you just change the formation of this panel that we're seeing it as now? Did you move people around?
I haven't touched the thing, no.
Right, somebody's moved. It's been moved around, mate. Right, I'm going to drop out. Sparky's in background. Sparky's in back. I think he wants to come on.
Yeah.
I'll drop off. Let Sparky come on. I'm just going to check something out, mate.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, go.
See you in a bit.
See you later, Backer.
Yeah, I won't be long.
Right, see you in a bit. Okay. Yeah, I've noticed that myself. Don't know you have.
Yeah, I used to live next door to a farm, and I had horses on the farm, and I would hear like things like going bang, bang, bang in the night. It was the horses running away from the foxes, and then I would see the farmers come out with torches. This is in the middle of the night, and they had guns, like, and they were going after that fox, like, because the horses were the fox was trying to get the horses. So that's kind of what we're talking about, isn't it? The farmers were
There's always been mixed feelings with foxes and things like that. But I think at the end of the day, when you look at it, I don't think they do any harm at all. Honestly, I really don't. Were these people say, yeah, they come and attack my chickens, and they'd come and kill, my livestock and ruin this and ruin that on my farm and things like that. But when it comes to urban foxes and things like that, they don't really do any harm, and they're very intelligent.
I think we've done foxes to death. What else do you want to talk about?
So that again.
I think we've done foxes to death. What else do you want to talk about? What's the hot topic of tonight?
Oh, I've got one.
Right, for one, right, there's more than one topic. There always is. It's live. I have no script, so I let people say what they want and have their own opinion.
What does everyone think about?
I just let it
can I-
flow.
Can I suggest a topic of discussion?
Yes.
Sure.
What does everybody think about Prince Harry's actions in the last few days?
Well, Prince Harry is
You mean
accused his
it's
brother of
shit like that?
assaulting him or something.
Oh,
Me and my brother had about 20 fights, so
He's been caught out with cocaine or something.
has he?
Yeah.
Apparently.
In this book, he's admitted in the book that he used cocaine to cope with the situation in the family.
Brilliant.
Don't know what else did he admit. He said he shot 25 Taliban soldiers, and he looked at them as chess pieces. Well, considering that he's concerned about his private security, he's done something that any soldier wouldn't fucking do, and that's blab off. And now he's made himself the biggest security threat in probably America at the moment. So, well done, Harry.
Well, not just him. He's made his fellow soldiers a risk as well.
Yeah.
You call him a soldier? He's
I would
similar.
call him a soldier.
He's done fuck all in his life. He's done nothing. Think about
this
it.
This reminds me of what Andy McNabb did. You all know who Andy McNabb is.
Yeah, the SAS guy.
He was SAS. He wrote loads of fucking books.
Yeah, and then he started earning a lot of money and started enjoying this celebrity and the money side of it, and started actually putting at risk the people he served alongside. You do not boast or brag or talk about what goes on in the field of battle.
Yeah.
I mean, SAS is for secrecy anyway, so.
And now it's a popular Channel 4 show.
Listen. Anyone that's blabbing off about how many people they've wiped out in a field of war or operation or theatre is 9 times out of 10 bullshitting.
Exactly.
And that's my theory on it. If someone keeps blagging about how many guys they've took out, what they've done, and giving specific details about operations that are involved in their bullshitting, that's the end of it.
And
it's all about the clout.
You might have gave an order.
I don't know many guys that go into theatre of war, okay, and have a team of 10 to 12 close protection guys about them with a helicopter in the background ready to wipe that one individual, take that one individual out of the situation if it gets scary. Not only him, Prince William, they all had it. They all had close protection.
Did you hear how he described killing these people?
No, how did he?
No, I didn't hear that. No. I know it was. He was on a machine gun post, wasn't he? There was footage of it on the news channel.
His first time that he were there, he were on a machine gun post, and that was just
exactly.
And they got him out of there after 14 days. The second time he were there for 4 weeks.
Well,
he were in Afghanistan.
Yeah, there was
Afghanistan. Based at Bastion. He were in the same regiment as my son, right? And every time that Apache went up with him, he had 2 further Apaches follow him.
Exactly.
But do you want me to tell you what he actually said in his book? Because the book got leaked in Spain.
Oh, it's really?
The quote was, "I killed 25 people in Afghanistan, and I didn't see them as humans. I saw them as chess pieces on the board."
That's right, yeah. Wow.
Well, he's talking out of his fucking ass there, really, because the Apaches fire, right? They can fire from miles away. They don't actually see the targets unless they've got the infrared going and everything else, blah, blah, blah. But there's no soldier out there. My son served with him, right? And I know what he went through in the years that he went out there, everything else. And he has not once spoken about how many that he killed. Not once. And he will never, ever say it. Now, for a soldier to come out with that, as Mike said, they're talking bollocks. It's, look at me, I'm the big hero. I've shot this many. That's nothing to be proud of at all. He talks out of his ass. Absolutely talks out of his ass. They wasted £14 million training him up to be a gunner on an Apache. He weren't a pilot, he was a gunner. That's all he was.
It's a weird thing to say, isn't it?
It is, yeah. If you kill someone, right, whether it be your enemy or what, it does have a psychological effect of you. If you kill multiple people, it's going to have a big, massive psychological effect on you. And you go inwards. You don't go outwards with it. You go inwards. And, you know, you've only got to look at half the guys that have come back from Afghanistan. You know, young guys have been severely mentally affected by, you know, and they don't want to talk about it. Now, guys that come out, well, I shot 25 guys whilst I was out there, is talking absolute fucking bunkum.
Well, can I just say something? Maybe Prince Harry is mentally disturbed from what he did. But what I found strange, what I found strange was he didn't just say, "Oh, I killed 25 people in Afghan." He said, "I killed 25 people in Afghan, and I didn't see them as human. I saw them as chess pieces on a board." So it's not like he just admitted what he did. He went one further, and he sort of alluded to the fact that when he was killing people, he wasn't seeing them as human. He was seeing them as a game, because chess is a game, isn't it?
Yeah, no, you're right. You're spot on. Tony, was you, Jason? It's Tony, isn't it? Sorry.
And then in the same breath, and let me carry on because his book's launched. He was saying that his brother attacked him and snapped his necklace and pushed him into the dog bowl. So he's revealed that he had a fight with William. They had a scuffle in the kitchen about something.
Who ain't had a fight with a sibling?
He said, but he really got emotional about telling the story about being pushed over and having his necklace snapped and being pushed in a dog bowl, and said like this was a real wrongdoing that his brother did to him. But then in the chapter before was saying, I killed 25 people in Afghanistan. I didn't see them as human. I saw them as a game. I'm going to nip off
for a minute. Listen, guys. Mike, thanks for coming on. Tony, nice one. Brilliant stuff. Superb conversation. Guys in the chat as well, thanks for joining in on this with the foxes and everything and things like that. Trevor Random's coming, guys. Thanks very much.
Hey, Trevor.
Matt Kelly, chess is a game of war. Yeah, strategic. It's strategic chess, isn't it? And it can take a long time. So yeah, maybe you did take a few off the board, but yeah, these people are insane. This guy's never done a day's labour in his life.
Yeah.
Can I just go around the table? Are we Team Harry or Team Monarchy?
I'm team fucking none of them. It's all bollocks if you ask me, says Nick G. It is, mate. It's all a show. Can you imagine if Harry was your neighbour and you knew him for years and he come out with all that? Yeah, I've just shot someone, game of chess, no problem. A few pieces off the board, whatever. And I got fun out of it as well, and it gave me a thrill. But I can get away with anything because I am who I am.
I think you're right, Dino. I think these people are psychopaths.
Yes.
Prince Andrew, let's get on to him. Prince fucking nutcase, Mr. Mental fucking kid.
I think they are. I think they are all mentally ill.
Yeah,
they are.
Dino, there's a few people asking for you to let Sparky on.
But say, yeah, Sparky brought it back, mate.
Well, I can't let him on because he's not backstage.
Come back, Sparky, when you come back on.
Yeah, I weren't sure of you, mate, and then Biker was saying there was something going on and things like that. Plus, when I did see you backstage, there was a full panel on, so I couldn't have brought you on anyway. So it's just one of them. Please just bear with me, guys. I'm not being ignorant. It's just when I can and if I can. And I do my best. So Patsy Kelly's in there. You're doing Patsy. Thanks for coming in.
Tony, I think that's a good point you brought up about the chess piece and it all being a game, and we've surmised from that psychopaths act like that. If you've only got to look back, if you remember all the films from the 80s and the 70s about whether it be a Vietnam War, whatever war film that it was on, you'd always have one character in there that took a bit of joy out of killing people and shooting people, but they always ended up to be the ones that were either mentally ill or away with the fairies. And I think there's a good point in that. And all this attention seeking seems to, I don't know. I mean, I'm not a psychologist by any means, but I do know when someone's come unhinged, and I think he's become unhinged. But in answer to your question, I'm sort of on Dino's territory here. I'm not a royalist, and I'm not on Harry's side for sure. And if anything, I think a lot of this is all distraction going on, to be honest. If you look at
Trevor, Luke, Trevor Random, Tony, Trevor, I don't know if you know on here, but Trevor's a regular. He's a great guy as well.
Yeah, I've seen Trevor.
He's a really nice person, is Trevor. Now, what a good question that is, because there has been speculation about Prince Harry being racist.
Well, he's trying to blame William and for wearing the Nazi uniform and that, isn't he? So
that came out in the book as well, and the way he addressed that was it was Kate and William that egged him on to dress as a Nazi, and he said the reason they did that is because in the royal family he was being used to distract the tabloids away from the upper echelons of the royal family. So if you throw the tabloids a bone, i.e. Harry's dressing up as a Nazi at a party, they'll run with that for a year and they won't expose Prince Andrew.
Yes, good point. You think what Prince Andrew's done? Used £12 million of fucking taxpayers' money to pay off a victim that he says that he's never touched or he's not aware of, right? Who pays £12 million out if you don't know someone? You'd be in court and you'd say, right, well, prove your case. No, that is the penultimate of this argument. Yeah.
So this was an interesting chapter that excuse me. So this was an interesting chapter that Harry wrote, was saying that there is a media stronghold, a media fortress around the royal family, and it works like the CNN, like Fox News. They create stories, they feed stories, they manipulate the press. And Harry was used by his brother. Harry says that it was Kate and William's idea to dress me as a Nazi, and then the Paps took photos of him, and then we just saw Harry as this guy dressing as but apparently it was William and Kate. But he goes one further and says, no, this was a regular thing in the royal family, is they create the silly stories for the tabloids to keep them away from the real shit
Do you know what I found really interesting, Tony, is something else that got leaked out in that book as well, a headline that's come out. I'm sure we're going to hear more about it.
Excuse me. Yeah.
A conversation between him and Charlie Boy, old Big Ears, and Charles said in front of Harry, apparently, about doubting whether he's his son anyway. I can only turn that against, the rumours that are going around and have been going around for years that he does look like Hewitt, doesn't he? He doesn't look.
Oh, I mean, come on, look at his actions as well.
Yeah, but in the book,
everything about him, kill.
In the book, Harry he talks about an anecdote, his father's favourite anecdote whenever he meets people. And that's
so obvious.
Prince Charles going
guys, I'll see you in a couple of minutes. There's no one else backstage. Just carry on talking. Superb. Cheers.
All right, can I just give you all a heads up for some protests that are happening tomorrow? This is against the BBC because Bill Gates bought out the BBC. Liverpool, it's 1 o'clock tomorrow. Just search for the local BBC radio place or BBC television in this area. So
Bill Gates has put out the BBC. I've not seen no on that.
He did, yeah. Right. So tomorrow, if you're in Liverpool, get to the BBC studio tomorrow at 1 p.m. If you're in Manchester, the Media City in Salford, it's happening in Leeds, BBC Yorkshire, Sheffield, BBC Radio Sheffield, Birmingham, BBC Birmingham, and Newcastle, which is the one I'm going at, BBC Newcastle. It's just across from St James's Stadium. So I'll be there tomorrow.
Chubby,
yeah.
I'll just fill Eddie in with some info there. That the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation actually piled millions of pounds into the private arm of BBC Media Action to come up with all the propaganda. And there was lots of money, and that is out there on the web. I think Fluke did show it on my show. He took a whole breakdown of where that money was going. So yeah, Bill and Melinda Gates have funded the BBC through their private entities, which have ended up on the PSB side, the public service broadcasting side, like BBC One, BBC Two, etc. But what they've done, they've hidden it all through their private enterprises, like BBC Media Action. And BBC Media Action, if anyone wants to look into them, they're a fucking big eye opener, really are.
Right, I'll look at that.
Yeah, if anyone wants to turn up tomorrow, I'm going to try and go. I've got a bad back at the.
So what have they bought it out lock, stock and barrel, or they just bought a certain part of it?
No, I think what Chubby means is they bought the narrative out.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a wheelbarrow of money put into them, so Bill could have his say without question, type of thing. So, what those protests about tomorrow? If anyone wants to go, just rewind it back a bit where I've said the locations. I'm not saying go to the protest against BBC. I'm saying this is what's happening tomorrow. If you want to go, that's your choice. I'm not telling people to go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going though. I'm going to Newcastle one tomorrow. I'll be there at 1 p.m. hopefully. I want to have a sign that says "Careful now," like our Father Ted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and another one. I'm going to write on the back. Down with this sort of thing. Yeah, just something really subtle and humorous. I think that'll work.
Me, I am Tony. I'm here to oppose it. That you know.
I think there's going to be a lot of people oppose it, but
oppose it. The furthest I can go is my voice. I'm afraid.
Every poll I've looked at, whether that be the left media or the right media, as you call it, they're all against it. That's near enough everyone. It's all on the side of fuck your masks, basically.
Yeah.
Is your mouth was stuck open. I thought you frozen then, Dino.
No.
I thought you'd frozen.
No, Pork Chop, how you doing? Pork Chop's coming. How you doing, mate? Thanks for coming in. Cheers. Thanks for all your good comments as well, guys. Appreciate it. Sparky, if you're still listening, there's room to come back in now. Sorry, I couldn't be. There were a full panel on, and there were two Sparkies, so I weren't sure what were going on. But anyway, Chris Wright, is that you? No worries. DJ Samuel as well. Sherlock.
Hey, I'm back now. Sorry, I was having a fag.
I think that is Chris Wright. No worries, Pork Chop.
Yeah.
Nice one, mate.
Dino, if you got a couple of people wanting to come on, just hold me in the back. I'll come back later. That's no problem.
No, it's fine for now. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If Chris comes on, it's a full panel. But I'll just double check because Chris has been on before. I'm pretty sure it's him. Chris?
Hi, Dino.
How you doing, mate? I'm sure it's you. Yeah, give us a wave.
Yeah.
Now stick your fingers up.
Yeah. All right. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah.
Good to see you. I've not seen you for months and months and months. And last time, I can't remember what we were talking about. I think it was about you maybe getting back in the prison service or something like that.
Or going back to prison.
Yeah. Yeah. Dino. Yeah, Dino. I'm going back.
You are going back.
Yeah.
All right. Well, by now, I thought you'd have been back.
Just waiting for.
Right. Chris, jump out and jump back in again.
Yeah.
Yeah, just jump out and then come back in.
Signal's bad in prison.
Yeah. Amanda's adventures as well. Amanda, how are you doing, Amanda? Good to see you.
Evening, Amanda.
Hi, Amanda.
Hello, Amanda.
Right. So, what was you talking about apart from me behind my back? When I was
We're just
slagging you off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just saying that this is really shit and that you should stand down and let someone else take over.
I'd like to see him try. Right, Chris, we'll try again. How's that?
Yeah, good.
Okay.
So you're not back in prison service then yet?
No, yeah, I just waited for my vetting, and I should be okay in 2 months.
I think why he's cutting out, Dino, is because his mic level's very high, I think.
Yeah, it could be that, Chris. Do you want to try turning your mic down
just a little bit?
Right.
While you're doing that, Gasfin, thanks very much for becoming a member.
Is it okay now, Dino? Yeah.
And that sounds a bit better. Keep talking.
Yeah. It's okay now, yeah?
Yeah, that's it. A lot
Yeah,
better.
spot on.
Thank you.
You've got to be patient for this game, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, StreamYard's not the best, is it? You know.
So why is it taking so long for you to get back
Dino,
in, Chris?
What?
I say, why is it taking you
Excuse
so
me,
long?
what?
Why is it taking you so long for the process to go through for you to get back in?
Yeah, because I'm going to work in prison. Small vetting. Yeah, because I'm going to work in the Cat A prison. You have to do more security checks.
All right. But I thought you used to be a prison officer.
No, he was a prisoner.
Yeah, I was in the Cat C. It's more security checks in the Cat A.
All right, okay. So you just educated me. Yeah, you can't see before you left the prison service. You're going back in. You need to go into Cat A, more security checks.
Enhanced level 2.
Yeah, I get
What
that.
What does Cat A mean?
Nonce.
Is that like
high security?
Yeah. Cat A is Ian Huntley.
Yeah,
yeah, murder and stuff like that. You top rape and stuff like that. Yeah, you're evil ones. You're the worst that there is.
People who can't be
people never get out.
Rehabilitated.
Well,
it's like the death row.
I mean,
Rehabilitated.
Category A and B is like death row. I know a little bit about prisons myself. I've never been in a prisoner, by the way. I used to play in a band where the woman singer was a prison officer, and I had a friend who had a fight, went wrong, so he got sent to prison. So I've seen it from both sides. You know, I've seen it
Yeah, have you seen this prison? Which one prison, 3 of the female guards are shagging the inmates, and they're all going to prison.
Yeah.
Well,
Have
which
you
one?
seen this
The
story?
one I used to work in.
I don't know the exact prison, but all I know is
Yes,
there's
the
this
one I
one
used to work
prison
in.
where there are 3 female guards who have been shagging, and not just shagging, but sneaking phones and drugs and whatnot in for the lover.
Yeah. Prison guards sneak contraband.
And they're the only ones who've been caught.
I promise
Yeah.
you, right?
So now the prison service is putting in this sort of like toolbox talk on for new starters on don't fall in love and don't get charmed by
all the time.
by the prisoners.
Going on years since they've had women in men's prisons. It's been going on. They've because there's 3 of them all working at the same prison. It's something that they couldn't probably cover up, but it goes on more than you know, and it's not just for women.
There's actually a YouTube channel called Behind the Bars
Dino.
TV. If you watch Behind the Bars TV, that you'll find all of
Dino.
Chris, just one sec. Sorry, Chubby, you were saying, mate.
Yeah.
Just hang on, Chris.
Oh yeah, it's Behind the Bars TV. It's a guy who lives near me, actually, in the northeast. He was in Franklin for a machete attack, and he's totally turned his life around. And now he does a YouTube channel, and he says, "This is what I saw in Franklin prison when I was in there." And he's just got loads of videos. Behind the Bars TV, check it out. It's brilliant.
Well,
Go on, Chris. Now's your big moment.
Go on, Chris. Sorry, mate. Go on. You were saying.
Yeah. Well, you got a few prisons in the UK. It is swiping stuff underneath a carpet. They don't want corruption to get into the newspapers. Today, you don't get done for corruption. You just get sacked.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. That's right, yeah.
Yeah, but there should be a filtering process. It shouldn't be, you get hired, then you get corrupt, then you get sacked. There should be some sort of filtering process. But the prison guard are just taking any old sod in.
The standards have gone down. It's not just the prison service; it's the police as well.
Oh,
and we're seeing every week.
The fire service. You seen the Metropolitan Fire Service report that come out where they're all getting the dicks out. They're all fucking going through ladies' drawers, sniffing the knickers. It's fucking rife in all areas, whether it's the prison, the police, the firefighters, the fucking doctors are fucking killing us. Harold Shipman. The politicians have got pedo networks. It's just fucking.
Yeah, people in certain positions, untouchable, immune, high rank.
Yeah, Dino.
Doctors of the dead. Go on, Chris. Now's your big
Dino. Do you Yeah, Dino, you was in the army. Do you think it's too easy to get in the army now? It's too easy to get into a place on the previous.
Dino, if
he's not coming clear for.
Dino,
he's not coming clear through on mine.
If you right-click in the box on the pips on the right-hand side of his screen, of Chris's screen, you can either set the microphone level a bit lower on it, or you can put it in auto level, and that should get rid of all that clipping. Because Chris's mic's level is far too high at his end. That's why
can't understand a fucking word he's saying.
I've just done that. I put it on. I put it on. Chris, do you want to say, Chris? What was you saying?
Hello, Chris. He's frozen.
Yeah,
it's frozen.
Chris. Yeah. Just message the group and someone will read your comments out.
I think it's his connection. It's his connection.
Hang on, guys.
We can't carry on wasting our time with this shit.
No, just hang on a minute. I'll
Wait,
decide
wait.
how much time's wasted on this channel because it's called
Oh, sorry,
Deanology.
Dino.
No, Chris, do you want to speak a bit? Because I have tried to adjust your mic, like Mike's just asked me to. So try now. No.
Yeah, Dino.
Okay. No, Chris, jump out, mate.
All right.
Jump out,
Dragon, that's right, Brenda.
and then try again.
He hasn't got the. He's downloading something in the background.
Yeah. I've got someone else backstage as well.
Is it
Oh
Sparky?
God, I don't know about this. It could be controversial. It could be. You
Bit of
never
porn.
know what you're going to get with this person. You see. Anyway, we'll try. See that? See what I mean, guys? She's not even spoke a word, and I've got the fingers already. Look.
Oh,
It
she's
keeps me
looking
waiting. That's why. So I'm just sat there like that, waiting for him to bring me on. It always keeps me waiting every time.
Yeah,
I
she's
didn't know you were there, honestly.
Don't lie.
Someone's
Don't
messing
lie
about
to
with my
me.
screen tonight.
You little porcupine.
Amazing.
Absolute porcupine.
Look at Tony.
Chris, hang about. Okay. Hang about. So, how are you doing, Kat, anyway? Good to see you.
I'm good. What's the topic? What's going on?
Oh, why does everyone ask that? Because, like, there's loads of things what's already gone on.
Well, I've come on now. I expect to be catched up for the past hour. You know, you've got the time. We've got all year. You know, it's going to
No
catch you up.
script, as you were. Say what you think, say what you want, and we go from there. And
We've sat here for ages thinking, hold up a minute, Catwoman's in the green room. Right, hopefully she's going to bring something to the table. She comes in and says, what are you talking about?
Well, I could bring anything to the table. I just, you know, it could either fit in with what's being said, or I think I vaguely heard about prisons being talked about, but that's about it.
Well, I think we're just starting.
Like
we're just starting on the.
Thanks very much for that, mate. What about smart prisons? One's nearly finished, Gaz.
What about the smart prisons? What about these prisons that are now run by private companies that are run by government security, get security anymore, are there? There's a lot out there now that are
private.
Sorry?
So most prisons are private now, aren't they?
Yeah, I've got a question. I've got
thanks,
a
Gaz, anyway, mate. Cheers.
Dino, can I ask a big question?
Of course.
What does everyone think about capital punishment?
No.
A thing of the past.
Not for me. Crack on.
Do you mean to put back into today's society, or what do you think about it as a whole?
Yeah, I'm just saying, if there was an election and there was a party that said, if we get into power, we're going to bring back the death penalty, and they got into power, how would you feel about people being killed for their crimes?
What kind of crimes?
If you're talking about bringing capital
Well,
punishment,
use your imagination.
If you're talking about
I do. So I'm guessing then, if you think someone should die for a crime, it's got to be something like murder, yeah.
Parked on W.
The question basically is do you think that a jury and a state can sentence a civilian to death based upon the crimes they commit? So let's say a man raped and killed a baby. Do you think the country should be allowed to kill them?
No.
Or do you think they should be put in prison for the rest of their life?
Prison.
Well, I think first and foremost, if that law was in place, then it should be down to so if it was a child what was raped and killed or whatever, then their parents should have the say on it. And
No, wrong.
Well,
Dino.
don't you think that's a bit biased?
Wrong, Dino.
But what? No, I mean, what does that what does it solve? What does it? What I'll tell you what it solves: human thirst for blood. That's what it solves.
I agree with you, Dino.
So, what is the point? So that guy's got rid of. So all you got left to talk about is someone who's dead, and you're just talking about him because of what he's done. And then that means, for me, like in a lot of people's cases, when you talk about a big case of murder and malicious crime, like evil stuff, it's mostly about the criminal what gets talked about and not the victim.
No, I'll tell you what.
So,
I'll clear this all up.
Why would you give them a quick way out? I'd make them suffer by keeping them alive.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I can clear this all up right now in a very short sentence. Right, the death penalty kills innocent people. Somebody could actually confess to being that nasty killer that you were on about earlier, but he might not have been in. He might just be crazy, right? And that's why the death penalty was ruled out, because innocent people were killed by the capitalism, the state. Why it's called capital punishment. Yeah, that's why it doesn't work. So no, it shouldn't do.
Good point, Chubby. Absolutely great point, mate.
And would you have it decided by a jury?
Well, I mean, it might be
what's a jury? A jury of strange people put together.
10 people.
Do you honestly think this system is the best system?
Has anybody ever been on jury service? Because I'll
tell you what, answering your question, no, I don't believe in capital punishment.
That's
don't
cool.
believe in it, no.
Biker's got a good question. Has anyone been on jury service?
I wouldn't want to.
I have, and it were a very... When you go, you don't know what case you're going to. Basically, you're called up, you sit in a room, you drink tea all day. You might not get called up for a week, but you've still got to attend for 2 weeks. And then you finally get called up, you don't know what case you're going to, you get sworn in, and then they tell you about the case. The case I attended was a child sex case that happened in the 70s with this particular guy. As a jury, you've got to sit through all that shit, right? And you've already got bias there based on the nature of the case. So you've got that bias is already in set, and then when you go and sit down and you talk about it, blah, 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 and everything else with all these different people you've never met with, you've got to strike up a rapport with them, which is difficult to do if you've got 2, maybe 3 people in there that can't do that. Right, and then you've got to work those people to try and get them to discuss what you've heard. Right, so you're getting them sort of on side to discuss what's going on, and you'll get some person's narrative will come up that I think it was this. Somebody will say, well, I don't agree with you. Then it becomes a bit of a free for all. So then you've got 2 directions in which to go, and that's why you get a lot of juries that cannot come to a conclusion. Now, a jury, in my mind, is a load of bollocks, and I've sat on one. It's a load of bollocks, absolute load of bollocks.
But don't you think it's the best? Don't you think it's the best thing we've come up with as a humanity in the way of solving justice?
The alternative, the state are then entirely judging everyone, and that has even more implications when justice is left to the state, and you can see it in some of these backward countries in the Middle East. It's scary.
Do you think it should be left to law professionals?
Well, should it be left? I mean, law professionals, they can be as biased as what jury can be. Going back to, let's just say we've got death sentence, right? And you're sat on a jury for a death sentence as well. You know that is a possibility. If that jury comes up with a guilty thing, right, that person can then be put to death, right? Would you want to sit on a jury and condemn somebody to death? Really?
No, I wouldn't.
Exactly. And that's the same sort of thing. Now, going back to the case I was
because there's people with religious convictions. So they're going to say no. It doesn't matter what the crime is. They're just going to say no. I'm not going to be part in killing
Right,
somebody.
you are put on a jury based on certain criteria, so that technically you all fit within a certain bubble. You've all got the same religion. You've all got the same kind of ethnicity or whatever. Right, you bubbled as 12 people in a group that have got
I thought it has to
similar.
be a mix.
It is a mix. It is a mix.
Hmm.
I'm not talking race. I'm talking religion.
But does a jury need to come to a unanimous
Yes.
conclusion to
Yes.
convict somebody?
Yes.
What happens if 9 people find someone guilty and one person says no?
That's it. Don't happen.
Are they not guilty?
Well,
No. It means that you cannot come.
What's the ruling?
The ruling there
On the
then.
jury, like 9-3 or something like that.
I don't know, mate. I don't know because it never happened with us. I think if you don't.
Do they all have to agree?
No, I think if
You tell
what
me,
it is,
Tony.
what it is, if you don't come to a unanimous decision,
I don't know.
right, then it's down to the judge. Right, so unanimous means you've all got to agree. I think going back to a 9 against 3 and what have you, I think that's an American thing. But as far as I know, it was a unanimous decision. You all had to agree on whatever outcome you
Has anyone
decided
got
on.
that? Can anyone get me that fact up on here tonight? No.
That's how I understood it when I did it.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I've got no idea. Like murder, I think everyone's got to agree.
Oh, look at the doggy.
No, you've got to. It doesn't matter what case it is. You've all got to be of the same mind as to what the outcome is. You know, can you all agree that this guy is guilty or is not guilty?
But then what happens if someone? What if someone holds out and says nah?
Right. Well, if somebody holds out and they say no, which is what happened on the one that
It's
I
a mistrial. It's a hung.
No. What happens is you discuss that with that. You know, you've got the majority saying yes, he's guilty. You've got one person saying no. They then put their point of view over to try and make their point understandable. Come out with the basics, the logics, everything else as to why they think that. Then you discuss that with him or her, right? And then you come to as to reasons why that particular person is wrong in how he's thinking. And if at the end of the day,
basically, right, what it's saying is to find them guilty, you all have to agree.
Yeah, that's the situation that I were in.
I can guarantee that someone on that jury will be. Do you ever think they might be implanted there to sort of manipulate the rest to a certain?
Depending on the case, depending on the case, probably like the higher up cases, the money.
That's what I mean. Some cases there'll be one person.
These lower cases, what it's basically saying is, if the jury's not sure, then it's classed as a not guilty.
Like you said, let's face it. If someone's been sent away and they're not guilty, because it's been found out years later. There's been a few cases where it's been found out years later and they've been set free. What if at that time they've been set up? There's been someone planted there to find them guilty, and they've been put away when they're not.
Like the case, like I said, the case that I were on, we were told unless we got a unanimous verdict, then obviously the guy would be not guilty. We had to come with a unanimous verdict.
Can I just ask, Biker? Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
Do you get all your expenses paid for?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's all that matters, really, isn't it?
Not really, because I went out of pocket.
Why?
Right. Obviously, your employer has got to let you go. They cannot not let you go, so they've got to let you go. So they don't pay you wages. The government pays you wages. You're allowed to claim. You're allowed to claim expenses, i.e., travel costs, which is bus fare. You weren't allowed to claim taxi fares within outside a 15-mile radius. When you get there, you're you get basically you get meal vouchers, which covers all your meals whenever you're there. Tea, coffees, drinks you pay for yourself. You can't claim them back. So you do end up out of pocket.
Yeah,
Believe
can I
it or
have
not.
a short sentence?
It's a fucking
Just a
joke,
short
isn't it?
Excuse the pun.
It pissed me enough to set the cunt free.
Yeah. You know what, right? If I was on jury duty, when I was walking towards that court, I'd be thinking to myself, whoever's in that court is guilty, and I'm going to find them guilty. There's no smoke without fire. If they're in that court, then they are definitely guilty.
Not necessarily. No.
How many people get a not guilty plea? You know,
Right,
how many-
I mean, the one
the
that
police are corrupt. I think the courts are corrupt. I think everything's fucking
that we
corrupt.
need to look at is
Innocent until proven guilty.
the one that I were on, he was found guilty based on all the evidence.
I would say there was
things like that.
I would say there was 95% people are found guilty by juries, right? Because everyone, when they walk into the court, they're like, I'm going to find them guilty.
But Chubby, what I'm saying is, if you go back to when I
it's like a power thing, isn't it?
first started speaking, right, you don't know what case you're going to until you actually get selected for that case. Once you go into that courtroom, you sat there as a jury of 12 with a judge, and he tells you what the case is about. As soon as you're told what that case is about, there's a mindset that sets in. Like I said, this is a child sex case. Straight away, it comes into your head. It's a child sex case. Now, if it were a murder case, there's probably you might get a similar mindset. If it were like a bank robbery, would you get the same mindset? I don't know. So, in your mindset already, you've got this guy is here for a child sex abuse.
Yeah, I've already
Right.
It takes some bollocks to say not guilty, doesn't it?
You're already biased by the case that you're going to listen to.
Especially when you've
Right.
got 9 people in a room with you saying guilty, and you think he's not guilty. Yeah,
Well,
it's peer pressure, isn't it?
The trouble is with jury services, it's very subjective because, I mean, you're going to get all walks of life. You're going to get, people that just can't think for themselves. We've met them all. They leave everything.
That's what I'm with this case, Mike.
Can you turn it down? Can you turn it down and say no? You don't want to do it.
Yeah, you can.
You can.
Yeah,
right.
yeah, you can.
I
You can
didn't think
decline.
you could. I thought
I didn't think you could. I didn't think you could. I thought
Yeah,
it
you
was
can.
stupid.
You do anything you don't want to do, right?
You can decline on certain circumstances, i.e., that you've got a disability and you need treatment at X amount of times a day, blah blah. But there's certain criteria that you've got to
Yeah,
follow.
you need a special reason, don't you?
You don't know.
You should just be able to say no. You don't want to do it. If you don't want to do it.
If I could just finish
What they're going to do? Lock you up? They're going to
No.
you.
Well, you can be arrested for not attending.
This is
Yeah,
this
exactly.
is what they say. What they say is the straightforward answer is no. Jury service is not optional. You're allowed to defer jury duty one time only, and it must be for a valid reason, such as a booked holiday or surgical procedure through proof must be presented when you return the jury summons.
or move every 5
So in
years.
other words, unless you've got a bloody good excuse, you have to.
Yeah.
On that.
And what's the alternative if you say no?
But if you've already done one jury service and you're requested again, you can then refuse. You don't have to do 2 jury services.
Yeah, but we're talking about it first place. But
First place, yeah.
So do you know what happens if you refuse? What they're going to do?
Nothing.
Arrest you. They arrest you.
Yeah, but you won't go to jail for it though. For what you can't
No,
surely go to
you
jail.
can't.
Can you? So
Can't
let him
go-
arrest you.
They will arrest you.
That is.
They'll come to your house, they'll arrest you, and they will take you to court.
I can't even see him arresting you. To be fair, I mean seriously, will they?
That is the law, yeah. Believe me.
All right, let's sit and try. I've got connections.
I'd love to go to prison. I'd love to go to prison for not doing for
I
rejecting
know. Can
jury
you imagine
service.
what you in here for?
You won't get in prison for it.
Well, what are they going to do
It's
then?
basically a fine if you don't turn up.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
not going to
we-
pay the
basically
fucking
one of them.
fine.
Fine, innit?
Well, I won't pay the fucking fine.
Yeah, no, exactly. See, this is what I mean. It takes more
I'll say
people
I'm-
like that to Just say no.
I'll say,
Well, I'll tell you what.
I'll say, who
right?
am I to judge? Only God can judge.
I'll tell you what. Doing jury service, right, I would say to anybody, if you ever get selected to go and do it, because it is one hell of an experience. It is really one hell of an experience.
I've heard it's boring as fuck.
Yeah.
I don't think
I'd love it. I can't wait to do it.
It's boring as fuck if you sat around for 2 weeks waiting in a room for a case to come up that you're selected for.
Yeah. And
I'd
when you go there,
love to sentence someone to death.
When you go there, you get selected. There's loads of yous, and they pick 12 out of the big bunch.
Well, it depends. Well, they do each day. There's a new case comes up, and you've got a room full of jurors that's there. You know, there could be over 100 people there, and they will select 12 at random out of those jurors that's already been vetted prior to being selected. Right, so you can get called in. Once you're called into a case, it can last a day, 2 days, 2 weeks. It can last fucking 2 months, 2 years, and you've got to be there. Once you're selected, that's it. You're selected. You've got to sit it out, and yeah, it can be boring because you can sit there for 2 weeks. There was a guy there that I got speaking to. We actually met on the bus, and we recognised each, and we got talking. He'd been there for nearly 4 weeks, and he's still not been selected for a case.
I take it you're not allowed to have your phone in the jury room.
No, you can't. No, they take it off you.
So
take your phone off you, and they put it in a lockup, and you cannot have your phone until you finish for the day.
All right, let's change the subject. What else shall we talk about?
Well, we're still talking about this fella. Let's finish this one off first.
We've done this to death.
Tony,
what else is there to be said?
Tony, I think you'll find this in your channel, fella.
You know, what's it?
It's not that you, is it? When the topic's finished, let's carry this on. Should we be talking about?
It might be my channel. If Dino stands down, I might buy it off him.
I doubt that's going to happen.
I know.
I don't. You could afford it. I don't. You could afford it. At the end of the day,
how much?
I'm willing to change the subject, to be honest with you, because it is jury and all. I think we've got through it. To be honest, it's not an exciting subject, is it? At the end of the day, so your next subject.
How much would you sell the channel for, Dino?
I don't. Well, I think that's impossible.
Priceless. Have you not got your own? No.
Every man's got his price.
Can I just?
Why would you want? Why would you want to buy? I'd have to be interested in. Someone wants to buy my channel. I wonder why.
If someone offered you 10 grand, you would sell.
Yeah, but what are they buying? They're not buying anything, are they?
Well, you'd sell it and start another one, wouldn't you? That's as simple as that. But my question to the jury thing, just to round it up, what is everyone's alternative to the 12 men of whatever on jury service? What's the alternative? Come on, let's come up with
I did an upload about this not so long ago, didn't I? When I did a reaction to Charlie Veitch's, talking about that what she calls Liam Letby. And what is the right answer for people like that? Because the prison, if I'm not mistaken, the prisons are getting filled up. I don't know by which criminals exactly. You know what I mean? Whatever crime they've committed, whether it be murder or whatever, bloody drug dealing, the minute stuff. But for me personally, I don't think killing them off is the right way, because I do think that is too easy. At one point, I did say that. I genuinely believe get them as far away from society as possible and dump them somewhere where they can't interact with society. I mean, there's plenty of freaking dead islands somewhere.
Question what's the alternative to not having a jury? What do we do? What would the system be for someone to be tried if we done away with juries?
I know. It's private security firms. We need to get rid of we pay taxes to have the police raid. We should be paying that money to private security firms. I've been a great bodyguard, and Catwoman, I think you're totally right. I love you as well.
Well,
There is,
I actually have the
can't
answers.
think of an
I
alternative
actually
to
have
a
the
jury.
answers.
I can't think of an alternative to a jury, Mike, in all honesty.
I have an alternative.
No one's answered the question apart from Eddie. You're going off
I
on
have an alternative.
private security is nothing to do with having 12 people on a jury sitting there making a deliberation. We're saying, oh, it's not right, it's not this. What's the alternative to the jury system?
I have an alternative.
The jury system is our taxes, right? Why pay for that 12 people when we can pay for private security and deal with it the way we want?
I have an alternative.
Oh, you're unreal.
Can everyone listen to me? Can everyone just listen to me?
Whoa, Tony. Don't you be telling people
because
what to
everyone's
do
saying,
here, mate.
everyone's saying, I don't know the
Guys, can I just
alternative,
say something?
and I'm saying,
Dead
I
quick,
know
dead
the
easy,
alternative.
right? Excuse me. One at a time, please. That'd be good.
Can I just say the alternative?
Yeah.
Right, the alternative is we make use of the technology that we are blessed with today, the internet. What you do is, like social media, the suspected murderer is arrested, the suspected rapist, the suspected terrorist is arrested, and then it goes to an online vote, and to take part in the vote, it's like being registered to vote in an election. It's like being registered to vote in an election. You go online and you say yes or no. And then you'll have 8 million. You'll have 8 million people. You'll have 8 million people voting. You know, because we've all got access to the facts these days. We don't have to sit through a court to learn the facts. We can learn the facts ourselves. We can educate ourselves.
How are you going to vet 8 million people? Come on.
Christ.
8 million people as a jury, you're talking out your ass, mate. How are you going to vet those people?
What do you mean vet those people? These are the people of the land.
No, you've got to vet people to make sure that if you've got any criminal record, if you've got any criminal record whatsoever, you ain't going on no jury service. So how are they going to vet 8 million people worldwide on the internet?
Hold on. You're not listening. You're not listening.
And that can be
listen to me again.
I'll listen to you again, Tony.
I'm talking. It's not worldwide. I'm talking about the UK.
Time, guys,
it's not worldwide.
I'll just mute you. I don't career you, but I'll mute you. Right. So just
I'll mute myself now.
All right. I'm not talking about worldwide. I'm talking about the UK. I'm saying if someone in the UK does something like murder, then we've all got access to the, whether it's Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, YouTube. We're all talking these days. Everyone's on the internet. Everyone is capable of making their own decisions. We don't need to run a court with 10 people as a jury. This is archaic now. What you do is you do like an online like court case. You just say the facts. You just let the prosecution say their shit. You let the defense say their shit, and anyone who's registered to vote can log on and then give a thumbs up or thumbs down.
I would love that, Tony, but it's actually been done on an episode of The Orville, where you would vote people up, vote people down, like by the millions, and it didn't work out so well on that show, that episode of The Orville. It's a bit like the Chinese socialist system.
It's a bit like Black
Mirror. What I'm talking about is syndicalistic anarchism. Has anyone heard of syndicalistic anarchism?
I think you're talking about capitalism, or
no, syndicalistic anarchism.
No, I haven't heard of that before. And
no.
Have you heard of Noam Chomsky?
Yes, heard of Noam Chomsky. Yeah.
So syndicalistic capitalism is a form of government that he promotes, and he says it's like democracy, but instead of just the elected officials, having a say, everyone in society gets a say. So if there's a new road that needs building in the town, everyone in the town gets a vote. It's not
Yeah.
just
I
the
like
people on the council.
I like it. I like it, Tony. I do. I like that idea.
You know, it's everyone gets a vote. But the problem with this is it means you really need to get people interested in politics. You've really got to get people interested in voting. And I think we're at a stage now where the world is and young people are interested in politics. So let's go for Sindo.
No, Tony, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you, Tony?
30.
Tony, can I tell you a quote from John Lennon? John Lennon said, so the lefties said, let's give power to the people. But John Lennon said, no, people already have the power. We just need to awaken them.
Exactly. Yeah.
John Lennon.
Yeah, he lived in a posh flat in New York and went for walks. Yeah, I like John Lennon. Do you know who I like?
Ringo Starr.
Diogenes.
Diogenes.
Yeah, he was this beggar.
Who's that?
He was a beggar. Have you heard of Alexander the Great?
Of course, he's been in many films.
He was the same age as me, and he never lost a war. In fact, he'd taken over all of Europe, all of the Middle East, all of Africa. He was the greatest conqueror, commander, leader of all to this day. And but he heard about this philosopher called Diogenes, and he wanted to meet with him. And he used to live in like this clay shell. He was homeless and just used to throw raw chickens at people. He was a bit of an eccentric, bit of a crazy guy. But he used to spit some facts occasionally, and he traveled by. Anyway, I'll get to the point. Alexander the Great traveled by boat, and he went to meet Diogenes and stood over him and found him eventually in the street. And he said, Diogenes, what do you want from this life? And Diogenes looked up at Alexander the Great and he said, what I'd really like is if you would move to one side because you're blocking the sun.
You know what? I was going to say the same thing about you there, Tony. You know what, Tony? You've got the best hair on YouTube as a guy. Look at it. Look at Tony's hair. It's brilliant. It's like a Charlie Sheen.
Whoa.
Apart from yours, Dino, obviously. But look,
do you want to see my hair?
Oh, Dino's gone totally jealous.
I mean, of course, it goes without saying.
Wow, look how envy Dino's gone.
I should wipe the tears with my long fringe.
Wow.
Thanks.
Of course, it goes without saying. But do you know what, Tony? Yeah, that is a good head of hair you've got there.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Listen, thanks.
It's from Oldham.
I think people they kind of judge you too soon and getting you the wrong way a bit. And I think you've got a lot of information and knowledge, and you're coming out with a lot of stuff in a short space amount of time. So take it easy. If you want to come on this live regular, take your time and just bring each subject up as it, and take your time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Dino, can I just ask where are you from?
I live in Wigan. Originally, yeah.
My mum and dad are from Hayside in Oldham.
All right, yeah. Oldham's okay. Sometimes.
Not wrong with Oldham.
Right.
But yeah. Thanks a lot. It means a lot. Getting to hang out
it's
with
all
you,
right.
you
I think
guys.
sometimes, Tony, it's hard for some people to get a grip, and we've got to get to know you and things like that. And
Yeah,
for me,
Tony, have you
I
been
don't
on?
judge quickly. I try and soak it all in first, and it's easy to judge quickly. And I think we make it's a mistake. It's a mistake to do that. Even if you're right at the end of the day, I mean, most of the time you'll get it wrong. But
Tony, have you ever
you can't
been
brag
on
about that 1 out of 10. So,
Tony, have you ever been live, like online, like you are now before? And just coming on live.
Yeah. This is my third time.
Third time, I say, yeah.
But I've been on here in like 3 months.
Yeah, just it's always cool on Dino's channel. Just come back anytime.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You're a nice guy, definitely.
No, I'm going to get off now, but no, I've really enjoyed tonight, and
okay, Matt.
You're welcome back anytime.
Thanks to Dino, of course, but thanks to everyone I've spoken to tonight, and who's put up with my aggressive obnoxiousness and not letting people speak.
No,
right, you are welcome back on, and all we're doing now is finding out a new personality, no matter how this person is, and obnoxious, like you just said, or whatever. I never thought that, but maybe that's one word for you, and maybe many others. But look what I'm like, look what Chubby's like, look what Mike's like. I mean, Kat's a fucking pain in the ass, mate. You wouldn't believe it. She's so hard work. It's unbelievable. But we still love her.
I think all of you are really good people.
She's sulking now. But no, listen, Tony, I think you've been misjudged, mate. And but you're welcome back on. And you're very interesting. So it'd be nice to hear what you've got to say next time.
Yeah, well, how often do you do these live streams?
Normally Tuesday, Fridays.
He's on 24/7. He's always on. We won't get rid of him now.
No, I'm not. But I'm not, though. It just proves how much he watches my channel.
He's on all the time.
She even unsubscribed from me. Yes, you will look like that. She unsubbed from me.
Jesus.
Yes.
So affected. Never
I mean, that's how much I mean to her. The longest person I've known on YouTube. How dare she?
It's because you keep me waiting. I've told you, it's because you keep me waiting all the time.
Dino, I might jump on next Friday then.
Yeah, of course you can. Or Tuesday night normally as well. So.
All right. Good night, Eddie. Good night, Chubby. Good night, Keto Mike, and good night, Catwoman.
Good night,
Tony. Take care, Phil.
And good night, Dino. God bless.
See you, mate.
Take care. Night. Good night. Night.
Have a good weekend. Cheers, mate. No worries. Thank you. Oh, I thought, at the end of the day, it started off a bit, but,
It's always good to see someone new, a new face, isn't it? And get someone.
It is, yeah. It's a bit hard at first, isn't it?
I think he needs to understand.
The first time.
It needs to understand how your chat works, mate, and who controls it.
I'm sure he will. Do you know what I mean? You can't expect anyone. It's a learning curve, isn't it? So.
Can I just fill you in on Tony for a second? Yeah. Are you listening, Dino?
Yeah.
Tony was here about 2.5 hours ago in the chat. He said he would love to come up to talk about ghosts. We were talking about paranormal and that and ghosts earlier, weren't we?
Yes, right.
He finally got on, and I think because I was quite asked him if it's his first time on live, he says no, it's his third time. I think he got a bit overwhelmed by everything, but next time he comes on, you mentioned ghosts last time. Let's hear your speech.
Can I just? We're talking about ghosts, Dino, right? My grandfather died. A few years ago, and my family said I'm a spitting image of him, right? And I just want to play you a video from my nan's kitchen when he come back to haunt us all. So if you ever see these figures, it's either going to be me or my grandfather. I'm sharing the screen with you, by the way.
I can't wait to see his nan's.
Yeah, I'm just.
This is great.
Yeah.
This is great. This is definitely him. All right, it's a bit of sort of time lapsey video. There he is, and this is going to be me. You lot.
Oh my God, Mike. You've lost weight since then, mate.
Yeah, I'm on this keto diet, don't I tell you? This has been put up, right, as an actual ghost sighting, but make your own mind up.
Oh, there's loads of them now, and it's actually taking the mick out of the paranormal world. The amount of fake videos I've seen on paranormal, it's doing me head in.
But there you go. All I was saying was if I was to come back as a ghost, I'd probably fucking look like this.
I probably would, to be fair. I'd do anything I could to make people up.
No, there is some shit out there, I must admit. I've watched these paranormal things and what have you. There's a lot of controversy over an house in Pontefract in West Yorkshire. It's supposed to be haunted.
I don't know what you're on about. I bet I know what you're on.
Years. Yeah, there's a lot gone there. They've done stuff. And out of everyone I've ever seen them do in that house, I've never seen anything. You've heard stuff. You've heard them say, "Oh, did you hear that?" Blah blah blah, and but you've never actually seen anything visibly happen, like a chair moving, a cup moving.
It's the way they focus the phone in it. Like I've seen, there's another one. This married couple and there's like they'll be sat there at the computer, something on. All of a sudden, some knives and forks will come crashing down from behind them. And they put so many videos up, and you can just see from miles off they're not, there's something dodgy about them.
Did you see the one from this week? And it was in the press. I think obviously the Mail Online put it up. But it's in a pub, and there's two women and a kid behind the bar. One, the son or whatever, and there's just one guy sitting at the bar, and there's a pint, probably about what?
Yeah, I've seen
it.
And it just went. Yeah, it just went.
Yeah. There's a few like that in there. It is hard to tell. It's hard to tell with some of them.
There is some out there that gets you thinking. You know what I mean? But there's a lot out there, and you're thinking, I've just sat through an hour of absolute utter bollocks.
These ghost things, the ones that make the TV are a bit pap, aren't they? They're
Just show me stuff. I mean, there is a guy out there who's got 2.5 million subs and what have you, and he keeps putting them out once a week, what have you, from different random people around the world, different things, whether it be UFOs or whatever. And he shows stuff, and you've got to look at him and you think, wait a minute, what he's actually showing, you're seeing stuff happening. So then it gets your mindset working. You're thinking, right, how could that happen? You're looking into like sort of the mechanics of it, and how has that worked? How have they managed to do that? But if you can't come up with a solution in your own head, then I think you tend to believe what you're seeing.
God,
you know what I mean? And that's how they work. It's weird. I work off what I've seen myself, not what somebody has shown me. That's how I work. I guess you can
only fully 100% believe it unless it happens directly to you, really.
I've experienced things, but I can't explain them. The reason I can't explain them, and I couldn't explain them to you guys, because I don't know how to put that across. But what I experienced was weird, not real, it was strange. But to put it into words, you think, fuck off, Eddie, you're talking like a twat.
You don't trust the science, Eddie, that's why you're not trusting the science. The science of ghosts and ghoulies, right? I've got apologies in this, and that's what it is. You don't trust the science.
Mate, you don't realise that I'm getting older now. Please, my heart. Every time I see that face, it freaks me out.
Yeah.
It's good fun though, isn't it, guys? You know what I mean? Ryan, no problem at all, mate. I think you deserve it. And thanks very much.
All I can say to Trevor Random is, thanks, mate. All I've got now is images of my head of Mrs. Popoff pressing her nose and that.
I think everybody, they've got their own thoughts and feelings on
Exactly.
that type of thing and whatever, and you make of it what you will. If you think
Like I've
if
been to
it's
see.
if
Sorry.
it's comforting, right, for you, and it makes you feel better about what's happened, then okay, fair play to you, and that's it. Keep it to yourself. People that got these mediums and what have you,
I
I think the worst.
was just about to say I've genuinely been to some, and in all fairness, there's some I dislike. I think there is some I've seen. I've heard stories that they're fake, that they've got a plug in the audience, that they've got an earpiece in, that all that garbage. But some I've seen who I think are bang on. Like I used to watch Colin Fry. He was one of my favourites, and he was amazing. So it's one of them where I do think some are. Obviously, there's definitely loads of fakes, but it's the fake who spoil it for. Because the bottom line is, I think genuinely, when you're a child, you are gifted. Some kids are gifted with being able to see something that isn't there. But as we grow older, we grow out of it, and some hold on to that. So I do think there are some that do see and are in tune with things that we will never understand, but there's others that come along and just spoil it, I think. So
They do say that young children, under the age of 4 or whatever, they're more susceptible to it. They say your pets are as well. I do believe the pet scenario.
That's it. Well, then so it must be real. It can't be not. If you know what I mean, it can't be real for one case and not another.
I say, I've got my own thoughts on it. I've had my own experiences, and as I say, I can't explain them. And because I can't explain them, then I ain't going to share them because, like I say, it'll make me look like a twat.
What do you make of this? There's I've not seen it yet, but there's a documentary, and I'm not exactly 100% sure what it's called, but I've heard about it and I've seen videos and insights into it about a boy who I think is about 8 years old, something like that. And he talks about his past life within detail, and he is absolutely 100% paranoid. Planes and tall buildings. He believes he died in the Twin Towers, and he talks specifically within detail about these buildings and stuff like that. And there's no way he's got, know anything about it or got any connection about it. I mean, when kids do that, I think that's kind of clever. Whether obviously, I don't know how you explain that away.
Yeah, I think some stories go a lot deep these days without us realising. You do get crisis actors, etc., etc. What's the name? The climate change bullshit, little girl, things like that. I do think, and it sounds like weird and off the scale, but I don't think it is. I think it's fucking easy. I think it's really simple how they could do that. So,
what, a child? Our child can do it.
A child who's brought up into a certain environment. I've watched. I can show you. There's programs where kids are so convincing to adults. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. They've got you like that, wrapped in their hand. Children to grown adults.
They must have it. If they can come up with a story, they must have a wild imagination.
Or maybe they've been, maybe they're a smart kid and they wouldn't pick any other type. And, you give them something to think about and you talk to them and give them a script and they can learn it in no fucking time. No problem at all.
But again,
I'm just watching Mike teabagging.
Right. Hold up. Right. Now it's proper stuff as well. Eddie, look, it's Yorkshire tea. Right. Teabag. Something come over me. Right.
Can't believe you've just done that, Mike.
Just put a bit of water with some tea, and I'm going to read Cat's tea leaves in a minute. But it's going to take about 5 minutes for them to brew.
Can you kind of come closer to the camera because you're a bit far away over there?
I could do, but you do. Look, if I bring the camera any closer, it'd just be my fat head.
Well, that's okay, but it's like all I can see is this bright lit illuminate room. It's nice, like.
Right, well, hold on a minute. We're going to have to give this 5 minutes because they're going to have to settle down. The Yorkshire tea, they're stubborn bastards, so we're going to have to wait for the tea leaves to just settle a bit. But I'll tell you what, I mean, the pattern I'm seeing around my cup at the moment. Right, yeah, 5 minutes, Kat, 5 minutes.
I did.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah, it's going to take a while to pluck that apart.
Was Eddie gone as well? Oh, they've gone for a meeting. He's like, oh, fucking hell.
No, I'm still here. I'm still here, mate.
This is not quite a backstage meeting. Come on, guys.
I'm still here.
I thought you and Dino had gone off and gone, fuck me, we've got to get him off. What's going to happen?
No, Dino's had to go. He's just having a little bit of a gig
I know what he's
He's
like.
going to do his hair properly now. He's got envy from that last.
He's at that age. He's at that age. 1 pint, 2 pisses. That's what it is. The old the seal's broken. I know. We know. Dino, the seal's broken, mate. Don't worry about it.
What? What? Why are you see? Even he's sat there watching me now. What?
Yeah, he knows. He knows the tea leaves are coming out. The tea leaves and the pisses are coming out any minute now.
Telling you to go to fucking bed. That's what he's saying.
He probably is. He's like, tell me something.
He wants to go out. He wants you to let
I've
him
let
out.
him out. I've let him out.
Let him out again. He wants to go out again.
Let him out.
You forgot to let him.
No, she's really tight on him.
Honestly,
Treats him like shit.
I neglect him all sorts, don't I? Never feed you, I never walk you.
Treats him like shit. It's a fucking shame. I feel like taking him off her hands. I really do.
Look at that. Look at them eyes. That's saying, look, turn that shit off and go to bed. That's what he's saying to you.
Why are you giving them attention and not me? Come on. I always get you attention.
No, what Bike is saying is, hint, hint, he's had enough of you. Will you
No, mate, I'll be straight to the point, you know that.
Come and lie there, man. Come and lie down.
It will when you go to bed. That's what he's saying. Oh.
He's like a little cat. How old is he now, Cat?
Too old. Almost as old as you, Dino.
Oh, right. Thank you.
I don't know who's younger, who's older, actually.
Thank you.
Depends which one you want in doggy years or what.
Well.
Go lie down.
No, it's not that old. Dino's quite young.
Look, then, did you see the look that he gave her then? When she said go and lie down, it was like
side eye.
Fucking lie down.
It loves a good butt smacking. Look at this.
Oh, yes. I know all about that.
It really does look a good smacking.
Yeah, there we go. Give him a good spanking.
Yeah, is that porn bombing again, Dino?
Dino, I'm cooking food now, so I have to leave. I'll be back later. Have a nice
See you later, Chubby.
Yeah, Chubby.
No worries, Chubby. Thanks a lot, mate. Superb stuff. Cheers. See you in a bit, mate.
See you in a bit.
Yeah, anybody that don't know that picture of Dino that I've got on, that were off. I think it was his third actual live when he first started.
He looks about 13 there.
Cap on backwards.
Dino, yeah.
Is that cap on backwards there? Or what? Oh no, is it forward?
No, that's his forward one.
The reason why I've got Klaus Schwab on my avatar at the moment is because you might have an exclusive in a week or two's time. I can see you're fucking really excited.
Right.
We might get Schwab on here for either a midweek or a Friday night.
Really?
Yeah. Analyze the Schwab would be what he comes on under on that night, so people can ask him questions about the future and where we're going and where he wants us all to go. So if you want Klaus Schwab to come on, I can arrange that for you.
Yeah, no worries,
I
mate.
think that would be good, Mike. I'll look forward to that one.
We'll have the anal swab on, and you can analyse the swab or analyse.
I'll analyse him, don't you worry.
Schwab the bastard. Yeah. We'll give him a good schwabbing.
Got to be done. Got to be done. So you up for that, yeah?
Absolutely, mate. Fucking
Sounds
hell.
good.
I'll get in touch with my WEF contacts and arrange that as ASAP. He's a busy man. It might be a week or two, right? So, well, apparently when costume turns up. But yeah, when he arrives, that's all I can say. You can have, if you advertise it, you can have like ask him any question you want about the future. Obviously, great for industrial revolutions.
So it's going to be in a couple of weeks, not in a few moments.
In a few, no, it'll be within 2 weeks. Yeah.
You can't keep us hanging on like that.
Well, it'll give you time to let people know, and you can say our swab coming on next couple of weeks. Think up your questions, and Font of Knowledge is coming on. He knows what our future is. Our politicians fucking don't. This guy does. So let's have him on.
Well, if he knows what our future is, he should be on here now.
Yeah, it's looking glum. But,
he knows he's invited. He should know that.
Come on, Closey, baby. Let's see you. Let's see you.
Oh?
Fauci?
Oh.
Closey.
Oh, right. I thought you got somebody backstage there. I'm thinking, who the fuck's that?
Yeah. The future. Cheers, Trevor. Thanks for them links that you brought.
DWP sitting in the background, flooding the chat.
Yeah, we've seen that boy.
How's your job going? Also, it's him. Andrew. That's Andrew, isn't it? Is that your story, Dino? Come on, that's you.
Yeah, he comes in every live, does that? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you always get them, don't you? I had one in earlier. He soon buggered off. Just ignore them. That's it.
I do.
I don't even notice them, to be honest. It's just other people bring them up.
Yeah.
So
no, I just saw the private chat had like so many comments.
Oh yeah, I saw that. That was ages ago. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah, that's my name. My name's Dean Butler.
Fuck me. I'm getting on now. I was with it. I thought,
I'm not searching for a job. Actually, so there you go. That makes me, God, what kind of a person am I?
Oh, that's me.
All I've got to say is I'm so scared. That's it.
It's frightening that, because if you don't work, you're a nobody. What a horrible feeling.
God, I must be a nobody. Does that? Oh, sorry, I'm retired.
Gosh, I mean, if Carol was here, no, even Carol, who works his arse off and does the 9 to 5 shit and basically goes through that routine of eat, sleep, work, come home, eat, sleep, work, have a couple of weeks off, maybe go on holiday, maybe whatever, just chill out, too tired to do fucking anything anywhere, and then go back to work, eat, sleep. Brilliant life. Fucking brilliant.
Lovely 9 till 5. How joyful.
And all that money you're making from it as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're so much in debt.
A week off, and then, you get undermined by your boss. Yeah, you work for a corrupt company.
Brilliant. How smart are you? Very smart. Compared to us thick fuckers, dossers, Very smart. Live your life.
You earn all your money for it to go back into back for what at the end of it? How much do you get to keep out at the end of it?
Well, they take about just over a third of your money before you start now. If you are working, it's just ridiculous. And then you just tax on tax on tax on tax. Everything's taxed. The global agenda for this green shit is just another layer of tax. So I call it just financial rape, and that's what it is. We're all being financially raped. Yeah. If you want to look at it that way.
We are with whatever situation we're in, and this is what I mean. What people like that make me laugh, because it's like it doesn't. I know people in all situations, whether they're full-time work, benefits, self-employed, have their own business, they're all struggling. They're all struggling when it comes to
Yeah,
money,
I
and
mean-
we're all walking. We're all, you know what I mean? And it's these people that make me laugh who's backstage, because it's like it's Tom. I've said this before. It's Tom, Dick, and Harry. They point the fingers at our. Oh, you're the ones who are the winning. You're scroungers and all this lot. But yet they're the ones who are not looking at the MPs and what they're doing and being controlled by them. You know what I mean? They don't care about all that. They just want to come for the likes of us.
Well, look, at the end of the day, look, the options are if you're unemployed, whatever that reason may be.
It makes no difference which one you are.
No,
I don't
it don't,
think.
because if you're PAYE, you'll never fucking win as well. They're screwing you as well. So just don't matter what side of the fence.
Be who you want to be. Be whoever you choose to be.
I've been on both sides of the fence, and tell believe you me, both sides ain't greener on one side than the other. You're fucked either way, and that's the way the system's set up.
I mean, I'll be honest. I retired early. I retired at 56.
Why did that pension pot up?
Oh yeah, I had 2 pensions, and they were very good, very, very good. I'd always planned on retiring at 55, but I missed a year out there, so it went to 56. I retired. I've never looked back, and I must admit, the pensions that I'm getting pay more than what I was actually earning, because I paid into 2 good pensions, and that's it. And I took that advice when I was 18-year-old. When you're 18-year-old and the same, you got to think about your retirement. No 18-year-old gives a toss, you know what I mean? And I did, and I paid that money in and forgot about it.
Yeah, well, I was paying mine in until it became privatised back in the 90s, and my retirement plan. I was meant to retire this year. Last year I was 55. That was meant to be my year of retirement. I got to work another 12 years because of the money it lost when it went privatised and it got all hedge funded, and tens of thousands were wiped off it. So
well, I was fortunate. The pensions that I paid into, they didn't. So that was the key thing. Like I say, 55 is the cut-off age anyway to retire, as you well know. But circumstances dictated it 56 when I did it, so that was that. But yeah, I mean, I've not looked backwards. Not look backwards at all. It's absolutely brilliant retiring at an early age to
live your life a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. And it is good. It is good. And it's a shame that there is people out there that can do it at my age. And as yourself, like you say, privatisation killed a lot of private pensions as well.
Fucking crucified mine. Yeah.
Yeah. And it just fucks you up. I mean, I've still got to go till I'm 65 before I get my state pension, whatever that may be, if it's even there when I get to 65, which I doubt it very much. But yeah, I mean, you've got a certain pension pot, and you base that on what you assess your lifespan to be as well. So you can take, like your lump sum and whatever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So if you base your lifespan, you're going to live till you're 90. Which is highly unlikely, so you've got to be more realistic. You smoke for X amount of years, you drink for X amount of years, you've worked in an industry that's detrimental to your health for X amount of years, you've got to be realistic on that, how long you're going to survive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Alligator said right in there, you cannot trust modern day pensions in the private sector. That's for sure.
Exactly true.
Mine went from public to private in the 90s, and that's when it just all worked. I mean, I lost on 2 schemes. There was a share save scheme and the pension scheme. And the share save scheme, well, there was just nothing left in the pot by the time it was demolished by the financial sector. And the same happened with me pension. And it's
the share scheme. The share scheme was absolutely flawed when it first was introduced.
Absolute con.
Yeah. And I fell for it myself, mate. I paid into that for years. The criteria while you paid in for it for 5 years and you got X amount of shares, you could then cash them in, get back what you paid, plus whatever interest your money has made, not what the shares have made, but what you were doing, you're buying shares for the company you work for, which they then used to put on the market, and they made the money off them with you paying for them. When I realised what they were doing, and I think I was about 28, 29, I'm thinking, wait a minute, if I cash these in, I'm going to get like 5 years and a year's sort of bonus. But how much have they made out of these shares that I've been paying into that they've been using every day on stock market? And it was an absolute con. Absolute con.
You know, that's why I'm bitter.
Yeah.
You've paid all that fucking money in, and it just goes up in smoke overnight. And it can happen, and it does happen. So you know, people gloating in the private chat, going, "Oh well, yeah, I'll get a job, get a job." Oh, fuck you.
Yeah.
It's done. Me and thousands of other people, no fucking good at all. It's a load of bollocks. Your fucking status world.
So open your eyes and wake up, whoever you are. Join the good side.
Yeah. But a mate of mine, he worked for MOD since he left school as an apprentice. He was an apprentice welder. And he worked at a tank manufacturing place. Right, and he used to build tanks, and he did it for years, paid into pension, and he retired through ill health. Yeah, he had to finish because the health and safety back then weren't good, and he ended up with a lung disorder and what have you, just through welding.
Mm-hmm.
But the pension that he was paying into to the MOD, which were owned by the government, got liquidated. So he never got a penny. He did not get a penny.
What? And that was still on a government-based contract.
That was a government-based contract.
Not when it went to Babcock, was it? Not when it went to Babcock's, or before then. Yeah. It was VT Merlin before that.
He worked at a place called Barnbow.
Oh, right, okay. So, yeah, it's a contractor.
So it was a contract for MOD, and they were set up for life.
Yeah.
The MOD killed the contract. When they killed the contract, they killed the pension at the same time. And he lost everything. And he's had to retire through ill health now. And he paid into that pension all his life, and he's got jack shit now.
The same with VT Merlin when it went to Babcock's. Fucking load of bollocks. And, yeah, here we are. So here we are moaning. So I have to laugh, because if I didn't laugh, you'd fucking string yourself up. You'd be like, Jesus Christ. Because when
Mike, yourself, everybody now will pay into a company pension scheme that they're employed with. They will pay into that. I would seriously look into that company pension scheme and see what you will get at the age of 55 based on today's figures.
I
would seriously look into it, and you will not get a lot.
No.
It's not going to change from now until you actually retire.
Yeah, which is probably going to be another 10 years.
Exactly, yeah.
8 years. I've worked out it's 8 years, so I'll be 62 when I could get by, as it were, if I was to retire.
I'm happy. I think I got out at the right time, in all honesty. But I've still got the state pension to come, but Christ knows what that is nowadays. I don't even know.
Mine, exactly the same job. He got out 3 years before me, and he's pretty safe.
Yeah.
I hung on the extra 3 years and got fucking shafted. But that's...
If you don't laugh about it, mate, you'd cry.
Well, I've done all the crying. No, that's all gone. And then you just resign yourself. You just think, Jesus Christ, because it just has such an impact on your life. I mean, me and the missus split up, and there was other things going on, but it wasn't just that. But it all contributed to it. So it can be sort of very destructive. But then at the end of the day, you've just got to get on with it. And I have to laugh, because if I don't laugh, I don't know. I don't know what I'd fucking do.
Yeah, it's true, mate. I mean, it's so sad for a lot of people out there, and there's a lot of sectors out there that have been fucked over. These people don't realise it yet. They're still thinking that they're going to get a pension when they retire, and they don't realise that it's not going to be there.
I don't think people actually take the time to have a look what's happening.
They get the monthly pay slip, and they see you got your tax, national insurance, your pensions come out, your company pays X amount into that, 4%, 5%, whatever it may be. Then you get the option to pay in more. So you pay in more, which is, it's going to help you out in the long term. The company matches that again, so on and so forth. But depending on what pension scheme that's going, I mean, if anybody and I'll say this now, if anybody's out there, they've got Scottish Widows as their pension via their companies, I would cancel it straight away, get it transferred. Do not ever have a Scottish Widows pension.
No,
They will absolutely shaft you.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I mean, like I say, I did all right out of mine.
Hence why they're called Scottish Widows, because the old man fucking snuffs it when he sees what pension he got left. That's why they call themselves Scottish Widows. Fucking.
Well, last statement I saw, I did have a third pension, which was with Scottish Widows, and I think I paid 20 grand into it, and I were entitled, I think, to about 14 or 15 grand pension after it. So I paid in more than I was going to get.
Yeah, you're going to get back. Yeah.
Scottish Widows, they're an absolute con. They're using money, like any pension scheme does, using money, they invest it, they ask your permission, you sign that form. You don't know what you're signing unless you're clued up. You sign that form, they invest your money.
Exactly.
If they make money, then you make money. If they don't make money, then you don't make money. But they still use your pension to do it.
Yeah.
And that's how they carry on. But when you come to draw on that pension, they base it on their stats over the past, I think it's 18 months, not 2 years, I think it's 18 months. And they calculate it, and then that's how you get your pension, and you will get less than you've actually paid in.
Yeah.
I just took mine as a lump sum from them, because it was worth nothing.
I don't know how we let them get away with it, to be honest, because I think when I see this happen to people, and there's lots of people I know around me my age that have been absolutely shafted, and I just think, collectively, how do we fucking let them get away with it? What's happening to all this money? All that money that's been paid in, who's ended up with it? Who's ended up with all them pension pots?
Who do we think? Who do you think?
Well, yeah, no, we know, but people don't question it. They don't even ask that question.
No, exactly. They don't. That's what I mean, because they're too busy looking, like I say, at people like us and, the small people who are making a little bit buck on the side sort of thing.
Yeah.
They don't ask, they're looking the wrong way.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's up that. I don't think that'll ever change because it's just the way we've been educated. I mean, now Rishi Sunak's turning around. Oh yeah, you got to be doing maths till you're 18. It's like, oh fuck off. How many of us left school equipped and with knowledge of how to traverse this life? You're working. Buying a home and everything. None of us got that education. Oh, we've got home economics, right? Home economics was baking fucking cakes, and that was it, and boiling eggs. How's that meant to equip you for leaving school and going out there in the big wide world and trying to survive? But at the end of the day, I mean, even if they did equip us with the knowledge, we'd still be shafted. Because it's the places like the City of London. The financial networks and the big top six that end up with all the money that we lose through their incompetence as a financial sector. The ones that pay aren't them, it's us that pays.
If you go right, I mean, you mentioned education system then at the beginning. If you're taught how to read and write, that's the basics, that's all you ever need, right? Then how about being taught how to get on in the world? This is what's going to happen when you leave school, right? You're going to either go into a job, you can get a mortgage, you can rent, you can private rent. You teach the world knowledge, what you're going to need when you leave school. Don't, because when you leave school, what do you actually use when you leave school?
None of it.
It don't matter how far you go, what degree you get, or anything else. The only thing you'll leave school with is the knowledge of reading and writing.
Yeah. No, that's about right. Yeah, about sums it up. I mean, some of the muff A-level stuff we've done, I think I've used probably a quarter of it. And I mean, I work in engineering, and I say a quarter of it I use. And certainly nowadays, I don't think anyone needs to, because there's tools there, there's apps, and all sorts of things that work out sort of equations and stuff.
That's it. I mean, going back to when I left school, we were taught maths and geography and all the rest of it. But when I left school, the maths that I were taught, they weren't adequate in the workplace. They weren't used.
Yeah.
The math system was just not used in the workplace.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'd wasted all that time at school learning maths that I couldn't use when I left school.
Pretty much the same here. Yeah. Same thing. See, see, this is what annoys me now. What was it? I was looking at some news story that was in the paper today. Schools are more about agendas today. You know, when I compare to when I was at school, certainly secondary school, and compared to what's going on in the schools today, I mean, I was sickened to read this thing here. Desperate father pleads with his paediatrician ex-wife not to chemically castrate their son, 9, after she moved to California from Texas, reveals footage of her raising a child as a girl, right? Now, obviously, they're split up, and there's a video here of the father interacting with the son. And it's just like, what are they fucking doing to our kids? And this is what the education system seems to me now is that it's like it is. I mean, we've always explained it as a sausage factory. You know, you go in one end as meat and you come out as a sausage the other end. But we're going beyond that now. You know, teaching kids to sexualize themselves at these age is just grotesque. It's disgusting. I think this is more to do with the adults that now have infiltrated the education system. They seem to be carrying out their sexual perversions and fantasies with our children. And, you know, Scotland's one example of that. Well, we're going down the American model now. Once Scotland do it, I'd be surprised if, 5 years, we'll probably be doing the same thing here. But if no, Dino's gone. I was going to say I could play this video, and it's only like a minute extract, if that. It's just sickening, absolutely sickening. And yeah, I just cutting off this. What's it off, Trevor? No, it is evil. It's just and that's all I can explain. I don't use that term too often. It's only been the last 3 or 4 years that I've started using it more and more. And that's all I can, everything that's going on around us, I don't know, it's evil. And I'm not particularly a religious man.
I get my grandkids, so I've got 4 of them. They normally come over on a weekend, what have you. And I say to them, both the lads are 14, share the same birthday, they were born on the same day, an hour and a half apart. I've got 2 granddaughters, I think they're 8 months apart, so they're both 11 now. No, they're 12. Yeah, they're 12. And you just talk to them about how's school gone, what have you done this week, just general sort of get them talking type of questions, speak to grandsons, it's been shit, granddad, it's been boring, blah blah. Talk to granddaughters, you get a totally different story from them. Oh, we've been taught this, we've been done that, we've been doing this, that, and other, and you can see through what they're telling you what is going on at school. But you can't say to them, right, if somebody says this to you, right, don't listen to them. You can't say that to them. You've got to let them go through it until they come up with an idea that, right, okay, my granddaughters say they want to be a male, right? We know where that's come from. It's come from school. It's come from nowhere else. It's come from school based on what they've been taught, right? What I want to question is, why are the schools teaching these children these type of things? It shouldn't happen. We weren't taught it.
Yeah.
We weren't even taught about homosexuality, mate, were we?
No,
as kids.
No,
we knew about it. We knew it were there.
Of course. Yeah.
But we were never taught about it. We never thought, right, when you had your sex education, you were shown to rabbit shagging. That were it. Right? And it went on from there, and this is how you give birth and blah, 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 and this is how a man and woman have sex, and you got diagrams. There were nothing explicit. There were nothing going on there. But there were nothing taught about, well, if you're not, if you don't want to make babies and you want to be with another man or another woman, this is how you would, would have sex. And that was never taught, but it's being taught now. Why?
This is how bad it is where I work, right? This is with adults, right? Now, I've worked in this industry 35 years, right? And I'm going to show you a couple of... This is a simple 2 things I've got here, right? And they're just on my work that's Right, one is a male connector. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other one is a female.
Yep.
We're not allowed to call it that now. So when we're ordering stock, we cannot call these because there's another thing called a gender bender. So what it does, it's a thing like that. It takes a male connection to a female connection. Now, we're not allowed to use them terms now with our stores and warehouse. We're not allowed to say, right, I need 5 female end connectors and 5 male. We're not allowed to call them that now. They've actually come up with code numbers for them now that we've got to use because the words about now our email system that we use at work. If I was to put male connector, it blanks out the word male.
Really?
Yes, it blanks out the word male, and then it blanks out the word female on our stock ordering system. Well, I don't know. They must have some blacklist of words: male, female, gender. Like, well, I can't. We used to call them gender benders when you want to go from one connector to another.
Yeah.
And that's what they were called, gender benders. Nothing.
Well, I've just realised I've been muted and I've been trying to talk. Fucking hell. Yeah, no, I honestly, I totally agree. And it's, I was trying to say before, I was having a conversation with none other than Rebecca today. Obviously, she's 18 next year, and it's so difficult to talk to her about this stuff, innit? And she won't believe anything I say, and like I can't.
Well, they won't, Kat.
No.
I can't argue with her because obviously it's like what you don't get is you're obviously from a completely generation. I don't want to stop you being who you want to be because that's do you know what I mean? I want to be supportive of that, but on the other hand, you've got this mindset that you're right now because you're in the generation that you're in right now. If you were from my generation, you'd understand exactly what it is I was saying. So yeah, but like you were saying about your granddaughter, it's exactly the same.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I mean, if my grandkids they turn out gay, all 4 of them, then so what? It's not going to bother me. It's not going to change the way
exactly.
I feel.
That's fine.
I don't really give a toss.
Yeah.
Right. But what I'm saying is that is something that they've got to find out themselves.
Yeah.
And it's not at an early age. It's at a later. It's at a later age when they know when they're sexually active, everything else.
Couldn't give a shit. Couldn't give a shit what people do and what they are. Just don't put an agenda down my throat and try it. Because what they're doing now, what the scary thing is that if you do have an opinion against this, they're trying to criminalize it easier.
Even she was calling me homophobic because I was saying what I was saying, and it's like I'm not trust me, Rebecca, that's far from homophobic, believe you me. But she was just because I was saying like there's male and females. You know what I mean? And she's like, "Oh, Mum, stop being so homophobic." I'm like, that is not homophobic just because you say there's male and female.
Their toolbox is laid out, Catwoman. It's all laid out. So if you mention, "Oh, there's too many people here. We're letting too many people in." Oh, you're racist. Mention the gay agenda thing, where that it's being rammed down, not just our throats in the public service, even in the corporate service now. Like that example, what I said with work, 35 years I've been working that. I never looked at these as people. These are just fucking connectors. I never looked at them as, I never humanized them. Oh, that's a male connector. That's my favorite connector. This is how childish it is. That's my favorite because it's a fucking male. It's just it's mind-boggling. I know we laugh about it, but when you look at it, you just think, "Fuck me, where are we going with all this?"
Yeah, what's happening? It's doing my head. It's absolutely, and this is what I mean. It's getting to a point where I don't want to talk to anybody about anything anymore because it's just so upsetting. Do you know what I mean? So upsetting.
Yeah, it's incredible. It really is.
And it's like people are easily upset. I mean, like I've always said all along, I'm as sensitive as they come. But obviously, with doing this and doing what I've done over years, and opening my eyes, you grow a backbone. But when you talk to certain people, they just get so offended by the smallest of little things, and you can't say nothing. You just can't say nothing anymore to anybody.
Like my granddaughters, I mean, let's say the 12-year-old, hormones are rife, everything else.
Yeah, exactly.
You know where I'm going with this.
They grow up quicker today as well, don't they? They're more mature. They're a lot more mature.
Yeah, good luck with that at that age.
Yeah. Yeah, end of the day, mate, they go back on Sunday, so it's not my issue.
And I'm back, yeah. Best boy.
But no, they are, like Kat says, they are so mature for their age. And I think that's down to, I think kids are maturing physically at a younger age nowadays. They have been for a lot of years, in all honesty. But because they're maturing at a younger age, they're being taught more adult things at a younger age, which they shouldn't be being taught. They should be allowed to mature into that stage as and when it happens, and they're not being allowed to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening. And I think it's more pronounced with the girls at school than it is the boys, because the boys will be boys, and it's always going to be that, I think.
They just take the piss out of being boys, don't they? That's the thing. They just take the piss, whereas the girls do tend to be, I don't know, more. I don't want to use the word sensitive around it. They're more sort of
clued up. Like, it's hard.
They are really clued up. I mean, some of the stuff that my granddaughter comes out with, I look at her, I'm thinking, where the fuck hell have you heard that from? You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, I'm constantly telling Rebecca, I can't believe how clued up and how smart she is, and you know what I mean. She's at her age, so much more mature and than I ever was at her age. I wish I had her brains when I was her age. Do you know what I mean? I really do. But it's just like I say, it's just at the same time very not gullible as such, but it's just mature. But
I identify as a fuckwit.
Well, it's been a known fact, and this is no disrespect to any female, that females at a younger age are more susceptible to being taught. They are more the brainiest children rather than the boys at school. That they take things in more than what the boys do. And that's always been the case. Why that is, I don't know. You know, you can be taught the same lessons, the same things every day for your school life, and it's always the girls that will come out on top. They take things in far better than the men, and it's a known fact. Yeah.
I don't think that's changed, to be honest. I don't think that's changed.
I think it is as well. I mean, I'm just going to pull up a comment. Well, I'll read it. Paul Yeoman, crazy fact: Tampax, the company, are branding a tampon for the other genders.
Well, that's mad, isn't it? Because that's a lot of what I've seen recently, like males going, today I've gone out and I bought a pack of tampons.
I've just remembered I haven't ordered my tampons.
I bought a pack of tampons today, and like I know I don't need them, but I just just pretending. I don't. It's crazy. Absolutely.
You're washing behind me. I use the dirty washing that I've got behind me for tampons.
How does that work? Does it make them feel better that that they're now transgender to another sex, that they need to use a tampon even though there's nothing, there's no reason to use a tampon? Does that help that sort of progression into what they want to be? I don't know. Is it a mind thing? That is ludicrous. It really is. Fucking hell, when my pals are bleeding, they were not on market to fucking soak that up. But they got Tampax for fucking weird genders. I don't know.
Fucking mad. Do you know what? When you look at all this that's going on now, and there's no doubt about it that this gender's being agenda. Sorry, I'll get the terminology right. The agenda's being ramped up more and more now, because you can't turn the radio on, you can't turn the TV on without hearing about the LGBTQP, whatever they call themselves. And you get to a point now. I can't have the radio on when I'm traveling around in my car. I have to fucking turn it off. I'm just playing MP3s now, and that's it. And it's grinding, and I'm sure this is what it's meant to do. Us older generation, they want to fucking grind us down.
I'll be honest, mate. This LBGT, QV, 4K, whatever you want to call it, right? I don't understand it.
No,
I seriously do not understand it. I don't know what the agenda is. I don't know what it's about. I know it's about gays.
Part of
But-
it's a Depop.
Yes. And I do honestly believe,
That's what some of it's about.
We mentioned that word evil earlier. This is evil, this is evil. Like I say, I'm not a religious person, but the symbol of the rainbow was, what was it? It was meant to be a promise after the 40 days of flooding from God or whatever it was, that, there'd be peace on earth. So they've took a symbol of peace. What is a symbol of peace? And they fucking turned it into something toxic. Right, so if you don't go with our agenda, the rainbow will be coming after you. If you don't agree with it, you will be having your fucking way. I don't look at George Zippy and Bungle in the fucking same light I used to when I was fucking 10 years old. Rainbow. It is, and this is how they get it. This is how they push these agendas through. It's all psychological, and it's like, well, I can't even look at someone on Twitter if someone's got that flag in their fucking name. That's it. Don't want to. I just skip past it. I don't want to know them.
Trevor, that's true, Trevor. It has broken up family.
Yeah.
Values. It's broken up family. Everything. I mean, the amount of kids who you hear of arguing against the parents.
I'll say it now. I don't want to go into too much detail, but me and Rebecca.
But in America, they're allowed to divorce the parents.
Can I put a quick video up? Dino, if that's okay. 1 second. If I can find it. Oh, there you go. Right. So share screen, window. I mean, this is a typical example of what you've just said there about parents splitting up. This is obviously the mother and father split up here. The son, the mother. It's the mother trying to convince the son that he's a girl. Right? No, I don't know if you're going to see this. Hold on, if it's set up right, but let's try playing this. Hold on. All right, hold up. 1 second. Bear with me. Right, this is the father who's got the son for a weekend or whatever.
You're a boy, right?
No, I'm a girl.
Who told you you were a girl?
Mommy.
And when did she tell you were a girl?
Because I love girls.
Oh, I see. So mommy told you you were a girl?
Uh-huh.
Does mommy do anything else like with a girl with you?
Mm-hmm.
Like what?
Like kisses.
What does she do?
She puts them on me.
She puts dresses on you? Oh wow.
So that's
now.
And the mother is a pediatrician. If you keep the screen up there, here we go. Desperate father pleads with his pediatrician ex-wife not to chemically. She wants to have that child chemically castrated. Right? He's 9 years old. This is after he moved to California from Texas. Reveals footage from her raising a child as a girl. This is fucking sick. This is mentally ill. How are people accepting this? If we go back 20, 30 years, right, and you read a story like this, that I'm sure the mother...
Yeah, you've been locked up, yeah. Put in a
Definitely.
mental institute, yeah.
But now it's all like... It's normalised, and it's scary what's going on. This gets in the press, and then you read the comments. If you go to the comments, you can't put a comment in against this because... They're moderating all the comments. So all the comments you see, oh, yeah, well, if he wants to be a girl, then let him be. So it's all fucking skewed against us. The whole narrative is skewed against us. You can't even come out with like a semi-respectful comment saying, no, this is wrong. He's too young. They'll
that goes back to my point that I said earlier. Right, what 9-year-old, right, knows what gender they want to be?
Yeah.
Right, when I was 9-year-old, I was a boy. I went out, I did boy stuff, I climbed trees and bow and arrows, all that kind of shit. Yeah. Right, where did it come in that I wanted to be a girl? That would have come in years later when I discovered my sexuality. What I wanted to be. Did I want to be with women? Did I want to be with men? That would have come out in my early teens.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. But what gives these people the right to sort of indoctrinate these kids thinking that they're a girl and then go along legally and have them chemically castrated? And that's also another point. What company, what hospital, what people go through with this?
What would do this? The mothers are encouraging this, Eddie. What mother, what woman in their right mind would take their 9-year-old child and want them chemically castrated?
Exactly.
someone said in the comments a minute ago, who was it? Said this is a mental illness. This is a fucking mental illness. I don't care what anyone says. If you're a parent,
Mike, it's hard enough taking your kid to have his tonsils out at a young age.
Exactly.
Let alone having the fucking bollocks fucking shrunk with chemicals. Why?
Beyond
it's
me, mate.
It's the parents that want the fucking head shrinking, not the kids.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
Well, they shouldn't have kids. She shouldn't. That mother should be, that kid should be either gave to the father, made a water court, fostered or whatever, that she should wear near children. But she's a paediatrician. See, this is what's happened. It goes back to what we were saying earlier about corporations brainwashing the people. Has she been brainwashed by the hospital she works at in a paediatric unit? Oh, this is what we're doing with children. Has she been on one of these courses that they use NLP, neuralistic linguistic programming or something, whether they rearrange your thinking? Doesn't surprise me at all. So has that mother gone through that with the hospital that she works for, the health service she works for? She's been through all this doctrine where this is the new thing. This is good for the children. This is it. But what we're seeing at the moment, they're already admitting with figures, not just here, but in the US, child depression has never been so fucking high. Child depression? What are fucking kids depressed for fuck's sake? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense, mate. And I sometimes I look and I think, am I living in a fucking parallel planet somewhere? Where's my fucking spaceship? I've lost it because I want to fucking go back to the planet that I left. This place where I'm, where we're.
It's not the same. It's not the same anymore.
I don't feel comfortable with it at all. I think it's a fucking shit pit, and that's the only word I use for it. It's a shit pit, and it's evil, and I don't like it at all. I don't like these agendas. I don't like being told what to think, how to think, who to be with, who not to be with, and all this, because that's being pumped even at my age in your work environment. This is embrace the culture. It's all these fucking three-worded things that come along like hands, face, space and all that. Well, and another one, you see it in your work, embrace the culture, and you think, well, what is your culture? Oh, your culture wants me to treat these LGBT people like they're the fucking master race, and meanwhile we're the fucking racist, homophobic fucking pieces of shit. And that's what you're made to feel like. You just feel like, well, fuck me, we're the fucking dregs of the planet, because we don't want to follow all that shit. I don't want to follow all that shit. But it's a world it's totally changed, and I'm a firm believer still, despite this, because history shows that every time they come for the children, and every time it gets sexualized, it brings down nations. It happened with the Greeks. It happened with the fucking Italians, the Roman Empire. It's happened with every empire so far. It's always collapsed when they've pushed it too far and they come for the children. And I do believe, we're in the early days, but I do believe this will all come to a head one day. Fucking heads will roll over this, because sexualizing children, as far as I'm concerned, is it's worse than fucking murder. It's the lowest form of psychological sexual abuse you can do, and it's happening in our fucking schools, as far as I'm concerned. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, all right, you don't have to apologise. Birkin Mad8, thanks for coming in. Cheers, good night. Have a good weekend. Nice one, thank you. Yeah, it is evil. It's not natural at all. You've either got a womb or you haven't. There's only two different types of anatomy in human nature, male and female, and that it doesn't just go for human beings. So, in other words, we're talking about feelings or thoughts, or it's coming from a mental area where people have to think, feel, and do these things.
Yeah.
I don't even know when these people are doing it, whether they think that's natural or not, because it can't be in my mind. Because it isn't.
Well, I think they do.
As I'm concerned, it isn't. And that's it.
Well, you've got police forces in this country that don't want to call them paedophiles now. These are senior officers that have got together with the former ACPO or the MPCC, whatever they call themselves nowadays, the National Police Commissioners, whatever they call. They actually want to reword the name paedophile to minor attracted persons. And this is where we're going with it. So what they're doing, they're facilitating it. And as far as I'm concerned, the people that are facilitating this must have some sort of attraction to it, because you can't, anyone normal will go, no, they're fucking nonsense. They're paedophiles. That's it. It's the worst thing you can do. It's one of the worst crimes you can do. But what they want to do is normalize it. They want to make it into some sort of medical condition. Oh, no, these are minor attracted people. They're not well. They need counseling. No, they're fucking nonsense. And that's it. You will never change them. You will never change them. If we're going on about chemical castrations for people changing their genders, what we want to do is chemical castrate the fucking nonsense. That's what. That's the be-all of it. It's the people.
I would suggest a bullet.
Yeah, the people at the top of the education system, the people at the top of the police force, all these fucking left university students coming in with commissions into the police force now. Oh, I'm an inspector. I'm this. I'm that. They're fuck all. They got no life experiences. The only thing they're bringing with them is what they're being forced and what's being rammed down their fucking throats or shoved up their asses in university. And it ain't good, because you talk to your average university student that may have a bit of comprehension, it's talking out against this. They're saying, no, this is fucking wrong.
I mean, my auntie, she's a lot younger than me, 9 years younger than me. And when she was growing up, I think she was about 17, 18, she got engaged to a squaddy who were a Coltrane guard. And it didn't work out, blah, blah, blah. And you know, next thing we knew, she was gay. All right, so she came out as gay in the early 90s. Okay, that's fine. I didn't really give a toss. Mm-hmm. And then next thing we knew, her and a partner, which she was with at the time, she was pregnant. And it turns out she'd been artificially inseminated. Well, okay. I got my head around that one. It was difficult. Got my head around that one. And then I slowly begun to understand the idea of being gay. Right, yeah, they still want a family, but they don't want the interactions with the opposite sex. But they still want the proceeds of the opposite sex. And she ended up having 2 kids to the same sperm donor. And the kids are identical, in all honesty, although they're like 5 years apart. But
yeah,
it took some getting my head around that. It really did. It were hard to get your head around. I mean, that you've got somebody gay in your family, you know, I had no problem with that. It did not bother me. But when that gay person decided to have a family that goes against everything that a family should be, i.e. a male, female, they produce children, that kind of threw me a bit, did that. But I mean, I couldn't understand it.
No.
And I don't have an issue with it now. It doesn't bother me now. But it took some understanding at the time. It was difficult to think, you know, if you don't want a relationship with a man, why would you also want a family that's been produced by a man? That was the issue. It were hard, but I do understand it now. And I hope Trevor come and say it.
Trevor's here. I just want to, Mike. I think you've seen that.
Hello, stranger.
Good evening, everybody. Well, this has got very heated all of a sudden.
It's not heated, mate. It's just a discussion that is.
No, I know. No, I'm only messing about, Eddie. Listen, as a gay man, I find all of this abhorrent. I think drag queens talking to small children is dangerous. I think teaching kids that there are 23 genders is dangerous.
Yep.
I think there's no other word for it. It's evil. It's against nature.
Yep.
And we all know deep down it's wrong.
Yeah.
A lot of these people, there's no other word for it. They're mentally ill. And they're delusional. And they want us to play along with their delusions. And they will go so far as to pretending that they're having periods by inserting frozen tomato juice into their rectum.
Oh, that's taking it away. Oh,
it's ridiculous.
I wish I was making it up. There's a video on YouTube, instructions on how to do it, how to get the right consistency and the right colour. And the right colour. So the drag queen is not. It doesn't glorify women. It kind of takes the piss out of women. It's an over-the-top version of a woman. Yeah. And it's not a lot of women find it quite insulting. I know from personal experience they don't find it funny at all. But it's definitely adult entertainment, and it's not something that should be in a school library.
No.
But we all know this has gone too far. We all know it's gone too far. It's definitely evil, and it's very difficult to speak up against it. As Mike said, you can't put anything negative in any of their comments because it's all filtered, and a lot of it's coming out of that Chinese spying app TikTok anyway, and the Chinese want to bring down society anyway, so it ties into the agenda of destroying the family unit. It's evil. There's no other word for it, and I don't like it.
Dino, backing up Trevor there with this. Can I just? I'm going to share my screen again if that's all right. It's only a quick clip out of a news story about this guy who's transed into a girl and he's having period problems. This just sums it all up.
No, he's not. He's not having period problems.
I
will apologise for laughing then.
What a fucking degenerate.
Here we go.
Oh yes, no.
Video just getting millions and millions of line. Now, I don't even know where to start with this, Douglas. I mean, if you don't have a uterus, then you don't have periods. But to the big issue of this huge jump we've seen in young people.
I don't think they've played
LGBTQ.
the whole clip.
Recent
I'll stop sharing that for a minute.
40% of liberal.
But if you see
I've seen that, and it's nonsense. And look where they're posting these videos. It's all on TikTok, which is a Chinese spying app.
Yes.
And the sooner people wake up to that, the better, because it really is destroying society. They're laughing their tits off.
I mean, that kid there has obviously seen videos of what a lot of women go through when they have periods. My ex-wife, she were absolutely crippled when it were her time of month, and she went through some shit. I could act that out. I could put a wig on and a skirt on, and I could do exactly the same. It's an act.
It's an act.
Exactly.
Well, what they're saying is
it's all an act.
How they're trying to justify it is to say that the HRT treatment that it's whatever's gone through does create some sort of pain down there on your bladder or whatever.
Wind. So, it'd be wind.
Or something, yeah. But women have caught on to this and they're going, well, hold on a minute, that ain't period pain. You ain't got a uterus, so how can you have period pain? What that is HR treatment that you're receiving is inflaming somewhere else, causing you pain, and it's nothing like period pain. So
in all respect, Mike, I mean, it may be different for other women, but when I last went through menopause, she had the HRT treatment because she was a fucking nightmare, to be honest. But she got the HRT treatment, and she didn't suffer from wind or whatever or any side effects, and it worked for her. It really did work for her.
Because she's a woman. Because she's a woman. That's why.
Exactly.
It's bonkers that we're even having this. It's insane that we're having this conversation.
She felt fuck all. Nothing at all. Felt nothing.
Well,
feel anything. Felt nothing. Absolutely felt nothing. But yeah,
look, I'm not going to tell people what to do. If they want to play along with these delusional people, look how far it's going to get you, because they're never ever happy, and they never ever will be, because the thing they want to be is the thing they can't be. And as much as they project it and wear clothes and try and pretend they're having periods and all of this nonsense, it's never going to replace the real thing. There are two sexes, male, female, end of.
That's it. That's it. On a little aside there, can I just bring up the HRT thing, because I think it's quite funny. But my granddaughter, when she was like 5, 6 year old, she had a thing. Every time she got a cut, she had to put a plaster on it, whatever it was. And she used to have plasters fucking all over her body, whether it was a little blemish, whatever. And she went into our lass's drawer, and she found her HRT patches. Oh, they're plasters. And she stuck all these fucking HRT plasters all over her. You know, she got a cut here, cut there, whatever. Anyway, and I said, quick, get down here, look at this. And I went down. She got all these HRT. She said, she's got to go to the hospital. So we phoned 999, explained everything that was going on and what have you. The guy at the end of the phone were in hysterics. He were absolutely fucking creased up that she'd put all these HRT plasters on, you know, to cover her cuts up and what have you. And he says, don't worry about it. He says, it's going to be fine. You know, if she starts having, like, you know, bleeding or anything like that, then get her to hospital. He says, but don't worry about it. He were absolutely crazy with this paramedic at the other end of the phone. He thought it was hilarious. He says, can I tell other people about this? I said, yeah, go for it. And it was just one of those things. It was just a comical thing at the time. But, yeah, it could have had serious outcomes, but it was funny as fuck. Really funny.
I was putting some links in the chat, you know, for people like Dick Emery, Dame Edna, Lily Savage. These people have been around for a long time. Why is this new lot suddenly so empowered and so important and so prevalent in everything we do these days? Why have they suddenly risen to the fore? Why are they so important all of a sudden? Because it's been proven. I mean, take that one that was working at the White House who was actually nicking luggage off the carousel at the airport, who dresses up as a dog, and he's a transgender. He's just been sacked from the White House. He was in charge of their nuclear disposal.
Sorry, you lost me there a minute. He works at White House. He dressed up as a dog and was taking luggage off a carousel.
Yeah, he's got form for nicking very expensive luggage off of airport carousels. He was caught on video, and he's been sacked from the White House. I forget his name. Bald little thing. He was in charge of their nuclear disposal.
But didn't they realise at the time that there was a guy dressing up as a dog pinching luggage? Did that sort of like raise alarm?
No, he goes around. No, he doesn't wear that when he goes to the airport. He only wears that when he goes to the White House, or he's at a protest, or making a statement, or doing an Instagram post. I wish I was making this shit up, but it's all happening, and we all know it's bonkers. We all know it's bonkers, don't we? Come on, let's be real about this. We can't pander to their delusions anymore, because it's not healthy for them. Because a lot of them self-counsel themselves anyway, because they can't bear it. They can never be the thing they want to be. And the people around them won't play along. Their select group on their Instagrams and Twitters and whatever will play along with their delusion. The minute they step out of that bubble and go to Sainsbury's or get on a bus, it's a different story. And they crumble. And suddenly you're the problem, because you might have looked at them in a funny way, or I mean, you can't engage with these people. It's impossible. I live in Brighton. I don't speak to them. It's too much trouble. If they've got people's blue hair, avoid.
It's so sad and it's so funny at the same time, but it's so real as well, and that's the issue. It's so fucking real.
Well, listen, I come from. Look, back in the 80s, I was clubbing with people like Boy George, Steve Strange, Spandau Ballet, Soft Cell, Duran Duran. I was in all of that fucking scene there. And in there, obviously, Boy George, Marilyn, these people dressed up as women. But we all knew they were blokes, and they didn't want to be women. They were just dressing up.
Dressing up, yeah.
That's all it was. But it's gone so far the other way now. I see people with full-on beards wearing dresses, holding a pink handbag with a little chihuahua under their arm.
I've seen worse, mate. I've seen a bloke wearing a bikini.
Trevor, you're obviously going out on my Saturday morning shop then.
Well, they can't work. They can't work in any normal jobs, can they? So they end up being teachers.
What
it is they can't end up getting a job, so they join the cults, don't they? To get attention to themselves.
You've got to laugh about it. You've got to laugh about it.
But I'm laughing. I'm laughing, but I'm at the end of it now.
Yeah,
I'm at the end of it now.
What's this, Mike?
Oh, cockles, Mike. I love coffee. I've got some information about
Satan's food. Satan's food.
I'm sick of arguing with people. Well, not arguing, but just people talking about it and like knowing what to say, because you don't want people gunning for you just because you've gone against the narrative. But on the other hand, you just want to speak to manners. Yeah,
Well,
I'm not being over,
you can't say anything.
Saying there's two sexes, am I? I'm not being. Do you know what I mean? I've absolutely like you would. I used to live in Leeds, and I used to go out. Nightclubs. Some of my bestest friends were gay. Do you know what I mean? Not got a problem with it, but you know what I mean. Now it's like there you said there's two sexes, male and female. You get called homophobic, and it's how.
And you have a ridiculous situation now where these transgender male to females are getting upset that males don't find them attractive, and they are transphobic for not finding them attractive, and vice versa as well. You have women that trans to men who are getting upset that men don't, and it's so fucked up and messed up. It spins your head around.
There's a lot of infighting with it.
There's a lot more.
You mentioned the guys going around, 6'9", dressed in a dress, what have you, with a little chihuahua. They've got a beard, fucking hair legs sticking out the tights, what have you. Yeah. And they can't accept that people don't find them attractive looking like that. Well, fucking take a look, mate. You need to sort of get a grip and look at what you're fucking doing.
They cannot see that. They cannot see that. I think there's a channel. I think the channel might be Odin's Men on YouTube. He does really good analysis of these TikTok videos.
Yeah.
Most of them come from libs of TikTok. He finds all these people.
I think this agenda is getting thrown at us because they want us to stop breeding. They don't want us to repopulate.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it, Carol.
That is part of it. Yes, it is a. Yeah, it's a depopulation and destroying the family unit.
Yeah.
Get this first. So you're born, and then whatever situation, family life or whatever, you're born. You've got all these natural feelings, and you've got a certain type of body, and a certain type of sex about you. So it's either male or female, basically. And your body.
You say that, Dino. You say that, Dino. There's scenarios going on now, and imagine the scenario: the woman's giving birth, the baby comes out, and the doctor says, or the woman says, "What is it? What is it?" And he says, "Well, we don't know yet."
Well, all right.
Oh, fuck! Don't bitch.
Trevor, you're a legend, mate.
Happening. happening.
I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to commit at this stage.
Probably a
says the
rainbow doctor that said that as well.
Well, yeah.
We'll let you know in 10 years.
Brilliant. And that's where it's going to be in the future, where the parents are going to be there and say, hey, do you know what? What do you reckon, love? What do you think we should call him, her? What do you mean him, her? It could be something else other than a him or a her. Yes, let's be different. Let's call him a pineapple with penguin feet or something like that. I don't know.
It's just ridiculous.
Don't give me ideas.
These people who've been born into and lived that situation for maybe 10, 15, 20 years, whatever, feeling, I'll just say normal and things like that. And then these feelings they get to do that, what Mike's just shown us on that video, because you must get feelings to do that. That has got, you won't have them real feelings to so you must be feeling something to do that in the first place. So I don't understand that. Where does that come from with these people?
You know, with babies as well, like you just said there, that when babies are born, what's it going to be? Well, it won't be long before, and I don't know if this is in the work, choosing the baby's genetics, like,
right.
Do you know what I mean?
Right. I'll just go back to what I said about my auntie. You know, when she had two children, she had two girls. She chose what sex they were going to be before.
That's what I'm saying. So, and if they can do that, imagine how far it'll go. You know, like the hair colour, the eyes, and the rest of it, the sex.
Well, the sperm donor from the same father, and she said that she wanted girls. She wanted two girls, and that's what she got. They sorted that out for her.
That's mad. That's just messing with nature.
That is going back, right. The oldest now is 20. The youngest, I think she is 15. So that's going back a fair few years, and they could do that then.
Yeah, what can they do now? Exactly. This is what I'm saying. They're just messing with genetics, and God knows what they can do now.
They can probably modify the lifetime of this person as well, isn't it? Like, it's only going to get to live for 30 years, or maybe give it till 40 before they get useless, and see you later, you know? It's mental.
Yeah. My oldest cousin from that marriage, from that relationship, she's straight, you know, she's got a boyfriend and what have you, you know, so she's gone against the grain of what a man wore and another man wore. But yeah, so I think it's some based on that scenario that tells you straight away that it's something that you're taught from an early age. What you're going to be.
Yeah, definitely. I feel it's the messing with science, messing with genetics. Yeah.
It is worth reminding these people that all their parents are straight. That does annoy the hell out of them.
Yeah.
Well, all you gotta do is ask them.
That is one thing that winds them up and shuts them down a lot of the time.
I mean, Trevor, would that be too personal? I mean, I've spoke about things regarding gays and
about 12 inches. Yeah. So, how personal? How personal?
I have no good feel with them, mate. I think I'll cause you a bit of pain. But said other than that.
Yeah, Amanda, thanks for coming in, sweetheart. Absolutely lovely to see you, Amanda. Thanks so much indeed. Great.
Yeah. Is that Amanda? Is that Amanda hug and kiss?
No, Matt.
Go on. Sorry, Eddie, I put you off there, didn't I?
Anyway, so
Amanda,
thank you.
No. I mean, you've obviously admitted that you're gay, and you know that's got no issues with me whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't care anymore. I don't care anymore.
I've known from the beginning. I've known from the start.
But I mean, at what age, Trevor, did you really? Right, this is a personal. Don't answer if you don't want to. At what age did you realise that you were
probably about 7
really?
or 8 years old? Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And that were through your own feelings and thoughts, not anything that you were taught.
Yeah,
or...
just a bit too friendly with my best friends.
Okay, that's fine.
Not in that way. Not in a sexual way.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, mate. Don't worry. Whoa, check you out. No, I don't understand that, Trevor. It was just being a straight guy, and there's a lot of straight guys out there reading the chat and everything else. We've got a gay guy on there. At what age did that sort of occur? Why did it happen? How did you feel it happened? And that sort of thing. I mean, it's sticking a bit deep, is that? I mean, you've been open about it. I appreciate that.
Well, it wasn't until I got into my teens and I was going out more and seeing, seeing different things, going to different clubs and gigs and that. And it wasn't until I actually, in the early 80s, about 1979, 1980, I didn't know it was a gay club, but it was a club called Heaven, which was underneath the Arches in Charing Cross. And a guy called Phil Salon used to put on a night there called the Mud Club, which was a trendy hangout where, like I say, Boy George, Marilyn, all of that gang were hanging out then. It was that early new romantic period. But I went, this is a gay bar, is it? Oh, all right. Is that what goes on?
What I'm trying to understand is the transition that you actually made.
I've never trans.
No. Do you ever go with a female?
Oh yeah. No, I'd done all that. I went through that, girlfriends and that. Yeah. Yeah. No.
So obviously.
It's an odd one because at the time I fought against it because I didn't think it was right, and at that time, it probably wasn't.
That's a question I'm going to get to, but you've already answered it, so I'm not going to ask it anymore. But no, mate, I find being a straight guy, the transition to becoming a gay guy, where's the crossover point? But you've answered that, so yeah, I appreciate that. Cheers, mate.
It was probably David Bowie on Top of the Pops. I don't know. I couldn't pinpoint an exact date time that I went, oh, here we go.
Yeah. That's fair enough, mate. I mean, you've answered the question there, quite honestly. I asked you an intimate question and you've got...
You weren't exactly a George Michael in the public toilets, were you?
No.
No, guys. Keep it simple. Please. EA audits, I know you've been in there, mate. Thanks for coming in. Sasha Blue's coming as well. Thank you, sweetheart. Good to see you. Great stuff.
I've been through the whole gambit. I've been through the whole gambit of emotions on being gay. There was a period where I thought it was absolutely abhorrent. I didn't want to be it at all. I was very unhappy. But you go up and down these things. I definitely think I was born this way. I don't think I wasn't nurtured into it in any shape, way, or form.
That makes a lot of sense to me, doesn't that? Oh God! Right.
I mean, when I was at school, I wanted to be a fireman. I didn't want to be a woman. I wanted to be a fireman.
Yeah, but you said it all there. It's something that you thought you were born to be, right? So you were born to be gay, right? Okay, and you transitioned into that sort of thing, which is fine. Like I say, no issues. But such as myself, I wasn't, and I ended up with the opposite sex. Now, the fact that you've been so honest and open about how that you transitioned from an
keep saying transitioned. Keep saying transitioned.
It's wrong, isn't it?
I'm not happy about that.
I can't think of a better word.
You've still got your tackle trap, haven't you?
Yeah, you moved on.
Big time.
Okay, right. You moved on from a 7-year-old to realising and understanding what it was that you were and what you wanted. And Trevor, I've got to honest, I've got to really appreciate your openness and honesty, mate. I really do. I mean, I asked you some telling questions there, and you've answered them without doubt.
Listen, I'm 60 years old. I've heard it all. I've had it all. I lived in Brixton for 10 years, so I've had it all. I've been called Batty Boy and all of this stuff.
Yeah.
But
from a guy who doesn't want
I've been beaten up as well. I got beaten up on Waterloo Station once as well. So yeah, I've had it all.
I'm asking those questions coming from a straight guy that has never sort of understood how a guy can become gay, right? And I don't mean no respect with that.
No, and no proper straight guy would understand it anyway, because they're straight.
No, I don't think they would. I certainly don't. But the way that you've come across and answered my questions, as intimate as they've been, and I deal with. I mean, you've opened my eyes, and it opens a new argument as to why we've now got kids that are.
Well, put it like this, Eddie. Put it like this, Eddie. I wouldn't recommend being gay to anyone. I really wouldn't. It's not a brilliant lifestyle choice. It's incredibly lonely. It has a short period where you're flavour of the month when you're in your teens and everyone thinks you're fresh meat. But as you move on, you get older and older, your taste change, everything changes, your body changes.
Just like
and you know,
yeah, but you're talking about exactly the same scenario as me there.
Well, it has echoes of that, you know. There are echoes of that. As you get older, you settle down. Some people settle down. I've never settled down with anyone. I actually prefer my own company.
And that's another thing as well about
I don't feel I need a partner.
Yeah, exactly. What I find about a lot of people today is, like, I get from my family all the time. Oh, have you found anyone yet? Have you settled down yet? When have you when you're getting married? But why do we live in a society where we feel we have to be with someone? We have to be in a relationship. We have to be married. We have to have kids. I hate that. I'm like, can we not just be happy on our own and be our own company?
Absolutely.
I've known many a person who's been with a partner for many a year and they've split up or whatever, it's come apart. And mainly the guy, not a fucking clue what to do. Not a clue what to do without it. Oh my God. I've seen that loads of times. You can get so used to being with a partner.
I had a fucking party when I split up. I was over the moon. That's it.
Yeah, I'd rather do things on my own, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, this is what I'm saying. It's yes, I get bored. Yes, I get fed up. But I'd much rather be on my own and enjoy my own company than being in a toxic relationship like a lot of people are. Do you know what I mean? There's so many people,
or especially a relationship where you know it's shite, but you're like. You've got to keep it that way and you don't want anyone else to know about it. That must be pretty shit as well. I know a lot of people that
girlfriend was from down your way, Trev. Was it Brixton? Do you know Herne Hill, obviously?
Sorry, where? Sorry?
Herne Hill. Just up the road from
I know Herne Hill. I don't live in Brixton anymore. I live in Brighton now. I moved down here because I thought it was going to be gay. It's too gay. It's far too gay. They've gone too gay down here. When I first came down here in 2000, it was all right. Now you can't move for them. Rainbow flags everywhere, blue and green hair on every street corner, blokes in dresses with beards.
I know what it is.
Absolutely ruined it, they have.
You're not the only guy on the promenade now, that's what it is.
Quick thanks to Carol, because Carol just came on the panel.
Thanks, Carol.
Yeah, he always comes on, whether it be 2 minutes or 2 hours. Carol comes on and Thanks very much, Carol, mate, and I'll see you on the next one. Thanks so much for all your amazing support. It means a lot, mate. It really does.
He's a
And I know
hard-working lad, that Carol.
he's a bloody good un. He is. He is. He's a young
I don't
man.
even
Old shoulders
Yes.
on a young man.
I don't even like the word gay. I think
What else would
gay.
you call it?
What else can you
I
call
don't
it?
know.
Yeah.
I suppose it's homosexual in its true
thought gay
term.
meant
I don't.
being
I
happy
hate the word queer. Queer is awful as well. Horrible.
Yeah, that sounds more offensive. Yeah. I mean, even same with we had this chat with David, didn't we, about calling him a puff? You know, is what
Yeah,
about
David doesn't mind that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So,
That's
but even
honestly, I did that, and I thought I'll take a risk. And I said to Biker before we went live, I said, "What do you think?"
did.
He said, yeah, go for it. I went, "Oh, you big puff," and it's like just try to have a laugh.
yeah,
Bring it
that's
that
it.
way.
That's
And
it.
he's took
I
it that
can't do
way.
it, even if you say we're just having a laugh. I see, even with that, I struggle doing it, even knowing he's okay with it, and we are just having a laugh. I still struggle doing it, you know.
No,
I couldn't do it.
I think it eases it more. And,
When you ask me,
he loves it. He does
I
it
know,
to me first
that's
sometimes.
good. It's good
I
when
mean,
it,
when you ask me, what should I do? What should I do, Eddie? Shall I do it? I went, yeah, do it, and it worked. If it hadn't worked, you'd have fucking blamed me, wouldn't you?
It would have been Biker's fault.
Yeah, that's fucking Biker's fault. He told me to do it.
That's right. That's
You
right.
would.
But
You
you
would
see,
do
it all
it.
worked, and that's all down
It did.
to me.
All right. So I didn't come into it then.
No, I just asked for your.
But
yeah.
if it-
Anyway,
if-
it's what
if-
you know what I mean. So it's
If
all
it hadn't
right.
worked,
It's
if it
okay.
hadn't worked, I'd have come into it, wouldn't I?
Oh, yeah. I'm a bit selfish.
Dino got their handbags out now. Careful, everyone.
Look out.
Yeah.
No, I don't like the word gay. I don't like the word queer. There's too many colours on that flag. There's too many letters in that stupid community. There is no community. Yeah. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke. They argue amongst each other. It's all fractured. They want to bring in paedophiles into it now, which is abhorrent to me. Another extension of the evil that's happening. And it's just gone too far. The flag is headache inducing now. It's just ridiculous. There's no point to it.
I said earlier that, I mean, calling people gay, I can't think of another word to describe that. If it's offensive, I do apologise, but yeah.
No, I'm not offended, but I just personally don't like it because I say gay, I'm not even happy.
Yeah, okay.
Have you looked out the fucking? Have you looked out the fucking window? You've seen the state of this fucking government. Have you seen the state of this?
Shall we just call
the meaning of the word, isn't it? Happy and gay and frolicking, and let's all be gay and happy.
Shall we just call him Elton John instead and get out? You know, just
no. I think
Trevor.
Or Trev.
Like that.
One day the truth about Elton John will come out and people will be shocked. They will be shocked when they find out the truth about Elton John.
The same truth as what's his face isn't really blind. What's he called? I forgot. It's Stevie Wonder. He's not really blind.
That's a good one.
I heard this conspiracy theory before, that Stevie Wonder isn't blind.
He's not blind. He's not. I don't think he's blind.
That was going on in the 80s as well. That's not a new thing. People were saying that in the 80s. No way is that guy blind. They were analysing him at certain functions and things like that, and like, oh, hold up, how can this guy be blind? He's walking around that building. He's never been in there before, and he's doing it quite well. But
there used to be a joke going around in the 80s. If you've ever watched him play a piano, he only ever tickles the black keys. Yeah.
Are you being racist now?
No, I'm just saying that's what we're going around in the 80s.
Racist.
Yeah.
Black keys? How dare you? What about the white ones? There are more white keys than black keys.
But you think about it, if you watch when he plays piano, he plays more black keys than he does white.
I haven't looked that closely, to be honest.
I'm just saying what I've seen. That's it. I'm not racist one bit. go back and watch him, mate. He can tickle them ivories. He can tickle them ivories better than the white ones.
For God's sake.
Sasha, do you know what, Sasha? You're always right, you. Every time you put a comment in, you're always right. Absolutely, she is. And thanks God you've been around for a long time.
Yeah, she's been a long-standing supporter of that, Sasha.
Wow, I'll never forget. Sasha, do you remember Bradford, Cat? The protests in Bradford.
How can I forget? How can I forget?
Made many a comment about them videos.
Yeah.
Because she was, Sasha, you were there, weren't you, on that day?
Was she there?
I think she might have been.
Really?
I think so.
Well, she's crafty, Sasha. Never told me that
might
before.
Be wrong now, but she knew a lot about it at least. But I'm half of me's thinking you were there. Yes. Cat's arrest. Yeah, I was there, right on the spot. Got arrested for fuck all, basically. There was about 1, 2, 3, at least 4.
10.
Right. Well, I could only concentrate on, and then so there's Ozzy. Didn't know what to fucking do. Walking around in circles. Shocking. Yeah. 84.
But you got money out of that though, didn't you, Kat?
No, but luckily I won the London one, thankfully.
You did.
What, Section 47?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They didn't want. Funny enough, they didn't want to. The solicitors kept telling me they didn't want to pay up. They didn't. They really didn't want to pay up. For some reason, they were adamant they didn't want to pay up, and in the end, they did. So.
Well, they had to do.
Yeah.
It was illegal.
But no, I'm so gutted because I'm thinking maybe I should have just took it further, and I might, I should have just took it further. But you can't, you don't want the hassle, do you? You know what I mean?
The hassle.
Yeah.
Once you decide on the figure, that's it. You're knackered. You accept that figure. That's what you're gonna get.
Exactly.
But yeah, you did well to take it further. That Section 47 was diabolical. It really was. And the silly bitch that fucking did it fight to you. I'm sure you got reprimanded. What happened? Do you get to know what happens to her afterwards?
No.
No.
Well, they probably get a bit. I mean, like the first one happened, I don't know if anyone remembers my Darwin one. The first time I got detained, it were the PCSO. She was a PCSO at the time. Later on, I came across her in another situation. She became a proper police officer. So, it's one of them where you think, how did you make it to be an officer?
There you go.
So what? A PCSO detained you?
Yeah.
A PCSO detained you?
Yeah, she was a PCSO. No, my Darwin one, it was 2 undercover coppers that initially stopped me, and then she came out and put a 2-piece across because obviously she'd seen me at another station a week or so before, and she was a PCSO, and she filmed me. She filmed me on her phone, and she, and then called back up, and later on I came across her, and she was an officer. So yeah.
Fucking bitch.
Was it definitely a woman though? Was it definitely a woman?
God knows. I know this is it, innit? God knows that. I was saying to Dino earlier on today, that one that Reggie photo did. My God, that is
that Reggie one. That's amazing. That one.
He's got a lot of hits off that. He really has.
Is that the one that
has it got mental?
Is that the one that he thought were a fella?
Yeah, I hope she got a reprimanding. I really do, because she must have felt like a right dimwit after that.
Yeah, she probably got a promotion.
Probably. That's it, probably.
She probably got a promotion.
Yeah.
Nice cushy desk job. Keep her indoors.
I mean, in all honesty, she got a deep voice and she didn't look feminine.
She looked like a bloke.
Yeah.
That's it. Exactly. Mad, innit? Mad.
It wasn't until she turned all Karen we realised it was a woman.
Yeah. We really did get upset. That wasn't good in that. That was probably one of Reggie's best up to date. That one.
Generally, she was arrested for nothing.
Just being Karen. That's it. Yeah.
It was all unlawful.
Yeah, he was section 47, which were unlawful because they didn't have a clue what they're arresting her under.
Yeah,
they could not have arrested her under section 47.
We knew. We knew as soon as we walked past that station. We knew something was going to happen. Yeah.
What station was it? Was it Charing Cross?
Yeah,
Charing Cross. Wankers around there. Yeah, absolute wankers. What's the other one?
Honestly, mate, there were about 40,000 in about round Trafalgar Square. It was the England
It was the World Cup semi-final as well, wasn't it?
World Cup, was that it? World Cup, Euro,
Yeah,
whatever.
it was Euros.
And it was packed out. And all we did was walk past and we just pointed
Carried
the
on
camera.
going, went to Trafalgar Square.
And they were all apparently, at the same time we were doing that, they were all coming out on duty, marching around like that in twos. And then sort of splitting off everywhere around the crowds, you know. And, they just couldn't wait to make an arrest.
First people they went for. So you had your camera out and they thought, there's a prime target there. He's got a camera out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mad.
But, I think there were TV cameras knocking about as well and stuff like that. So the police, like, here we are. Look at all this crowd. We're in control. Right, we'll make an arrest.
But to show the media so that the plebs see.
Yeah. I believe they have to be made to be seen to make it right.
You know where I see that? You know where I first witnessed that? And it weren't that long ago. And it was the first year of COVID lockdown. And they had marches down at Dover about all the boat people coming over and stuff like that. And there was this guy, little veteran and people like that down there. And I thought, I'll go down and film it. And I stuck it up on my channel. Do you know what? Right now, that march went on for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. And then all of a sudden, BBC Kent turned up, BBC Radio Kent, and their TV crew as well for the local news. The ITV news turned up. And as soon as them two turned up, as soon as the media turned up, the police then, just got out their vans and they laid into everyone down there. It was just a show for the cameras, and it was just...
Yeah, we said this, didn't we? The amount of protests we've been to now in London, and as soon as the press are around, they act differently, don't they? Like you said, with they put the what was it? They're in a line when they're taking the helmets off and.
In fact, Trevor's here. Trev will tell you straight away.
Yeah, you were there that time, weren't you?
Yeah, I was saying what's going on. Trev went, see that helicopter? I went, no. He went, after the helicopter came over, blah, blah, mainstream media, that's the reason they did that. And it was Trev who told me that, because Trev was there as well, don't forget.
Right. I was, yeah. We were all there. Yeah. Great days. We were going on about freedom, weren't we? Do you remember that? Freedom. Yeah. How's that worked out for us?
Yeah, getting worse.
Freedom. Fucking locked down 6 months later, weren't it?
Well, actually, I was going to ask. I think Dino briefly said that you spoke about this not so long ago, but obviously, if you don't mind, I wouldn't mind a little recap. This 15-minute city, Malarkey.
Wow. Yeah. Right, there's some controversy regarding that. People are thinking 15-minute city, it's restricted to your travel. Yes, it is, from what they're trying to make up. But there's a lot of people thinking 15-minute city, they've got 15 minutes in which to go get the shopping, blah, blah, blah. There's no clarity with it. Exactly, yeah. That's what honest. My mum said that to me the other day. She said, if you bring that 15 minutes into our village, she says, I'm disabled. I can't get to shop in 15 minutes and back. I says, Mum, that's not what it's about. But that's
you want to tell your mum it's worse than that. You're going to have to ask the council for permission to get in a car to go and visit your auntie in Scotland.
Yeah.
Do you know what's funny as well? I had a conversation not so long ago with one of the what they call like trained staff at my local station. Really sound guy, having a lovely chat. And he said it won't be long before you have to scan your finger to, get on the train when you walk through one of our, like now we have to scan your tickets. It won't be long before you have to scan your finger to get in and out. That's what he literally said to me.
It'd be retina.
He's not wrong, and facial recognition.
Yeah. They're doing that at airports now with the passport control, that you stand in a machine, you have to have the X-ray done, and it's also got a retina scanner in there as well. So and I think that's the way forward.
They've also got face recognition on them back.
What's that?
They've also got face recognition on them.
The face recognition, but the retina one, that's even further, isn't it?
You won't get
it's like a fingerprint, really, isn't it? But your eye,
Asda have had facial recognition cameras for over 10 years.
Well, even more than that, Trev, to be honest. Yeah. Because, we're talking like it's bloody new. It's not, is it?
Yeah, we know. It's felt like this one.
It's advanced to this point now. They've got you by the millimetre, to be honest.
As we said on your last show, these 15-minute cities, Oxford and Canterbury, they're doing this. When Oxford gave their rebuttal, we've said this the other night, but for anyone who is not aware, that yes, you'll be able to apply for permits, and there'll be so many permits that can be applied for. But the way forward with this will be that next year they'll say, well, we had 100 permits, let's say, use that as an example. This year we've only got 80 permits, and it's first come, first served. So I reckon year on year, their way of bringing down people travelling in their own personal cars will be that you're going to have to bid for these, and it'll be first come, first served, and you'll get less and less of these permits to move around your own city year on year. Because
I saw a guy the other day. If you go on YouTube, they do these short clips and what have you. He was going on about fingerprint recognition. They can be faked so easily, it's untrue. And he says the only way you can get around that with males and females is genital recognition, because the genital recognition is so unique. It's more unique than fingerprints.
So what you're saying, Eddie, we've all got to become trans.
Well, you've got a train station, mate. You've got to slap your cock out on fucking ticket machine to get a fucking travel, haven't you? But
I was going to say, how's that going to work?
I don't know, mate. It'd be worth a watch, though, wouldn't it?
Be worth a watch. Yeah. For sure.
So
Yeah, but I mean, your fingerprints that they're set in stone, aren't they?
But they can be. But this guy's saying that they can be faked, and they can be faked. Yeah, fingerprints can be faked, but genitals cannot be faked. And they were talking.
Is that not what we said about fingerprints before? You know what I mean?
True. No, I think retina is definitely the way to go. Because
I've never heard of a case like where fingerprints have been, disguised as something. I don't know. If it has happened, it must be pretty rare. So who's not said that bollocks can't be replicated as well? You know what I mean? I don't know, but at the end of the day, I don't think about it. I really don't care anymore, because whichever way you think about it, they've got you left, right, and centre, and they've had us left, right, and centre, above and beyond, twice over for over about 3 decades. So I suppose all we can do is talk about it and know what we know, what we've been told, because what we've been told is what we're saying now. It's not something we ourselves personally have found out for ourselves, is it? So we're just going off what we've been told.
This is the amazing thing that, they're telling us this, but at the end of the day, when you speak to anyone else about it, it's like, oh, this is conspiracy. No, this is not conspiracy. This is happening. And, it's the same. People are shocked. I mean, I had one friend that, thought I was a tinfoil hatter 5-6 years ago. He slowly come round, and I mentioned the WEF, and he was like, oh, fucking WEF, who's this? I said, well, just go and have a look at their website for yourself. And he did. And he went, fucking hell. He said, they are literally what's happening and where we're going. And he was shocked. And, he's never called me a conspiracy theorist since. But
I'm just giggling at Dennis Carr's comment regarding recognition. He just said it was show his piles. They've got to be unique, haven't they, your piles?
Dennis, please, come on. People are just about having the pizzas by now.
I'm off to bed, mate. Right, on that note, I'm going to say good night to you all. It's been a fucking good night. Yeah,
nice catching up with you, Eddie.
Good night, Eddie.
Oh, it's been
night, Eddie. Night, mate. Take it easy. Hey, up.
Don't talk like that. Right, everybody in chat, you've been absolute stars tonight. The comments have been brilliant, really good. If I'm offending anybody, I ain't going to apologise anyways.
Grow some balls, in other words.
Yeah, exactly. Grow some balls, yeah.
If you've offended, that's it.
Will you let the guy say good night, for God's sake? I know you love him. I love him, but I don't want him to go as well. But
I'm trying to do my outro.
He's trying to go.
It's your disease catching on to him.
Shut up, cat. Right, listen.
For God's sake. Right. I'm sorry, Mike. I do apologise for my...
That's quite all right, my friend. That's fine. Right, shush. Right,
he just needs to say goodbye to everybody in the chat now. He just needs to read through all those.
Trevor! Please!
Can we fucking shush?
Right, here we go. 1, 2, 3, okay.
Go. Right. Good night, everyone in the chat. Thank you for all your comments. Shush. Been really good comments. I appreciate them. If I offended you, I'm not apologising. I spoke my mind as always. Right, you guys on the chat, thank you for your comments and your input. Really good. Thank fuck you. Shut up so I can do this. Right, Twat in the chat, signing off. Good night. Love you all.
Let's growing some balls now.
I says fucking shush. Right, I'm going. Take care. Good night.
Bye night. That's all. I'm the biggest balls in you.
See you later, mate. Honestly, thanks, my great co-host and friend, Biker. Absolutely brilliant. He's loved every minute tonight. I could tell that. So thanks for keeping him awake longer, which means I can put up with him less tomorrow. Fantastic. Superb.
Is that your plan to
guys,
just knacker him out?
I'll give it 15 minutes.
Old man out.
So it's gone quiet now.
Oh, with someone at the door.
I heard a strange noise then.
Oh. But you might be having guests.
It's not me. It's someone breathing heavy. Who's breathing heavy?
See, Eddie's gone and it's gone bloody quiet now. What the heck?
That's because he's gone, Cat. He's gone. So it's totally quiet. So, yeah. Night all. Good. Yeah. Cheers, Biker. Honestly, mate. Thanks for everything.
Whenever anybody says to me, "Oh, that's conspiracy theory," I say to them, "Oh, where did you learn that word?"
Yeah.
We're not allowed to be conspiracy theories, are we?
No, but the word is bounded around quite a lot because a lot of what we've said has come into fruition.
Well, it's a shutdown word, isn't it? It's just their way of trying to shut you down.
Don't believe them. They're tinfoil wearing hats. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't believe what
You're
they
a conspiracy
say.
theorist, you're a racist, you're a homophobic, you're a transphobic, all of that. Shut down, shut down, shut down.
Yeah. End of conversation, isn't it? Well, as far as they're concerned, that's they think the way it works. But I think what's actually happening, Trev, is they're softening the meanings of them words, because racism to me, well, it doesn't have the impact that it used to, because that used to mean you hate anyone of colour or you hate anyone other than your own race, or homophobic or whatever. You hate all gay people and stuff like that. It's just being thrown around, bandied around so loosely now. It's lost these terms, what they're meant to be, losing their meaning. They're diluting it. So
it has. And language is important.
These thoughts, they get it from. Where do they get it from?
Teachers, TikTok, their friends, their social groups, their Facebook, Instagram groups, their circles that they stay
Where
in.
do they get it from?
I think the education system is the root of it. It's the root of it. I've said that from primary school through to secondary school. These divisions are caused at a very early age. I do believe it.
Absolutely. That's where you get them, Mike. For sure. Of course it is.
And the media has pushed it has been pushing it for a long, long time as well.
Yeah. And when I were a kid, I was only introduced to mainstream media, i.e., kind of the news and those bits, like after early evening stuff. Bed. There you go. Heard nothing about it. You hear your parents and their friends talking about it, what they're talking about. So I'll have a sneak view. That's the way I did it. So I listened into what they was watching, and so I get I'm picking it up. So yeah, where do you get it from? But when you hear your parents and your friends and your friends of your parents and all that passing on the same information, talking about the same sheeple type things, you know what I mean? But you have an alternative point of view. That's quite difficult in life, It's like Trevor being gay, I suppose. That could be a difficult area in life, compared to what everyone else fucking is talking about, what they believe in shit like. It's like, hang on a minute. Does that mean all you lot are right and there's no other alternative? There's nothing else exists because you're wrong, So.
Yeah, but I've never known. I mean, through the 80s, I know there were tough times in the 70s and probably part of the 80s in the gay scene, as it were. But I mean, all right, you had the real right wing front that were just anti everyone, and but to me, in my circles, there was never this agenda that you must do this, you must. We just accepted, all right, he's gay. Oh well, big deal. But what's happened now recently is there's a lot of gay people that don't want anything to do with the LGBT stuff because they know it.
That's me. That's me. That's me. I'm out of it. I'm not in that camp.
Yeah.
They want nothing to do with
nothing to do with that. No.
Yeah, they know exactly what's going on there, and I think
there's no such thing as gay pride. There's no such thing as gay pride, and the fact that it got turned from gay pride to Pride Month, and it's not a month now; it's an entire year. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
For me, there's nothing to be proud about it at all. It was started as a political movement, but it's pretty much just a gay Glastonbury now, and it's a money-making scheme. They have Pride down here every year in Brighton. It's a big thing. People come from all over the world to this one because they see Brighton as being the gay capital of the UK. I wouldn't say. I think the whole of the UK is gay, but that's just me. But anyway, it gets invaded, and you get people like who did we have one year? I think it was Britney. It was Britney Spears, and she was meant to be on the parade. Well, she wasn't on the parade. It was just a huge advert for a perfume that went along on a lorry, and then she played it. She mimed at the at the Pride event and came on stage and went, "Hello, London," and everyone went, "You're in Brighton."
Typical young. Yeah. Fucking hell.
And that's what it's always been about. They get a couple of headline acts, you know, your Human Leagues, your something up that sort of end, that high end, so they can charge a high ticket price. And it's all done under the guise that we're helping out people in countries that are oppressed. You know, nobody's going to China or Russia, let me tell you. Nobody's going to the Ukraine to sort out any gay pride events. This is about making money, selling flags, selling more butt plugs, and indoctrinating children. And that's all it's about.
Did you get them horrible imaginings in your mind? Just
You don't want to know what's going on in my mind at the moment.
Dear me. Trevor.
Fucking butt plugs. Oh, fucking hell.
The whole thing's set up like a gay Glastonbury. It's just places to sell stuff, loads of different groups trying to recruit people. And because it's so fractured like it is with all these letters, LBGTQ, RSTU, VWXYZ plus, they're all there. You've got the blokes dressed as dogs. You've got it's just a shit show. Honestly, it's embarrassing.
I saw them in Bristol one year. Was it about 2017, 2016, something like that? We was in Bristol. I mean, my son then, he was about 6, 7 years old, and there was these guys all on all fours with the dog mask thing on and all the leather and the straps, and there was a policeman from Bristol police station holding them,
escorting them.
Yeah. And my son was like, what are they doing, Dad? Oh, you don't want to know, son. It's all right. It's a bit of pantomime. That's all it is. Don't know.
Look how far that's gone now. They're driving around in these rainbow police cars. I mean, does that install authority? I don't think so.
Rainbow police
They look
cars.
like bloody ice cream vans.
It's just mad. But how this is what makes me laugh, because when you look at the whole sort of LGBT movement thing, they've adopted a very childish sort of how would you? It's all, it's stars, it's moons, it's unicorns, it's bright colours.
It is. Yeah. It's a lot of fantasy, and it's a lot of childish stuff. My Little Pony and all of this nonsense. And I want to be a dog. Just nonsense.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
But each to their own. I don't get involved in it. I laugh at it. I see it for what it is. If I was making money out of it, I'd probably be smiling and wearing a rainbow flag and having a great time, pretending to have a great time like everybody else. But as I'm not making I'm not making a penny out of it. I ain't having a bar of it. Fucking shove it. Honestly.
Yeah, but
I can't stand
the issue? Isn't that the problem? Bloody money. If money wasn't a main factor, would it be happening?
The floats, they have a parade that goes through the town, and the floats, they're sponsored by KFC, Wix, Sainsbury's, Barclays, Santander, Brighton Police, Marks and Spencer's, NHS. All of these people virtue signalling on all these different lorries with different floats, with different versions of people on them, and it's just nonsense. It's just absolute nonsense. There's no protest movement going on here. It's not changing anything. It's about making money and indoctrinating children.
Exactly. Trev, why do you think the NHS has adopted the flag?
They've got to. They've got to, haven't they? They've got to. There's no choice, especially with what they're being thrown at. Some of these people can't even tell you what a biological woman is. They're saying men can. They're saying men can chest feed. You know, nonsense like this. They're playing along with these mental delusions, and it can only go one way, can't it? And we've imported a lot of people from lots of different countries who don't agree with this at all. In fact, in their country, they push these people off buildings.
They do, yeah.
We've got that to come, because we've got a lot of bored, fighting age young men sitting around in 4-star hotels with F all to do.
Yeah.
But it's very easy to identify these people with their pink and green hair and their rainbow flags. So look out. That's all I'm saying. I think we're in for a shit show. I can see only gloom and doom ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, no,
it's not gay at all.
Yeah, I can't see any good outcome from all of this stuff, this agenda. It's a toxic mix as far as I'm concerned.
It's a toxic mix about to go off. It really is, because it's upsetting the normies now, because it's made the mainstream press that all these people are here. And it's a numbers game. It's not about their race. It's not about their religion or anything like that. It's about numbers. And these numbers have been added as a burden to an already failing, underfunded NHS.
Yeah.
So you've got all these people that have instant access to the NHS, and they're using the A&E like they're visiting a doctor's surgery, a lot of these people. And it's a fun day out. If you're bored at the hotel, why not pop down the hospital?
Exactly. We were talking about this. Was it Wednesday night you were on, Dino? Wasn't it? Wednesday night we got onto the NHS.
Yeah.
And I said, well, my aunt, she died in the Mile End Hospital with cancer. And I tell you, it is just an absolute scene of chaos, these hospitals. And there's people in there, you know, the sort of demographic you were talking about there, Trev. And they're in there for taking up all the time.
Yeah.
It's terrible. It really is.
Headaches and scratches and all sorts of nonsense. Yeah, I've spoken to nurses who've anecdotally told me these stories of what sort of people they're seeing coming into A&E. So yeah, that's what's happening. That's why they're overwhelmed. That's why you can't see your doctor. Why your kid is being not allowed to go into that school, because they've got to take a certain amount of these kids into that school and not your kids, so you can go somewhere else. And it's splitting up. They're doing a great job at destroying this country. They really, really are. And this government know they're on their way out. They're rats leaving a sinking ship, so they're going to make as much money as possible. So a lot of them have shares in these companies like Serco, who are running the show. So it's in their favour to carry it on. So I think we're going to see bigger numbers coming in this year. I really do. I think we've had ministers saying that fact as well.
Yeah.
We've got a complicit border force and the RNNI who are actually going into French waters to pick these people up.
Yeah.
So they're not rescuing them. As far as I'm concerned, this is pretty much people trafficking. And it's people trafficking by our own government. And they want them here for a reason. And you could ask yourself, what reason would the government want all these people here? They're not all doctors and nurses, trust me.
Can I just chime in? Can I chime in?
DJ, yes, of course. Coming back again, it's never gone away, really, has it?
Can I chime in?
Been around for a long time before we knew about it as well.
Yeah.
I think Tony's back. Guys, I ain't gonna. I'll stay on till about 1:30, so half an hour, guys, and then that's it. All right.
So in other words, 3 o'clock.
No, these days I mean it.
Can I reply to that and give my 2 pence on what that man just said?
Of course you can, Tony, and thanks for coming back on, mate.
Yeah, no worries. Can't sleep. I just want to say a big thank you to Matt and Maro, who are my friends, and they're listening tonight. Trying to get them into the stream as well. But going on to what you were saying about, going on to what you were just saying, and what were you saying about migrants destroying the country, pretty much?
Well, it's the government destroying the country because they're allowing them to do it. It's not the migrants. I don't blame the migrants. It's the government.
If I could go to Saudi Arabia in the same deal that we've got here, I'd fuck off now. So
Yeah, exactly.
Blame the migrants.
Same here. If I could go into a 4-star hotel in Saudi Arabia and I'd be there like a shot.
Yeah, so we're all in agreement that it's not the immigrants' fault; it's the government policy's fault. But you went further, I think, and said that it's actually like planned. This is sort of like a planned.
Yes, it is. It is planned. It's a World Economic Forum have planned this. This is part of a massive agenda, and it's not just happening here. Look at what's happening in America with the Mexican border.
Yeah.
And, Biden is complicit in all of that.
No. I completely get. So you think that there are people who control the Conservative Party?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll go one step further than that,
But,
Tony.
Okay. Look, hold on.
No, hold on. We all get a turn to speak, Tony. I'll go one step further than that. They're in control of our establishment. Now, establishment isn't government. It isn't the people you see on TV, Labour, Conservative. It's the establishment they're in control of, and the establishment controls our political parties.
Okay. So, do you know how laws are made in this country?
It depends, actually.
They're sanctioned in Parliament.
Do you?
They go through the House of Lords for yay or no. Yeah, it's simple.
It depends
No,
which laws.
let's not be childish. How are laws made in this? How are laws ratified?
It depends which laws.
Well,
so,
all right.
How do you think? I mean, what's your knowledge on that? On where laws develop from?
Okay, so you said that the government are purposely bringing in foreigners to this country for what reason? To destroy the country. The globalists are bringing in.
There's many reasons. There's more than one reason.
Okay. What's the evidence? What is the evidence of that? Because they have connections to the World Economic Forum. Everyone's got connections to the World Economic Forum. Tony Blair, David Cameron.
Exactly.
You know, anyone with money, anyone with power. But I think
that's really a bad. That's a
doesn't that worry you? Doesn't that worry you that a body of people, of unelected people, get together and decide the future of you?
If you've got elected people like Tony Blair, he's the biggest warmonger ever from this country.
I've had my photo taken with King Charles, and I'm not part of it.
I actually have a fan on here tonight. Thank you.
No, I have. I've had my photo taken with King Charles, and if I ever got into politics one day, I imagine that the tabloids would find that photo and say that I was in cahoots with the royal family, and it's not true. That's just how the media works. What I believe is actually going on is it's a population crisis. It's a population crisis, and it's capitalism. And capitalism can only.
What crisis is there in the population? What, too many? Too few?
Too few.
Too few people.
There's not enough people being born, and it's happening in China, and it's happening throughout the West, and we're soon going to have a society which is a load of retirees.
In China, they're restricted on how many children they can have.
Yes,
they're told how many children they're allowed to have.
Yes. In 20 years, you're going to have China go from 1 billion people to 700 million people. You're going to have the West have nations filled of old age pensioners and a very little workforce because there aren't enough children being born.
Really?
This is the true crisis. This is the true crisis, and because the West and China run their economics on a basis and model of capitalism.
No, I can't believe that there aren't enough people being born today. I can't believe that at all.
8 billion people is there in the world? 8
Yeah,
billion.
but that's what they're telling us. It could be
Yeah,
28
but it could
billion.
be- yeah, it could be
we
more.
don't know that.
Listen, Dino. Listen to me. I'll tell you the truth. China's economy is in downfall. The real threat to humanity isn't the fact that antibiotics are going to stop working. It's not that climate change is going to kill us. The thing that's going to kill us is we're not having enough babies, and the West is going to be hit hard by this, but China is going to be hit even harder by this. When you have a society of retirees and people over the age of 60, and a very, very small percentage of people doing the labour, people in the 20s and 30s and 40s, this has, you can see throughout history, this has dire consequences, and this is what's coming, and there's nothing that can change it now because
the population of the world exponentially.
Because the people that the only thing that
billion in China alone. There's 1.3 billion in India. There's 144 million in was it Russia? United States, 331 million. This country's gone from 50 odd million. Now we're approaching 70 million in the space of a few decades. There's no shortage of people here. We can't find fucking education, homes, utilities.
Hold on. Let me explain to you.
I've lived through it. How old are you, Tony? You're 30.
We have societies now full of old people, and when all these old people die, it's going to leave a economic vacuum.
No, I don't believe that at all. I don't.
No, not at all.
And there aren't, and we're not producing enough children as we did in the old days. There aren't enough families. And
probably more.
There needs to be a workforce. In order for a country to do well, there needs to be people doing jobs.
Apparently, a few years ago, we're overbreeding.
Yeah,
that's what the population agenda's all about.
Catwoman, you should be popping out some more then.
Yeah, right.
Hey,
Hello, breathe over first.
It's
Tony. Sorry. Look, listen. I mean, the population.
If you look, listen to me. Once everyone starts dying, listen to me. Once everyone starts dying, and it's left up to the other generations, there's no one there. However, because everyone's now living forever, we're just going to have a society.
Well, hang on a sec. They're not. That people aren't living forever. We've got a spate of very fit, healthy young footballers having heart attacks, dropping dead at the moment.
I wonder why.
So that's not true.
Babies born with cancer, etc.
And lots of old people died because of the old Kung flu. So quite a few popped off then.
There is too many people on this planet. Too many people on the planet. And we need to get control of this in the fourth revolutions.
So you think this is like a globalist takeover by Klaus Schwab?
Are you denying me this position?
Never deny you, Klaus!
No, never deny the Klaus. Thank you very much, Dino.
No, the real threat to humanity is biodiversity and the drop in population.
The real threat to society is society itself.
Yeah, I think society's sick. I think society's sick in terms of ego and being superficial and
What
caring
do you
about.
think society was like? You know, before you were
ego to
born.
do with it? It's
I think society's sick, but I don't think that's what's going to kill it. I think what's going to kill society is the fact that there's no babies being born, and medicine's doing really well, and old people are going to last forever, and it costs a lot of money to care for people who don't work.
I think there's plenty of babies being born. In fact, maybe too many, and I think there's a reason why there's too many people around as well. And that is there's a depopulation agenda going on, what's been going on for a long time, which I think we've been kind of overbreeding in their eyes for a long time. And you're on about there's not enough babies going about. There's a depopulation agenda going on.
The latest WEF figures say that you're going at it like fucking rabbits.
They're trying to kill us off, mate. There's too many of us. They want to stop us breeding. It's happening too much.
Do you think the vaccine was a genocidal weapon?
Yeah.
You do? Or do you think it's a possibility, or do you 100% believe that, or do you think it's like it could be true?
Well, looking at before it happened, and there were nothing at all. Then overnight there was this pandemic, and then everyone panicked because it's a pandemic. But yet there was no like kind of pandemic situation going on really.
Do you think it could be incompetency?
Panicking. There'd be ambulances every 2 minutes picking people up off the streets because they'd be dead, falling dead. You know, this is a pandemic. It's not just like a flu virus. It's not just like, oh, there's something going about. This is a pandemic, right? Next step to an epidemic, which is worldwide wipeout. But this is like kind of almost near enough kind of thing. Nowhere near.
Do you want to know what I think, Dino? I think it was a dress rehearsal.
For what's to come.
I think they want to know what they can get away with. Now they know. Now they know what they can get away with.
Will they listen to us when we tell them to wear a mask? Oh, if they do that, what can we get them to do next?
I agree with all that shit. I completely agree that governments licked their lips when this happened and thought, what can we get away with here?
Right.
What did Klaus Schwab say about all of this? He said that the lockdowns were a good thing and a good example of what to do for climate change lockdowns.
What power has he really got?
Probably as much power as anybody.
Well, he's got the King of England, Tony Blair. It goes on and on, doesn't it? Whoever's a member of the WEF is in that power elite.
Boris, we got them all. Everyone, even Sunak.
Theresa May, that one that was Prime Minister for 5 minutes, what was her name? Liz Truss. Richie Sunak, his wife, Bill Gates.
Europe, we have the Canada, we have Macron, we have them all. We have even the German bitch. What was her?
What's the end game then?
I had sloppy seconds with her.
That is right, Meine Klaus. We rule the world.
We do. There's not
we
many.
Rule the world.
I'm the second.
We will dehumanize you in no time at all whatsoever, but it's for your benefit. It's for your benefit.
Yes, and before you know it, you will have chips implanted into your chips. Not McCain chips, but proper chips.
Do you want to know what I think happened? I think it did come from a biolab. I think it came from a biolab that was funded by Dansack. And I think
Dansack.
it got out of control. And the word got around to all the nations on Earth that it did get out of control. That this thing that they were producing exited the lab. This thing that they made exited the lab, started killing people around the world. And they took it as an opportunity to do a trial run for the real pandemic that could potentially happen in the future. I think this was a dress rehearsal.
Have you seen the Agenda 21 video, Tony?
Event 201?
Event 201, sorry.
Summarise it for me.
Trevor, you
Well,
must get it right. Terminology is very important.
To summarise, it's all on YouTube, so you could check it out. But what it was a dress rehearsal for a global pandemic. And they mapped out everything they were going to do. And if you watch that, that's exactly the playbook that they played on us.
Trevor,
Yeah,
listen, Trevor, if you do not get the terminology right, I will have to put the bright lights on, okay?
You must improve, Trevor.
Okay, so scientists all the time who work in this field are working on the worst case scenario. So they have to.
Well, the first targets that Russia hit in the Ukraine were the American biochemical research laboratories.
Okay. What does that mean?
Well, why do you think Russia would want to bomb biochemical research laboratories in the Ukraine? And why do you think Hunter Biden has laptops with connections to Russia, Ukraine, and China?
Okay.
How did that bumbling idiot Biden become the president of America?
Okay.
How can a man that can't walk upstairs, ride a bike, finish a sentence, or read auto cue,
I'm a president,
and sniffs children's hair, be the president of the United States?
Well, I'll explain to you if you let me speak. You're talking about the presidential elections. You're talking about the pandemic. You're talking about Russia. You're talking about loads of different things, and you're trying to merge them all together. And it's not as simple as that. It'd be so good if everything was so simple and everything was, Biden, the pandemic, the Russia-Ukraine war. It'd be so easy if it was all simple. It's not as simple as that. Biden's corrupt. His son was involved in Ukraine. America's corrupt. Ukraine's corrupt. Russia's corrupt. UK's corrupt. That's fine. The virus was man-made. It came out of the lab in Wuhan. Peter Dansack, who funded the.
I'm an apologist. It's not man-made. I'll tell you that now. It's not man-made. You got to know the science. You don't know the science.
Well, it didn't come from a bat, like we were led to believe.
It's coming from Mars or something. What do you think it come from? I've got ologies, I've got ologies. I can prove it. I'll prove it. I'll show you my certificates.
I don't think Tony knows who Crinkle is.
If you read the emails, the
Which emails?
Between Peter Dansack and Fauci.
Yeah.
But no, I know they were up to their necks in gain-of-function research stuff, and Fauci was killing beagles, and they were testing on bats, and that's where the bat theory come from, right? That's as much. I haven't read any emails. All I know is Dr. Fauci should be on trial for mass genocide, along with many others. Matt Hancock as well. A lot of the people within government. All of these people should be held to account for what they've done to us. They've lied to us. The lockdowns didn't work. The masks didn't work. It's all been proven. And now we're having all sorts of issues with people who've taken the vaccine who are having second thoughts.
Yeah.
I agree, totally.
One thing's for sure, this government definitely doesn't care about our health or our safety. Looking at the fact that our borders are unprotected,
When was
and
the last
looking at
time a
what they've
government
done to
did?
us over the past 2. Well, exactly.
When was the last
Exactly.
time?
I'm not going to say the government are good. I've never say the government's good, but yeah, they don't care.
What I don't understand is people who are up in arms against the government, are up in arms against this government. There was a government before this Tory government that.
Yeah, they're both as bad as each other. The two cheeks of the same arse.
Hold on.
Yeah, Blair is the reason we're in this problem.
Took this country to illegal wars.
Yeah, well, yes, Blair is a huge problem. He should be on trial for war crimes. And also during the pandemic,
it's not a worldwide conspiracy. It's a
what isn't?
The pandemic. It's not a way of enslaving us. However, it's not what they tell you it is on the BBC. It's somewhere in between. What it is this did leak from a lab, and the emails between Peter Daszak and Fauci say, we're really worried about the reputation of worldwide science, so we need to cover this up. In so many words. So they acknowledged that it came out of their lab, but they would cover it up because if it ever got out to the public that science had caused mass death across the globe because their little science project in China, it'd be bad for science. So they said we need to protect science. We need to protect the public's belief in science. So we're going to say it came from a bat.
Yeah, and they turned Fauci into a god, and they did a National Geographic documentary on him, and he couldn't get his face off the TV screen. He was everywhere saying, wear a mask, don't wear a mask, wear 2 masks, wear 3 masks, take a jab, take 2 jabs, take 10 jabs. Now he's retired. We can get him. We can get him. It's time to get him.
Quite here as well. Hancock. Gone now, so
Hancock's got to be got as well. Try to whitewash people with his "I'm a celebrity" nonsense. Anyone that fell for that is the same idiots that watch Coronation Street and Strictly Come Mincing. There's no hope. There's no hope for those people. They're gone. Carry on doing what you're doing. Go along with the agenda, you stupid people.
Oh dear.
You're right.
I nearly turned into a bit of a fluke then, didn't I?
I don't think so, mate. No, I don't think
do you honestly think Matt Hancock is capable of orchestrating? It's believe me, it's incompetence, but it's an evil type of incompetence because it's driven by money. So
it is evil, and these people are corrupt. The more power they have and more money they have, the more corrupt they are and the more perverted they are. It's been proven time and time again.
Matt
These
Hancock
people
went to his
are
local,
evil, and
on.
the WEF cannot be trusted.
No, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Matt Hancock isn't that tough. He went into his local pub, spoke to his landlord, and said, "If you can get me this PPE, I'll give you 20 million." And he never has to buy a pint again. That's the level of the corruption. It's not Matt Hancock round a round table saying, "How are we going to fucking enslave people?"
They were pigs in a trough who took an opportunity, and you had the ultimate insult was the fact that they were partying while the Queen sat on her own at her husband's funeral. They're popping champagne corks and going down to the co-op to get more booze.
Yeah.
They are these people are evil. They have absolute contempt for us. They don't like us.
Evil.
They want us. They want us dead. They don't care. And that's where we're at.
But I think this has been the case. I think this has been the case since Cromwell. I don't think this is like a new thing.
No, it's nothing new. No, it's not a new thing. No, I never said it was a new thing. This is. I'm just saying this how I feel the situation has gone.
I think comments you're talking about don't. You sound serious.
I think because of the internet and because people are better informed now, and the working class man is better informed, everyone's acting in a hysteria like this is the only bad government that's ever been. No, every government by nature is bad, and I think it's just a wake up to the nature of government. And are you religious?
Yes.
Christian?
To a certain extent, yeah.
So you know when Jesus went with the devil up the top of the mountain after being in the desert and being tortured. On the last day, he went up the mountain with the devil. And the devil took him to the top of the mountain and looked over all the land. The devil said, "Look, I'll give you all of this if you want. You know, I'll pack it in. You know, I'll stop what I'm doing. I'll stop being horrible. Stop teasing people. Stop tempting people. Stop winding people up. All you got to do is bow to me." And Christ said, "Oh, you fuck yourself." And he walked back down the hill.
I don't remember that bit in the Bible.
But it was interesting that the devil said he had control over everything. He says, "I control all this land." And it's true. The devil does control all this land. The devil controls all the governments. The devil controls all the money.
Yeah.
And all we can do is just turn away from it. We can acknowledge it and say, yes, that exists. But don't get upset about it. Just accept that it's part of life and just say, okay, thank you, but I'm not going to do that. See you later.
Yeah, actually offer
That's all it
Jesus
is.
wealth and power. Well, that's all speculation. It's all myth and fairy tale stuff, really.
Not really.
Yeah, I think so.
Why is it fairy tale?
Well, where have you heard it from? A book? I mean, was any like Father Christmas? There you go. I believe in Christmas.
Okay.
Up until whatever age, and then it's like, what? That don't make sense. Don't add up.
Okay. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
About that.
No, I hear what you're saying. But if Christ says like love your neighbor, do you dismiss the idea of loving your neighbor because it's associated with because it's associated with Christ?
I've always done what's natural, and do you know what's put me on? It is things like that, quotes like that from people like that, and certain things, excerpts from books and things, or from when you're at school, and it's like recite that and repeat that, and it's like, well, you know. So no, I've always been natural, me. I've always just spoke to who I felt comfortable with.
That's
Things
good.
like that. So I don't have to mention anything about religion or anything like that. I don't need Christ or anyone like that. If he
You
exists.
don't. You might not.
Mm.
You might not.
No. Well, I don't.
No, you might not.
Well,
But what about the
why
other
would
guy?
why would you have to rely on someone else who you've never met, who you don't even know existed? It's just spreading purely
How
false
do you think
information.
how do you think the universe was made?
I've no idea. That's my honest answer. Do you?
Do you think it
You've
was?
no idea either. No one has. Have
No,
they?
hold on.
If
Do
you
you
have, please tell me, because you all one of the secrets to the universe.
do you think it was random?
No, I believe in creation. Okay, I will say that I believe in creation. I don't believe in evolution at all. I think that's.
Do you believe in a god?
Luke, it depends on right. The way I was brought up, God, big man in the sky, white beard, forget all that shit. And I think we've moved on from them. We've gone into modern times. So it's changed the trend, it's changed the look. Same thing. No, I mean, yeah, I just believe in creation. That
You're Buddhist.
I don't believe all this.
You're Buddhist.
Could be accidental whatsoever. It's ridiculous to think
You're
that.
Buddhist.
I think anyway, because everything works in kind of harmony and things like that. So to be
You're
an
Buddhist.
accident and come out of nothing at all. So 1 minute you've got nothing, the next thing you've got everything, and from everything you've got things that work in some kind of harmony.
Yes, but do you know?
So if all that's an accident, that you're talking.
Dino, do you think you're the same as a
winning the
dog?
lottery every fucking weekend, mate?
Dino, do you think you're the same as a dog?
No.
Wolf.
Why not?
Because I'm not a dog.
But do you think your consciousness is higher?
Well, I don't know what a dog's consciousness is about. Do you? So I wouldn't know the answer to that question.
Do you think your consciousness is higher than a bee?
I don't know, because I don't really know how a bee's consciousness works. Do you?
I think you do know. I think you do know.
What do you mean?
I think you don't think you're the same as a dog, and I think you don't think you're the same as a fly.
Well, I'm not, am I? I mean, because I'm not a fly, and the fly's not me. And what do you mean? I don't get what we're going with this, or what you're getting at.
I'm saying human beings are special.
Everything's special. What's alive? Don't you think?
Yeah, no,
Including
absolutely,
the wind.
no, absolutely.
Right.
But I'm saying
The wind's invisible.
Well, what Buddhism and the New Age religions say is like flies and dogs and man are all the same. What I'm saying is they're all beautiful, but there's something special about human beings that doesn't apply to flies or wasps.
Right. So are you saying we are?
I'm saying everyone's conscious. I'm saying everyone's,
Yeah.
conscious, but
we're of a higher standing. We're kind of
closer to God,
closer to God
in His image.
His image. What about her? Is it not her?
No,
It's God. It's something that recreates or creates. Is that not more of a woman than a man?
You can say her image if you like.
Why does it have to be a man?
Because he's quite
In
masculine.
fact, why a man? If something created man, can man create man? Or something who created life itself? Don't forget, not just man, life itself, create man. Which for
think
me
that-
means this is someone above a man. This is a different being altogether. This is something.
So you're upset because God isn't labelled her. However, the person who
No, I'm not upset.
gave birth to God was a female, Virgin Mary, and one of the most important people in the religion is a female, which is the Virgin Mary, and the most worshipped, holiest person, human being, the most worshipped human being in the religion is a female.
Do you not think that's strange? Like if you're a virgin and
I'm your God.
Yeah, because your idea of getting someone pregnant is pumping them and then spunking them.
No, my idea is not about that at all, mate.
Or spunking.
Absolutely not. For some people, yeah, it's just a shag, if that's what you're talking about. I don't go down that route, not anymore anyway.
So what are you wondering about? How does a woman get pregnant without having sex?
No, I'm just wondering how right. So if you're a virgin, what does being a virgin mean? I mean, you need to educate me on this. So what is a virgin?
Being a virgin is not having sex.
So if you don't have sex, you can't have a baby, right?
No. Well,
if you don't have sex, you can
between
produce
two
a
human
baby.
beings.
So forget sex. You don't need sex. You can have a baby without it.
And that's why it was a miracle. Do you know the definition of
right?
Yeah.
Please.
Don't you think the universe is a miracle?
Hmm?
Do you think the universe is a miracle?
I don't know what the universe is. Do you know what I try to do more than anything is not believe anything I've been told. That's what I try and do. Unbelieve everything I've been told, because I've realised at my age now, most of what I've been told has turned out not to be true, or a load of bullshit, or a mixture of truth and lies. Bit of a weird, mixed up place. This is where we live. So I don't know what it is, where it came from. Okay, but I don't believe I will not repeat what I've been told by a book, my teacher, or anything like that. You'll never hear me repeat anything like that.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I'm the same. Yeah.
So God is what? I don't know. Like his image, you said before, his image, i.e., God is a man. In your image, he's a man. Is he? Have you ever met him? Why would he be a man? Did he not create man? Was he not a different type of being to create this being, what we are? Or why? In other words,
he's everything,
we're God then. So we are God. We're all God.
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's
no,
fair enough.
we're not gods. He's
God.
in us, though. He's within.
Pigeons. Pigeons are God. You want to do your research on pigeons, Tony?
You're not your body. Everyone thinks that they're their body.
Fucking pigeons, innit?
I just
honestly.
Tony, can I ask?
Dean,
Tony,
Dean,
can I ask?
hold on,
Tony, can I ask you a question?
Let me ask Dean one last question. Let me ask Dean one last question. What is consciousness?
Pigeons.
Mike. I don't know if you know about that person. I'm not going to mention his name, Tony.
Because if you don't believe in God,
No.
Because if you don't believe in God and you're an atheist, then you must believe that the universe is experiencing itself through consciousness. So what is consciousness?
Right. Listen, look at it this way, because this is the way I've looked at it, right?
No, because the universe is just made. We've observed the universe. It's just rocks.
Hang on, right?
It's just space and rocks.
Hang on.
So why is the universe
Tony,
experiencing?
my channel. Excuse me, talking.
Sorry.
Right?
Sorry.
I know nothing at all, right? I know nothing. I've been taught nothing. I've read nothing.
Wise man.
I'm just here. I'm here. Right, so I'm here. So it's like, right, I can see. Right, I'm not black. I can see. I'm
Wise
looking
man.
around. I can. Oh God, I can touch and feel things and smell things and I can taste things and what is this? What is it, Amit? What is all this about? Because I've not read anything. I've not been taught anything, or told anything. I've not gone to school.
Do you believe in instinct?
My consciousness is just here. I'm just consciousness.
Do you believe in instinct?
Of course I do. Yeah.
What's instinct?
Instinct is a knowing, isn't it? A natural
Where does that come from?
way of feeling. Like,
Where does that come from?
Where's it come from? Okay. So, well, it comes from within your body because you're carrying a body, right? But out of that, I don't know. I don't know.
Do you think it's
mate.
the body?
No, it's within. It's within, isn't it?
Do you think there's something else going on other than the body?
What about yourself? You mean? I.e.,
like call it the self or the spirit or the soul.
Who's there and how come that? This is what I mean. Forget the book. Forget what you've read. Forget that.
All right, forget the Christian. Forget the Christianity shit. Let's just talk about instinct. Okay. Where does instinct come from? Where does consciousness come from? Where does love come from?
Well, Tony, you ask a lot of questions. You ask everything you've said is one question after another, after another.
After another.
Can I ask you, Tony, where do you think it's all come from?
Well, I think it's quite clear.
Go on, then.
I think
that's how clear it is it?
I put it in. I'm trying to not put it in Christian terms.
All right, okay. Luke, if
we
you
are
want
one.
Put it in Christian terms.
We are one, and we will never die.
Right. Okay. Luke, if you're a wise man, okay, the only answer you'll ever have to anybody is, I know nothing at all. And that is my answer to it. And I'm not saying I'm wise. I'm saying I'm wise enough to know that I know nothing at all. Okay? Because everything I listen to, everyone I listen to, everything I hear, and things like that is a quote from a book, a newspaper, the latest headline, or whatever. It's not come from them. It's come from someone else, and they passed it down with their own opinion attached. So for me, it's all about unlearn everything and just think, like, just wake up in the morning and think, right, what am I doing here? How come I can touch this and feel that and things like that? And
what if the message is real though?
What message?
What if the religion is completely okay? So say that Christianity was proven to be fake, Jesus was fake, like the whole church, Catholic Church, it was a massive, like, big fake thing. What about the message? The message is still true, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know.
Which message? What message?
The message of the gospel.
I don't remember writing that.
Well, no, the message of the gospel resonates within the hearts of all man.
Right. What about women?
And it's something you believe in. It's yeah.
When you look at the Bible and things like that, it's so patriarchal. It's
no. It's
unbelievable.
okay. So when I say man, I mean women as well. I mean mankind. It's be good to it. It's be kind. It's be kind to everybody. Love everybody.
Man, yeah.
That's all Jesus said. That is all Jesus said, was love everybody. Be nice to everybody.
What do you think about? I mean, Jesus, that'd be great. Honestly,
that's all he said.
If everything he said would be, because according to Jesus, I'm not being funny or anything like that, but according to him, he's been a complete liar. Right?
What did he lie about?
Just about everything what's going on in the world today.
No, he didn't lie. No, Jesus did
not lie. Well, hang on a minute. Peace and all that, and harmony and goodwill to all men and the spirit of man and all that. I'm sorry.
All Jesus said was be nice to people and love each other.
Yeah, but they don't do that, do they? They hate each other and they go to war with each other and they can't stand each other and
it's funny, isn't
different gender issues and things like that. So
religious issues.
Did Jesus ever mention anything to do with being gay or anything like that?
No, he didn't.
This will come upon you. One day this will come upon you, and at those times when it comes upon you, we must change in that direction and move towards this area and work with each other together in harmony in order to understand each other and accept. We must accept that this goes on in the life that I created, which was a natural life.
Okay.
It turned out to become unnatural because people have taken it too fucking far. Never said that, did it?
Okay, so the Old Testament focused on thousands of years of failing societies, and Israel, for example, was risen and fallen about 7 times before David came along. Jesus came along and said, your salvation isn't with the government, your salvation is within. And this was the big breakthrough. And Jesus came along and said, no, don't look to governments, don't look to religion, don't look to temples to change the world. He said, if you want to change the world, then you be the change you want to see in the world. Jesus never slagged off gay people. Jesus said, love all people. He said it doesn't matter how.
People weren't even mentioned. So if you're talking about creation and things like that, which I believe in, but all you're doing is reciting stuff that's been written before you. It's not from your own thoughts or your own mind. All you're doing is reciting.
Well, no, I'm talking about the gospel, but the Old Testament.
Gay people never entered his head. Otherwise, he'd have mentioned it.
Sorry.
Well, in other words, they didn't exist. It didn't exist back then, according to Jesus. Didn't he cover everything? He's the creator. He's part of he's the creator's son. So Jesus is God. Creation, right?
Yeah, Jesus is God. Yes.
All creation. Yeah.
What do you mean, all creation?
Well, that's what they're. I'm just reciting what God said. All creation. All creation.
What's
Well, you can't have creation without it being all, can you?
what's the quote? Sorry, what were you saying? I didn't hear what you said.
Well, I think it was said many a time about all creation. Throughout all creation. It's been said many a time, all creation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you can't have creation without all. So creation is all, right? He's saying everything is all. I am. Those were his words, right? I am. I am.
I am what I am.
Like
Jesus is God.
I'm not stupid, mate. I have read. Do you know what I mean? I'm 54-year-old.
Yeah,
I
okay.
have been around.
Okay, so in Sunday school they teach you that Jesus is the Son of God. The reality is that there's a Trinity between the Holy Spirit, the Father, and the Son. And the differences are that you have the Father, which is in heaven. You have the Son, which was the human being.
Right.
So it was God experiencing
So
what it was
who's
like
the
to
Holy
be a
Ghost?
human.
That's part of the Trinity, isn't it? It's the Father, the Son,
That's
and the
Cockney
Holy
rhyming
Ghost.
slang for toast.
So what's the Holy Ghost?
That's the connection between all of them.
Right. So all you've done is like said stuff what's been written in a book, what's been passed down through centuries among people who've been brainwashed by it, and the world has gone from peace.
Well, no.
Hang on a minute. It's
the
gone
church
from a
is corrupt.
peaceful world to a complete corrupt, destructive, evil, disastrous,
I agree with you. The church is corrupt.
preposterous fucking life for everyone. Ridiculous. What you're saying.
No, I agree. I'm an anarcho Christian. I don't follow a church. I agree with you. I think churches are bad. I think churches are just as bad as governments.
I never mentioned church.
Oh, you think the actual message of Christ
you
is
were
bad?
talking about the word of you were talking about the word, if you like, at first, and and that's why I said it's been a lie, and it has, and that's been part of the teaching. You know, I mean, for God's
But
sake.
what a good lie! If it is a lie, what a good lie!
Well,
It's a lie.
all
I'd
right
like
then.
to
All
believe.
right then. Out of everything what's been said, what of that has come true or come to light of that? Nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing. Everything that's been said has turned out to become the opposite.
Wait, he said we will suffer before the end.
Well, why would he say that? And then what's the point in the first place of saying peace and happiness?
Because
let's get together and create a life. Let's do it. But I'm sorry, guys. By the time we've all done that, there's going to be disaster at the end of it all. Sorry to big you all up. Sorry to make you feel good. But at the end of it, you know, death, destruction.
Because you can't.
It's so hypocritical. It's unbelievable.
Because you can't have good without bad. You can't have love
I know
without
you
hate.
can't. But then again, there's a balance, isn't there? There is a balance between that. So
there's a duality in the universe between the light and the dark.
Or completely bad.
Sorry?
You can't have it complete in both ways, can you, at the same time? It's impossible. So you have to have some of it and some of it in the middle somewhere.
No,
like a bit of a balance.
The universe you and me exist in exists in a duality. So it is the light and the dark. It's the good and the bad. It's the hope and the giving up. It's the faith and the disbelief. It's a black and white.
I just think you should stop believing in everything you've been told.
So you don't believe in Jesus, but you believe in a God maybe.
No, listen, right? It's simple. Listen, I believe in creation. That's very simple. I believe in create 4 words. That's it. That's me. I don't know what it is. I don't know
Do you believe in the Big Bang?
I don't know what it's about.
Do you believe in the Big Bang?
I don't believe it's people. I don't believe it's human beings what created us. I can rule that one out in my mind. I don't think human beings have created us as a new species. So
But where do you think the universe came from?
I don't know. What is the universe? I've only been told that word that there's a universe. What? I only go off what I see, right?
Oh, the universe.
Can I interject? Because this is really going down a very dodgy path. Because all you're doing is asking questions, and a lot of what you're saying is contradicting what you're saying, and you're not giving us a chance to even reply back.
Yeah, it's pointless talking about religion. But I'm actually genuinely interested.
No, I can tell you're genuinely interested.
Hold on. I'm learning.
Can I just
I'm
ask?
I'm interested in learning about what atheists think about the origin of the universe.
What do you do for a job? Can I ask? Do you work?
Engineer.
An engineer? What sort of engineer?
Process.
What's that?
What's a process engineer?
Yeah.
What, in a sentence? What's
a process? What's a process?
Anywhere
What's the
you wanna put
process
it,
that you're engineering?
Whichever way
power
you
station.
want to put it.
Power stations. And do you like that job?
That's the only job I've ever had, really.
Do you wish you were doing something else?
Maybe, but I get paid well for it. But
I'm sure you do.
The thing I'd want to do wouldn't pay the money.
What would you really want to
do? Sit at home and just write books that no one would ever read.
That's a defeatist attitude.
Sorry?
There's nothing stopping you writing books while you work, isn't there? Surely.
That's like us saying we're going to make videos that nobody's ever going to watch. You won't know until you try.
Yeah.
I make loads of videos that nobody ever watches.
Yeah, because you don't like anybody watching your channel.
No, I don't. That's actually true.
Well, my boss asked me at work because he says I'm quite clever, and he goes,
Give it a try. I mean, obviously, straight away it's not going to be a job, but if you want to write, you've got to start somewhere, haven't you? And you've got to it's more of a hobby first.
But I haven't a clue what I'd write the book about. I just like the idea of writing a book.
Well, just
right.
I haven't got a fucking clue.
I want to write a book, but I don't know what I want to write a book about.
No, I just like the idea.
They can be about anything, can't they? They can be imaginary. They can be based on facts. They can be based on fiction. They can be based on anything, can't they? So whatever it's a book is about your imagination and your world. So
it is, and it's about your life as well. To be honest with you, because I know a lot of book writers they've given up everything, Tony, and to write a book and become a failure, and they put their heart and soul into it and time. God, I couldn't imagine writing a fucking book like 400 pages long. That must be so mind-blowing. But for someone to put their heart and soul into it and effort into it because of what they believe in or whatever, and the passion.
Well, yeah.
Business.
What about that? What about that woman that used to hang around in coffee shops writing? What was her name? She wrote Harry Potter.
Christie.
No, she was very good though.
You've all got to start somewhere. Right? You've all got to, whether you know, it's small.
I've got no literacy training, and
it don't matter.
I got a B in GCSE in literacy. I really enjoyed.
It doesn't matter about that.
You got to stop putting yourself down and start. You're just presenting blocks to stop yourself from doing it.
Just believe in yourself, really, Tony. Because
I think I'd love doing it, and I'd write a shitload of books.
Well, then you sound like you're passionate about it. Go for it.
And I'd make no money.
You don't know that though. You don't know that until you know. You don't know that.
Just try something. Just try a short one.
Write a poet, write a short story, put it in the newspaper or show it somebody, and you just don't know where it'll end up.
You could write a book about all the questions you've been asking tonight.
What you need for Tony is get out there and do some more.
Even if it did get big, it would be attacked like Andrew Tate, or
don't say that name.
People love controversial.
but there's certain things you can and can't say, and if you say
you could
if
say
you
a
write
lot more in a
certain way, it'll be promoted, and if you write a book in a certain way, it will be demoted.
You can say a lot more in a book.
Hold on, I'm just going to get a charger. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Very interesting tonight, guys. Thanks very much for your comments. Superb comments, brilliant. Keep them coming. Thanks to Uncle Bob. Anarchy TV's in there as well. Alligator, I've seen you. Dennis Kerr as well. Mickey Mouse is definitely on one tonight. But no worries, Mickey. Free reign in here. James Owens as well. Thanks so much, guys, for coming in. Absolute legends you are. Thank you. It means a lot. You provide a lot. And I'm glad you enjoy them, these lads. Fantastico.
They go in any direction, don't they?
They're a bit, Trevor, honestly, they're the best. Brilliant.
Fucking hell.
I mean, Mickey.
We cover it all here.
That's it.
Sex, religion, politics.
God, you name it. It's funny I've not been banned yet.
I know. Do you know? I was thinking of that at one point. I thought, God, this is going. What's going to happen here? But
yeah, if I am, who can I blame for that?
Well, it's your fault. You're the host, so it's all your fault.
blame Bikereddie. He's not here now, so we'll blame him.
Yeah. So it was Eddie.
No worries, Uncle Bob. Hey, shout outs and things like that. I appreciate everyone who comes in. I do notice some people and then I forget to mention and things like that. But I do try my best to mention as many people as possible who come into that chat. And I think rightly so as well, because a lot of live streamers, whatever, don't even acknowledge their audience and things like that, which I think is unfair. It's not right. So,
what happens when you get like 20,000 views?
Well, I'll never get that.
See every you comment.
Will you remember us?
No, the algorithm is not in Dino's favour.
Would Dino remember us if he got 1 million subscribers?
He better had to. Better had to.
Yeah,
It's a serious question.
No, all right then. What you see is what you get, and
No,
can't
but
vote for that. And no, I don't care about. Okay, then everyone would say this. Of course they would, but nothing would change me in that respect at all. You know what I mean? Because I'm only doing what I'm doing, and I never, even before I did YouTube, I was just the same as I am now, except I've gone out and started doing videos and grown in confidence and met people and things like that on YouTube. So I've found a niche what I'm happy with, I'm comfortable with, and the people I've met and things like that, my live streams and everything like that, engaging with people. It's amazing, especially when you've met with people in real life and then you do a live stream regular like I do, and then they come on here and talk to you as well. And they maybe like Trevor is 200 odd miles away from me, but it just like feels like, you know, sat right here. That is a really nice thing for me. So I love doing YouTube. I really do love it.
I'll tell you why this channel's going to do well is because you're genuine.
That's it. I've always said that we're real as they come. We're not fake. We're not putting anything on. We're not putting on an act. We're not putting on we're all real here. Genuine
So it will grow slowly, but it will grow, and it will grow and grow and grow. But it's genuine.
What other channels do you watch, Tony? Notice he didn't say mine.
Right, guys. Anyway, in fact, Ted's a mod, but he won't put his own channel link up because he's too
No, because I deleted my channel when I get to 1,000 subscribers.
Oh, have you got a channel, have you?
Guys,
No.
please. Trevor's channel link.
It's rubbish. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. It's a waste of time.
No. It's a plug.
Don't take him on. Just stick his link up. Thank you.
No.
Oh, come on.
PewDiePie.
What's your channel? What's your channel called?
PewDiePie.
Well, everyone subscribe to PewDiePie.
Don't give that bloody weasel more recognition than he needs.
No, it's spelled Delphine.
Is he still a thing, Trev? PewDiePie?
Of course he is. Yeah. He plays the game, doesn't he?
No, the new one is bloody KSI and Logan now with this frigging new park.
Yeah, oh, you've heard about the Prime drink, have you?
Heard about it again, being on TikTok. The mad videos that I did a video. I did no word of a lie. I did a video, criticising
you guys on TikTok?
It went to frigging 50,000 in an hour. I'm not kidding you. It went to 50,000 in an hour.
Can you make any money off of TikTok?
No.
Yeah, what's the point in that then?
It's just another place to put my content, really, and widen my audience a little bit and whatnot.
Well, definitely wider audience, 50,000. But it's tiny content, isn't it? It's little clips of things, isn't it?
TikTok has dumbed people down for sure. It's
God, hasn't
where
it?
people used to enjoy half an hour, 40 minutes long. People can't even stand watching 2 minutes on there. Do you know what I mean? But like I said, the massive on the live streams over there. No one's content yet. They're all sitting there doing nothing, sat on live streams, begging for money, begging for gifts, gifting.
Yeah, they're all grifting.
Do you know what I mean? You should see the shit that's going on over there.
For God's sake, shut up.
I'm trying to convince people to leave and come over here.
Sorry, Kat.
Look, can I just say a bit of truth about TikTok? TikTok was bought by a company in China that has close links to the CCP. And if you go on, if you're a child in China and you go on TikTok, you get like engineering and science videos. But if you're a child in America and you go on TikTok,
we get recommended shit.
We know, Tony.
Yeah, we get recommended shit. And you want to see the idiots over there. You want to see
TikTok.
I'm not on TikTok. I've never been on it.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. It's like Trevor said.
Don't do it. Don't go near it.
Don't go
Right,
near
guys,
it.
I'm out of here.
Japanese spy.
I think the name TikTok is quite telling, isn't it? Like TikTok.
Well, they're on about banning.
Yeah.
They're actually on about banning it in America. Whether they do or not, I don't know. But they are actually.
America love it. America love it. Right, guys, I'm out of here. I'll catch you on the next Dino. Thank you very much, mate, for having us on tonight. I've got to go. And, guys, thanks to those in the chat, all those on the panel. Brilliant night tonight. Loved it. Thank you very much.
Awesome. No.
God, the only one with a professional mic is going.
Well, I could get me shit one out if you want.
Mike, absolute pleasure, mate. And hopefully see you next time. Thanks so much.
Yeah, nice one. Cheers, guys. Thanks to all those in the chat.
Okay.
And
Thanks
no,
so much.
All right,
See you
thanks.
next time,
Bye.
See you soon. Cheers, Mike. Absolute legend, mate. I did ask him to come on tonight, and he obliged, and it's been great stuff. And he's been on the last few weeks, and all I've had is good feedback. So, you know what?
He is a good one.
If anyone keeps it real, Mike does, and he's when he gets going, he's addictive. It's like I could just listen to him all fucking night. But then again, you have to interrupt him because he could go on all night. He's one of them. He's worse than me.
I think we're all as bad as each other for that when we get going.
I know. It's a good thing in a way. It's a good thing. Right, I've just seen. Who's that? Who's done that? Yeah, it's Mickey Mouse. Mickey, thank you very much indeed. Really appreciate it.
You're awesome, Mickey Mouse. Thumbs up. Big respect to Mickey Mouse.
I'm not going to pretend to go, hey, thank you. Oh my God, take it. But
come on, turn on the waterworks at least, Dino. Honestly, what's to see some tears?
It's as simple as this. Thank you very much, and it does mean a lot. Thank you. It means more than one thing, even though it's money. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, so Mickey must have had another win on the horses then.
He bought me a few pints last week as a donation. I don't.
Steady on, Mickey. You've hit that button twice.
I don't think I've said Happy New Year to everybody and whatnot in the chat. I've not realised. I've only just realised. I know I did a video, but for people who haven't seen it, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Let's hope it's better than the last one. Eh? Come on, God, it can't be any worse.
We'll make it up.
You know it won't be.
Well, there's some chinks. There's some chinks of light coming through. There are some chinks of light. I can see some positives, but yeah.
It's nice to have hope and be optimistic, guys. There's nothing wrong with Mickey. You've done it again.
Yes, look.
I thought it was a do not come out with lame excuses like that. See that?
Turn the tears on.
He's tried to make out as he made a mistake. It's Mickey, ridiculous, mate. Ridiculous.
Cry, Dino, cry.
Honestly, I thought it was a 20. Well, it is now, isn't it?
Tell him, Mickey. You want him to cry, don't you? You want him to cry. You want that Oscar-winning
performance? I've got to go till 2:30. Right, Mickey. Right, so okay. How can I say no?
The money's coming in now to keep you on longer. I told you.
I'll go on till 3 o'clock for another 50 quid.
I did say.
I could say that could be an earner.
I told you it'd be 3 o'clock, didn't I?
No, it will be 2:30 actually. Very tired, lots of talking and listening tonight and etc. It's been non-stop as usual, which has been great to be honest. And I know Tony's still on. He's been judged a lot tonight, Tony, and I just think we should lay off. And
everyone's just got their own strong opinions, you know. At the end of the day,
and we can all learn things from each other, and we can learn.
Dino, can you hear me?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Can I?
Oh, you've gone.
Oh.
That wasn't me.
Can you hear me, man?
I think he's pressed the wrong button.
We can't hear you anymore. We can't hear you anymore.
I think he's back now. Just a few more mentions. Christmas Tea Limited Edition. I know you've been in there for a while. 1984 TV. Guys, check his channel out. I know he's on BitChute. He's 84 TV. Been on here a few times. Great guest as well. Good talker. Knows his stuff.
YouTube take 30%. YouTube take 30%.
Yeah, they do. They do. Yeah.
So it's cheaper. It's definitely cheaper than TikTok anyway.
Well, whatever. I mean, for me, and I never bring it up. For me, that it's easier if you do want to donate to a channel or whatever, content creator, whatever. Then if they've got a PayPal link, it's really better to do it that way because it means YouTube can't take any money off you, the person who's donating, really. So I'm just
you could set up buy me a coffee.
So I'm just saying that. So Tony's back on. Listen, we've got 15 minutes left, guys. And then that's it until the next one, which will be midweek next week. So Tony, thanks for coming back on there.
I just want to say big shout out to Raina, who's my girlfriend.
Right, I did notice in the chat, and I was going to mention her, but we were all giving it that, and I've noticed throughout the night, as this Raina, there she is. There you go.
Oh.
And listen, much respect, much love to you, Raina, and thanks for coming in, sticking up for your fella.
How long have you been together for?
He has been under a bit of cosh tonight, and
on and off about 6 months.
He's come on panel, and he's actually got his face on screen as well, which for people who on YouTube,
he's only showing off his hair. Don't worry, so he's only showing off his hair.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, that is a good head of her. That is Tony. That is, yeah.
Don't get green envy now, Dino. Don't get green envy.
But how do you video hair?
like you're doing now.
There you go.
No, I love Raina with all my heart. She means a lot to me, but she's a bit loose.
All right. Can't be saying that.
Careful, you're busy going soon.
Well, she lives in New York.
Oh, you're joking me.
No, she lives in New York.
Hi, how's it going?
How the hell do you get to New York then? How do you get to New York then?
Jet, haven't you, Tony? You're one of the. You're a rich kid. You're one of the rich kids, aren't you?
I've never been to America.
I've been to New York. It's probably one of the best places.
You've not been to America, did you say?
No, I've been to Spain.
So how did you meet your girlfriend then?
Just on the interwebs, innit?
On the interwebs, innit? Like anybody else, normal people meet people on now these days. Isn't that just a common norm now?
Uncle Bob, thanks very much. Just put a few quid in there as well. So thanks very much for that, mate. Really appreciate it.
Fucking 10
Don't
quid.
use PayPal. Fair enough. The gesture is nice enough. Thanks very much indeed. Really appreciate that. So Raina,
Dino.
Yeah.
Dino, do I get 2 quid out of that 10 quid?
No, hang on, because YouTube take 30%, so 10 quid is what, 6
where's my cut?
Yeah, I might. I might.
Oh, I want 15%.
Oh God.
We'll never come on again if we don't get our royalties.
Yeah, we should set up our own channel.
Well, doesn't he pay you, Kat? He pays me.
Oh, really? Dino!
Me and
Dino's
Biker get
making a
paid.
fortune.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
Have I spoken out of turn there, Dino? Sorry.
No. In fact, no. In fact, people pay me.
That's true, actually. I still owe you, don't I?
Do a live, Dino. Do a live. I'll give you 50 quid if you do a live. You know, they must be all right, these lives, for people to do that. What do you mean?
Well, you must be doing something right.
Yeah, people
You must be doing something right. God knows what it is.
I just get real people on here. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's a change from the norm. You know,
It's definitely not normal on here. We've had every conversation going,
as well as every kind of character you can think of on here.
I know we're running out of things to.
Yeah, we need new topics. In fact, to be fair, we're kind of grateful all this crap's going on in the world. It gives us something to chat about. If there were nothing going on, we'd have nothing to talk about. To be fair.
Right, there you go, Alligator. Thanks very much indeed as well. Wow, can't believe it. Well, cheers. Really appreciate it. I know you've been around for a long time, Ali. Hope you're okay, and just thanks for everything. Really, appreciate that. Yeah, okay. So I've definitely got my beers and everything in for next live. So thank you.
Splash out on some more lights. So, Tony, are you planning on seeing your girlfriend at all soon? In reality,
can I come in your suitcase when you do, please?
Oh yeah, Kat loves America, by the way, Tony. She might want to sneak in there and never come back.
Nah, she's just one of them. Like, I ain't got one girlfriend. I got like 5.
Oh, here we go.
YouTube exclusive on Deanology tonight. We've got Playboy.
Jesus.
You lucky bastard.
It's like fucking New York is so fucking expensive, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, everywhere is now. Everywhere is.
Rather just go down to Brighton.
I'll tell you what, Tony. You
don't want to come down here, mate.
Are you in Brighton here?
Tonight.
Yeah, I'm in Brighton.
Mickey, I know. I've just acknowledged that to Alligator. I know, Mickey. I know. Thank you. You'd stop listening. Rainer, why? Why?
Have you stopped reading
right.
as well?
I know why. Right, don't take it. He's only joking. He just wants to make you jealous, that's all.
I'm only messing.
He's on the next plane straight over.
Or what you could do, Raina, is dump him and bring me to America instead.
I don't think America's ready for Kat, Tony.
It bloody well is.
I'm not being funny. Look, I'm not being funny, but if I go to America, I'm not going to go New York. I want to go Grand Canyon.
All right.
And I want to go Montana. And I want to go California. And I want to go Texas. There's like 10 places I want to go before I want to go fucking New York. Oh yeah, skyscrapers, great. If I want to fucking see skyscrapers, I'll go fucking London.
Oh no, the skyscrapers in London don't compare to New York. Trust me.
I don't fucking give a fuck about skyscrapers.
Who fucking cares about skyscrapers?
I like my skyscrapers.
I'll give a fuck.
I mean, at the end of the day,
Grand
all they
Canyon,
do is scrape the fucking sky, and that's it.
Yeah. Fucking load of bollocks, isn't it?
Yeah, just big, tall, shitty buildings. Red
Look
lights.
at us. We'll just fucking build build load of buildings and then fly fucking planes into them.
Yeah.
Well done.
Oh, careful.
Controlled demolition.
No, I think New York is a special place, and one day I hope to go there, not just to get my willy wet, but you know.
Freaking hell, I'll tell you something. I don't know what your girlfriend thinks about this, but I've been watching videos on
She's still in. She's saying,
Jesus Christ.
This is my oh my God. Raina, how'd you put up with him? How'd you put up with this fella? I mean, you must love him. You must do, unless you're a bit of a swing yourself, yeah.
That's dedication.
Swing around, know what I mean?
Is it Riker
Anyway, I
Island?
live in Wigan.
Riker Island, where all like the immigrants come in, and they seen like the Statue of Liberty and all that shit. Like I'm into my history. I love my history.
Yeah. So you want to go to New York, or you
You
don't?
come back and talk about that.
Yeah, I'm on a promise.
Oh my God. I like your honesty, Tony. I'm not sure if your girlfriend in New York does, but I like your honesty.
She ain't New York. She's like Staten Island.
Even better. It's just outside of New York.
Yeah, it's like over the bridge. That's where they put all the garbage.
Still nice.
Dennis, whoa. Okay. Right, guys, 5 minutes left, and you know it's one of them. Yeah, I want
No,
to
there's not. There's another hour.
Do you want to dig yourself a deeper hole, Tony? You got 5 minutes.
You've got 5 minutes, Tony, and then the next time you come on, whoa!
Just want to
Tell
say,
us you're in
like,
New York.
Just no. If we've got 5 minutes left, just
Dennis, it's all right.
Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Who, me?
To the two other people, not Dino. I'm sorry, I didn't get your names.
I'm Trevor.
Trevor, yeah,
Yeah,
sweet.
it says Trev there, and the Catwoman, her real name is Mildred, but she never uses that name, so she just puts
Don't use her real name.
Or she says, just
Don't
call me
embarrass
Cat.
Mildred.
Her real name's Mildred. Yeah.
Mildred.
Yeah.
What
Is
are you
it
going to say, Mildred?
I said I wouldn't tell anyone.
Is your name actually Mildred?
Yeah, it's Mildred. You want a middle name's even worse, mate.
What is it?
Morag.
For God's sake, I'm never coming on here
Mildred
again.
Morag.
Mildred Morag, woman.
That's her name.
Yeah.
Mildred Morag, woman.
Yeah, MMW.
I don't know if I can be friends with someone.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to get
Name
now,
like
innit? Like, that's all I'm going to get.
Mildred
is it?
Morag.
Is that not actually your name?
Thanks, Dino. Thanks. Doxing me.
Well,
No, that's not her name, Tony. They're winding you up, mate. Don't listen to them. They're talking rubbish.
We're allowed to dox people on this channel.
No, it's not Mildred, really. I'm only joking.
What is it then?
It's Cat. The clue's in the title.
Cat.
Cat Mordrag
the
woman.
only name you're going to know her as, and that's Cat, and that's it.
What, Cat Mordrag woman?
Oh, what?
Cat Mordrag woman.
Morag.
What's that?
Morag.
Cat Morag woman.
Yeah, which is Scottish for Margaret, I believe. Morag.
Oh, it's nice
Get
to meet
into
you,
that
Cat.
deeper stuff on the next slide.
Nice to meet you, Trev.
Yes, Tony. Yeah, you're an interesting chap.
Definitely, very interesting.
Oh gosh, this is great, and you lot in the chat are brilliant. You're jumping off. Have a good Uncle Bob. Thanks so much for that. Little go. It means a lot. It really does, and I expect nothing. And as you know, guys, I never ask for anything, and it does mean a lot when something pops up like that. So thank you, Uncle Bob. See you on the next one, which hopefully will be on. It's normally on a Tuesday, but sometimes it's like I could get in a giddy mood and think, "Fuck it, I'll go live." So you never know in between. But Tuesday, Fridays, Tony.
I'll go on next Friday, Mish.
No worries. Okay, mate. Kind of enjoyed your company tonight. You kind of grown on us all, I think.
Do you want to see the cut on my finger?
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah, come on. Let's have a look. Let's all be
I've got
normal.
to get fucking plaster off first. How'd you get fucking...
How'd you get a plaster off? What you do, right? All you do is, right, Tony, is you get your fingers, right?
Chop it off.
And you kind of pull it up in an upwards direction. There you go. Where's the cut? What cut? I can't see a cut.
That's just a testament to my healing abilities.
Right.
But it was fucking vicious, Mish. It was fucking... I caught myself on the tape measure.
Oh, for God's sake, you big baby. There's nothing there. What's wrong with you? I've got bigger scars than that.
I know.
On the end of my hair tips. No, only joking. Right, guys, that's it. Listen, cheers. Honestly, tonight, absolutely brilliant. Superb as always. So thanks to Mike, who's been on, of course, Biker, as always. It's nice to see Kat again, as always. Trevor, Carol came on as well. Superb stuff.
Why the hell am I up this late?
Big shout out
What
to
the
Matt,
hell
big shout
is-
out to Raina.
Because you came to say hello to me, stranger.
I know. I thought that's 3 o'clock in the morning, this is.
But we're grown-ups here. We've no curfew, have we?
Free.
No, well, I haven't got school tomorrow. That's true.
Or is Elton John calling and telling you to get to bed?
You just get away.
You better
It's all
not.
right. Just trying to say good night to everyone. You two can just chat away. It's fine.
All right then. Good night, Kat. Good night,
It's all
Dino.
right, Trevor.
Good
No,
night.
Trevor, it's all right.
Good night.
Good night, Tony. Good night. Good night, all the chat.
See
Good
you
night,
next time.
everybody.
See you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
No, he's gone. Oh, Tony's gone. No, listen, Tony. I thought you were hard done by, and by the end of the night, I think fairly well done, sir. And thanks for coming on. And you're welcome on again. So, by the looks of you, I know you didn't take much offence, but you're one bit of a player boy, aren't you? Eh?
Five girlfriends, did he say?
Hey, Tony boy. Hey, you. Your girlfriend's still in the chat, mate. She lives near me. All right. Mickey Mouse. I just want to thank Mickey as well. Uncle Bob, and for God's sake, this is horrible when you forget. Alligator as well. So yeah, thanks for them little donations. It means a lot, guys. It really does. I don't expect anything, but it does mean a lot. So there's been that many people in tonight. Super. Paul Yeoman's been in, which has been nice for me. Because Paul's a busy man, doesn't get much chance, but he's been in there tonight, and he must be tired as well. Mickey Mouse, thanks so much. Maro, not secret anymore. Okay, Maro, Rena Narula. I love that. That's a nice name. That is Rena Narula. Okie dokie. Christmas Tree Limited Edition. Alty, good night, mate. Thanks for watching. I know you've been watching all night. And Trevor's nipped off as well. Until next time. So we always love Trevor being on. And that's it. Apart from that, it's been fine. Apart from Kat coming on. But hopefully we can keep her away. And oh shit, she's still on panel. I thought she'd gone.
Am I the only one left? Am I the only one?
Yeah.
Left? I'm
Yeah.
just here to keep you on for another 5 hours. That's all.
No, you won't.
No.
Not
No.
this time. You won't.
Not happening. Not happening.
Not this time. No.
No. I love the squeakiness in that. Then it's like, yeah, right.
Listen,
What do you think, guys? What do you think, guys? Do you think I can keep him on for another 5 hours?
Don't say that. And Mickey Mouse is still in here. Do
Easy,
not say that.
easy peasy, easy peasy. Pick another topic, quick, guys, quick.
Come on, I can handle it.
By
the way, guys,
I've not. By the way, guys, I just want to quickly say I've not looked at the chat all night because when I have to come off the screen to look at the chat, it messes my sound up. So I'm relying on Dino.
That's her excuse. Here we go. We're talking about an experienced YouTube content creator here. Right?
It's not my channel, so it's not my job to look at the comments.
Right now. Right, and she's making excuses up like that. Ridiculous. What I will say to you though, guys, is in the near future, what you will be seeing is at least 1 or 2 videos from myself and Kat.
It will be happening. I just
together.
Don't know
okay, so people have been asking when are you and Kat going to do a video again and things like that. Well,
it will
we
happen.
are. We're not going to say when, but we are, and it will be fairly soon. So look forward to that, guys. If you may. And that'll be good, and it always is. And there could be a live or 2 as well. But yeah, so until next week, massive respect, much love. Let's compromise, says Mickey. 1 more hour. I knew it. Listen, Mickey Mouse.
Yes, Mickey.
I knew it. I knew it, Mickey.
Yes, Mickey. That's why we love Mickey.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll put the extra couple of hours extra hours in on the next live. Is that a deal?
No.
Okay. Right. We do Uncle Bob, and there will be videos coming up. Myself and Kat doing videos together.
I'm just waiting for the.
We don't even know what yet.
I'm just waiting for this damn sun to make an appearance. I tell you, when this damn sun decides to show itself again.
Okay. All right then, guys. So have a fantastic weekend, or the best that you can make it, and just try and get on with each other as much as you can. Massive respect, much love, and I'll see you soon. Thanks to all my guests who've been on tonight. You've been absolutely brilliant. Okay, so see you soon, guys. Thank you. Bye.